landed from his serve.
Left hand's on top of the right, Patricia, for Goffin with two terrific returns. The first one flashes into the middle of the net off the serve of Musetti. White shirt, black shorts, both players in Asics gear on Armstrong. It's a deuce game here, Musetti tilting with Goffin. Kicks into the backhand. Goffin has it shoulder high. He sprees to his right, plunging to his left. One-handed backhand successful here for Musetti. Goffin takes it on the rise. Forehand inside out. Beautifully done. Musetti middle of the court. Goffin had the edge on the deuce side and has a chance to break right off the bat.
A lot of middle rallies back and forth. It is Goffin who got the ball on the corner and decided for that outright win at cross court.
Chance to break here for Goffin, just getting underway. This is a second round men's singles match on Armstrong. Goffin swings side to side. Clean toss by Musetti. Pendulums back, clocks forward. And the return booms into the middle of the net.
Exact same serve, though. That was the exact same serve with the break, the game point for Musetti that he did down the tee, and Goffin took it early and hit almost a winner out of that.
Tee serve, you're right. Out wide that time. Successful there down the line for Musetti. And it is a deuce game into the backhand of Goffin. Musetti from no angle goes to the left. Goffin is there to his right. Darden was right. Deuce side Musetti. Goffin on the rise with the backhand. Crashes into the one-handed backhand of Musetti. And it's an extra ground stroke miss by Goffin. A game point for Lorenzo Musetti. 23 from Italy. 2 titles back in 2022 in Naples and Hamburg, both on hard court. He's coming off a Cincinnati second round defeat to Benjamin Bonzi, who played quite the match against Nakashima, and before that, Patricia against Medvedev. What a thrilling start to the U.S. Open for Bonzi. Will lead to a game point here.
I actually tried to sneak it over to Bonzi's match yesterday in court 11, Dave. Not a seat to be found. Who did it? Marcos Giron.
Giron. Yep.
And it was a thriller of a 3-hour some match. He was down 2 sets and came back to win in 5.
Yeah, that was quite the match there with Bonzi and Giron yesterday. Nakashima lost a thriller on the outer courts as well. Forehand drop shot successful for Musetti on the serve +1 because darting back a couple steps beyond the baseline was Goffin, and Musetti, with his deceptiveness, picked it up beautifully, went from the one grip with the forehand and opted for the drop shot and gets the hold.
And that's a variation, Dave, that we're going to see a lot from Musetti. He is able to slice the backhand, to flatten it out, and couple with a drop shot, which his backhand, the length of his shots is going to push his opponent way back, and Goffin does like to play pretty far from the back. So drop shots, look out for them.
So the two will switch ends now. And while they're doing that, we'll also follow the matchups today on Grandstand. Tristan Boyer, who got a wild card from the USTA, making his U.S. Open debut, has a daunting task to duel with the 15th seed, Andrei Rublev, who made the quarters here 2 years ago. On 17, Beatriz Haddad Maia, who advanced to the quarters last year, takes on Victoria Golubic of Switzerland, who eyes her first U.S. Open third-round appearance. On court 5, one that I'll be watching closely, the 32 seed Linda Noskova, who made a fantastic run at Wimbledon, as I documented during our preview show, tuffles with Eva Lees of Germany, making her third U.S. Open main draw appearance. Second game, Musetti up 1-love into the backhand. It's a slice by Goffin. Just caterpillars over the net, flicked by Musetti. Forehand pass, no. On the run, Goffin, the point to the returner, Musetti at love 15.
Musetti was very aggressive on the ground strokes and had to quickly to handle the mishit from Goffin, transition into the net with a slice forehand and place himself at the net beautifully. Very close to the net. It's hard to pass.
Remember, Goffin was out 2 months, Patricia, due to a foot injury May and June. Down love 15, just getting going the second game as this first serve erupts into the middle of the net. Musetti returning to the left of the chair. John Blum. His left hand's on the throat of his head racket. Right hand on the handle. Swoops the forehand in on the ad side. Goffin's there. Slice up the line, Musetti. Goffin gets there in a hurry, sliding. So does Musetti. Broke back by Goffin with the slice back in, and Musetti goes right down Broadway through the middle of the court in no man's land. Both players using the depth and the sides of both courts, but it's Musetti taking that point at love 30.
And having a sitter is not always about going to the corners because your opponent is looking to run to a corner. Musetti did a great job just going straight down the middle for a winner.
Goffin, remember, the 2017 ATP Finals runner-up was a former career-high number 7 in the world. Backhand slice good by Musetti, a sitter for Goffin with a forehand volley missing. And chances to break at love here for the 10-seed Musetti.
And Goffin tried to be more aggressive and took charge of that short ball coming in behind it. Not too comfortable at the net. And Musetti did a great job just pounding that passing shot for a winner.
So a tough start to the serving game here for Goffin. Patricia at love 40. A couple of break chances for Musetti. The first one blisters a little bit long off of the Wilson racket of Goffin. 10 minutes in, you're listening to Musetti against Goffin. Kicks into the backhand to the one-handed backhand up the line, missing into the doubles alley by Musetti from the ad side of the court. Went over the high part of the net and missed off that 80-mile-per-hour kick serve by Goffin. Couple of break points to go for Musetti at 15-40. Goffin wheels the racket around. Didn't like his toss that time, and will do it again. Break point number 2 here for Musetti. Goffin rocks back, long extension. The left arm is up. Erupts into the ball. Strings collide in it, and it's a miss on the run by Goffin after the forehand return went into the deuce side service box. A break for Musetti, and he's up 2-love over David Goffin.
Goffin did a great job with that wide serve, but then with a short cross-court return, didn't quite get there and looked a little desperate trying to go up hard down the line. Very difficult shot to do when you have a low ball.
Don't forget, you can follow us on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, Sirius XM, channel 982, and tune in worldwide. Just search U.S. Open. Also, pick up your Amex radios if you're coming onto the grounds. A 72-degree early afternoon at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. We're on the matchup of Musetti against Goffin. At the bottom of the hour, we will tilt inside Ash for Susan Lamens against the 2-seed Iga Swiatek as well. Forehand swoops into the backhand here of Goffin is on the ad side. Going right down the middle is Musetti. Answered by Goffin. Forehand missed, shanked out wide, Patricia, by Musetti. And that's what I said to you a couple minutes ago about Goffin. I think if he hangs in, middle of the court, goes for the lengthy rallies. We know this player for a long time. I think he can hang in with Musetti.
You're absolutely right, Dave. You know, it's finding that spot on the court and let Musetti come up with the goods, because Musetti likes to put variations. And when you take the middle, whoa, that was like an ace that hit a spot that just bounced.
Yep.
It's kind of strange.
Going to serve out wide, but go ahead by Musetti.
But you know what, with Musetti, you get somebody like Musetti who's so dangerous when he's in the corner or when you're giving short balls. The response to that is, you're right, hit it hard down the middle, take the angles away from him.
Musetti is someone who really likes to feel physically strong because that gives him a greater peace of mind on court. Speaking of his training, tried to increase the speed. I know you've mentioned the serve a little bit that you've really liked by Musetti. Working on a ton of exercises with his upper body, I've been reading. The physical evolution and training regimen has also strengthened under his coach, Damiano Fiorucci, longtime athletic trainer and physio, Patricia. 15-all with Musetti, up 2-love. He broke Goffin, if you're just tuning in the midst of a 15-all point, and it's walloped up the line, missing by Musetti. The point to Goffin at 15-30. What in particular about the serve? I know you were hitting on this by Musetti that you've liked so far and throughout the 2 rounds.
Well, you know, the serve is a starting point. You know, Musetti ranked 10 in the world. Look, obviously extraordinary, right? He's looking to break even more so with his ranking, and that comes, it would be nice to have some free points from the serve that he doesn't have to grind out every point.
At 15-30, this one dashes into the side of that. The ball crew collects, Patricia. Musetti up 2-love. He broke Goffin, trying to add another to take this 3-love lead before the changeover. backhands. Good serve into the forehand. Goffin is there to his left. Musetti one-handed backhand right down the middle. Goffin takes it on the rise, swoops the forehand over the low part of the net. Musetti answers with a forehand for himself. Goffin sprees to his left with the backhand right up the middle. Time for Musetti, and he whips it around. Good unit turn. Good topspin into the forehand of Goffin. That misses. The point to Musetti. 30-all with Musetti up 2-love in the opening set.
And Goffin is upset with himself because a lot of these errors are really in the middle of the court that goes down as unforced errors, because if you want to have any chance, opportunity to win this set, you have to make all those shots.
Yeah. I mentioned how well physically that Musetti's doing, but he did deal with that upper left leg injury, forced him to retire in the fourth set at the Roland Garros semifinals to Alcaraz as the first one bursts into the middle of the net off the serve of Musetti. Big point here for Goffin, I feel like, Patricia. I know it's early, but it's a 30-all. He's down love 2 in the first set. Long extension, ball goes into the tension of those strings of the Musetti racket. Goffin is there, answers with a backhand slice from Musetti, goes into the backhand of Goffin. A two-hander is good. Musetti's there with the forehand. Goffin jets to his right in the deuce side. What does Musetti do here? Goes right around him, but Goffin clips it off the top of the tape. Musetti isn't fooled with a forehand. Inside out, Musetti now has a swinging forehand volley. Goffin trying to pass. Drop shot volley. Musetti out into the doubles alley. On the ad side of the court, well played by Goffin. Has a chance to break his second break point, Patricia, the opening 3 games.
Man, Musetti was taking charge on the offense, and he was on the attack all the time. And Goffin actually ended up on the defense position, but that last point, Musetti ventured to the net, only made it to the service line, Dave. And that's very difficult to put away the volley from that position.
I mentioned the long rallies. That was an 18-shot rally. Now, I said that might favor Goffin in the matchup. I mean, we'll see. It is a break chance. He went an out-wide serve by Musetti with plenty of pace and pop at 127, and it's scuffed by Goffin out of play to the left of the chair, John Bloom. So another break point down evaded by Musetti. And again, you're listening to a 2-love Musetti lead. It's a deuce game again.
And Musetti is getting very close to that 130 mark on his serve, that what he's looking for. He's increased the racket speed, hence the workout to get his upper body stronger, using his legs and explode into his serve.
Yep, he does explode into it. Patricia does fall in to the left, and it's an inside-in backhand winner by Goffin to the left of the tee, and another break chance, his second in the game.
Yeah, Goffin is looking to extend the points, but here's the thing. Can he endure that fitness level? Remains to be seen.
Agreed. I think if Goffin steps into the court, takes it a little bit early, that's worked out, I think, so far.
I think so, too, because he plays typically like a clay quarter, far behind the baseline, but he has to take the ball earlier to rush Musetti a little bit.
Good call, Patricia, as the first serve rushes in for Musetti. This is another break chance for Goffin to get it back on serve. Down 2-love, Musetti with the kick. Goffin is there. Musetti inside out forehand, too strong on a sitter. Went wide, ad side. That's a beautiful sitter. An approach by Musetti to get the point, to get us to deuce. And he fends off 2 break chances for the Belgian.
Yeah, Musetti started with a really good second serve down the tee, anticipated a middle ball where he moved around beautifully and threw his entire body behind that forehand. Every time he's inside the court, behind the ball, his entire body goes into the body goes into the shot, and you can literally see the ball exploding through the court.
Yeah. Now Goffin 0 of 2 on break point conversions. First serve prowls out of play. Past the service line on the deuce side to be exact. It's a second serve deuce game. Musetti up 2-love over Goffin on Armstrong. Long extension, pulverized into the ball, gets the drop shot. It goes into the net from Musetti. Goffin, fortuitous for him because he would have been late coming up to the net. Has another chance to break, Patricia. And these are the moments that you know as a coach and former player, tutor a lot of players out there, you know that Goffin cannot waste these moments.
No, definitely, especially he lost his serve early on. He needs to capitalize this game. You don't want to go down love 3.
Yep, he's 0 of 3 on break points so far. Here's another Goffin trying to make it 1-2. First one flares out of play off of the serve. It was a T serve attempted by Musetti. Bounces the ball 3 times, swings side to side, left hand on top of the right for Goffin, returning, has the split step. Patricia, short take back, flat backhand, good to the one-handed backhand. Musetti outside of the court, the forehand missed by Goffin. You mentioned the fitness, and the footwork was stale, in my opinion, there from Goffin. It's a deuce game.
Yeah, it's a shot a little bit off the center line. He chooses to hit with the forehand, but just didn't get his feet out of the way around enough, and he got jammed. He's gesturing like the ball in his body.
It's another deuce game, another miss for Goffin. He's now a goose egg. A frugal 0 of 4 on break points converted. Musetti just broke Goffin. If you're tuning in, he's serving now to go up 3-love, but this is a deuce game, second-round matchup on Armstrong. Into the forehand, Goffin's there. Musetti thought about coming in, goes back, Goffin darts to his right with the forehand. On the run, Musetti goes up the line, Goffin with the backhand. Outside, Musetti, backhand slice, Goffin, forehand volley. Musetti trying to get there, no. Frames it out of play. Well done by Goffin to come in, and yes, it's his 5th break chance against Musetti here.
Took the ball so early and transitioned beautifully at the net, closed out that volley beautifully, moving his feet. No, that is more something that Goffin is probably not too comfortable in playing, but I feel like if he wants to win this match, he needs to take more risk like that.
Yeah, no problem with me coming to the net there for Goffin. 1 of 3 on break points converted, and it's another break chance, his 5th of the match. It is an ace answer to Patricia's point a moment ago with that serving prowess by Musetti. It's another deuce game. The serve came in, Patricia, at 128.
Dave, the last 4 serves on the ad went to the T side. And his box, I'm hoping his box would pick that up and give Goffin a little heads up. Maybe take one step to the right, taking the tee away.
It is a deuce game here for Musetti and Goffin. Blocked back off of the flat backhand by Goffin, and Musetti takes advantage on a serve +1. Went deuce side deep and good to the right of Goffin, who had no play. And just like that, a flip of the coin, Patricia. It is a game point for Musetti to go up 3-love.
Great technical play from Musetti. Took a bit of pace off from his serve. Kicked it, just to make sure to get that first serve in, and then right away, very quickly, he pounded on that short return.
First one crashes into the backhand. It's a flat one and good by Goffin. A chance here to hold for Musetti to go up 3-love. Goffin goes right down the middle, paints the service box on the deuce side. Musetti's there, and it's a forehand miss by Goffin, who's had a lot of trouble. He's 0 of 5 on break points. Musetti is calm. He takes control and is up 3-0 over Goffin here on Armstrong. We will step aside. More to come on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Coming up, we will check inside Arthur Ashe Stadium for the women's singles match of Iga Swiatek against Susan Lamens. All that is coming up next. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. From the USTA, Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome back to Day 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open. We're going to pause on our coverage inside Louis Armstrong Stadium and get set for the matchup inside Arthur Ashe Stadium to start Day 5, Patricia, a women's singles second-round match in the first ever meeting between the 2022 U.S. Open champ and world number 2 Iga Swiatek against Susan Lamens, 26 from the Netherlands. We're about to get our on-court interviews underway. Let's hear from Lamens first inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. As she comes in 66 on the WTA Tour, she beat Valerie Glasman 4-2 to get to the second round. Winner's going to have a spot in the third round here at the U.S. Open. It's going to be either against Kalinskaya or Putintseva in the third round. As we're awaiting that interview with Lamens, coming off a first-round loss to Wang Xingyu in Cleveland. Also fell in the first round in Cincinnati as well. It'll be a big one against Iga Swiatek, the six-time Grand Slam champion.
Welcome the players for today's
All right, being told no interviews, so we'll just have the walkouts here.
From the Netherlands, making her Arthur Ashe Stadium debut, Susan Lamens.
Here's Lamens coming out in her Mizuno gear, waving to the crowd here on Ashe. Beautiful 72-degree early afternoon.
And from Poland, 2022 U.S. Open champion, Iga Swiatek.
And the baritone voice of one Andy Taylor brings on Iga Swiatek, who beat Emiliana Arango 1-2 in the first round. Patricia, like I said, a daunting task, in my opinion, for Lamens to go up against Swiatek, who seemingly is rolling here on hard courts.
Daunting task, but what a great opportunity. You know, it's not every day you get to play on the one of the largest arena in the world. This is a good chance. I mean, you can either look at either way, right? Obviously, it's not the best draw for a second round, but who is? They're all tough. They're all good. But just to see where you are against the number one in the former number one in the world, and from there you take something away from it. Now we know anything can happen. Anything can happen, but by ability-wise, by level-wise, I will have to give a one-sided match to Swiatek.
Now, reading up on Lamens, and she often says that she does very well. She's adept defensively, and I think she'll need that defense today. But what I'm curious with her game plan is, how do you turn defense into offense when you play a player, especially how the forehand and the serve is dialing from Iga Swiatek?
But that's a dangerous game against Swiatek, to defense, right? She's a defender herself and the best in the game. So if my suggestion would be do variations. When you play against somebody, you can't just go toe-to-toe with them because they're the better of the two. Do a little drop shot, do a little slice, come on in a little bit, take a ball a little earlier, rushing Swiatek. That is all you can do. Be unpredictable.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. Again, the first U.S. Open main draw appearance. You're hearing Arnaud Gadas in our microphones. He's the chair going over the instructions here pre-match. Lamens 26 from the Netherlands. The Dutch player ranked 66 on the WTA Tour. She is the top-ranked Dutch player on the WTA Tour. Aranska Rus, remember her, she fell in qualifying outside the top 100 at 131. They have another player from the Netherlands, Hartono, at 187. More importantly, which has been a theme at the U.S. Open, there are several of these players, Patricia, that we've documented throughout our previous shows with Prim. It's the first U.S. Open main draw appearance. She fell in qualifying last year and also in 22. So you mentioned a moment ago, and rightfully so, the learning experience of Lamens getting out there. Zach Svita the other day, first time playing on Ashe. How do you take away, regardless of this is Swiatek winning 1-1, and hopefully it's a closer in the mind of Lamens, but what are the takeaways here that you think go through the mind of a player playing against the six-time Grand Slam champion Swiatek?
Well, I can tell you, confidently when they look at the draw, they're like, oh my goodness,
yeah,
right? Because you're playing, one of the best in the world. But, her team, this is a time when her team needs to remind her, you're here because you have the ability. You earned to be here, and just trust the training. It is the training. It's a never-ending progress for even the number one in the world, where we saw Sabalenka last night in that first set struggled, right. And she got very negative on herself because whether she's expected to be challenged or not, there's always growth to be made from every match, and regardless where you stand.
Well said. Again, this is the bottom half of the draw in women's singles. If you're just tuning in, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sarepapat, and our entire crew, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Just one update on the matchup. We started our play-by-play coverage over on Armstrong. Goffin finally got a game. He did hold at 3-1 in the fourth game of the first set. Some other scores around the grounds for the first time. Rublev is up the break on Tristan Boyer, the wild card from the United States, 5-3 for Rublev. Noskova up 5-2 over Eva Lees of Germany. And also some doubles are taking place around the grounds as well. Also, Coleman Wong is down a break to Adam Walton of Australia. That's on court 10. Maria Sakkari, who's been up and down, has gone far here at the U.S. Open a couple years ago over Anna Bondar up the break, 4-2 for Sakkari. Patricia, that one on court 7.
Well, there are a lot of matches. And Dave, I want to do a shout out to our qualifiers and our wild cards because, they're the ones that are more of the challenger levels and not getting straight in. So, you got the Coleman Wong who qualified and won a round, and he's now in the second round. And you have School Kate, who was from Australia, who is a wild card coming in and won a 5-setter yesterday.
And he's playing Bublik. So, like I said in the preview show, that's one that I'm going to have my eye on. All right, we'll take another timeout, Patricia. When we return, we'll have the play-by-play call of Susan Lamens against Iga Swiatek. Prim Siripipat will be updating us for the matchup of Musetti and Gofan as well. But Ash play-by-play is next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Bienvenue à tous. Merci d'avoir écouté. Thank you for tuning in to my friends in France and listening from all around the world. This is, of course, a global production. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat, and our entire crew. We are inside Arthur Ashe Stadium on this 72-degree afternoon. You're listening to us on US Open app, usopen.org, Sirius XM, searching US Open Tennis on the app or on channel 982. Tune in worldwide or pick up an Amex radio. If you're coming on site, we welcome you to our coverage on Ash. Susan Lamens going up against the 2-seed Iga Swiatek. It will be Iga Swiatek serving to get this one underway. First serve rams into the middle of the net will be a second serve here for Swiatek. looking to make her 6th straight U.S. Open third round. Last year she fell in the quarters to Jessica Pegula. Swoops it inside to the forehand of Lamens, who's there deep into the deuce side. Forehand inside out Swiatek. Lamens, with her beautiful defensive play, gets there in a hurry, and it's a backhand miss, Patricia, by Swiatek at love 15.
Lamens has this extreme forehand, Dave, that you will see a lot of topspin from her. She loves to stay on the back. Her shot tolerance is not going to be a problem. But like we said earlier, she cannot just play from the defense position.
Of course, this is a second-round women's singles matchup to start our day session on Ash. Important to note, this year moved up, in case you're wondering, from about a noon Eastern start time to 11:30. Following this, world number 1 Jannik Sinner against Alexei Popyrin made a deep run last year at the U.S. Open, taking the forehand on the rise. Lamens answered by Swiatek deep into the deuce side with the heavy Western grip. It's a forehand missed as a result of that grip and thrashing forehand by Swiatek. The miss Lamens, and it's 15 all.
Lamens, a challenge really is how to get settled early on in this set, so she doesn't give Swiatek too much of a lead, because Swiatek is such a front runner. So if she gets ahead, the match is almost over.
Short take back Swiatek, booms into the ball, answer with a backhand, Patricia, here by Lamens. Forehand Swiatek up the high part of that. Lamens scurries to her left and has it. Forehand cross-court, good unit turn by Swiatek, and it's a forehand right down the middle. Lamens answers with a backhand slice, taking it on the rise with a backhand good by Iga Swiatek. Too much time, and she handled that slice beautifully, Patricia, and 30-15 Swiatek in the opening game.
Lamens really was pounding and flattening out her forehands, and it just hits the baseline. But Swiatek, with her ability of the movement, just redirect the ball so comfortably.
World number 2, Swiatek, only behind Aryna Sabalenka. She was last world number 1 back in April of 2022. Again, if you're just tuning in, Dave Lynn and Patricia He on the commentary. Prim Saripapat around the grounds. We'll check up on the Musetti Gofan match, which, by the way, Gofan did break Patricia, and it's 3 all there. Opening game on Ash. This flutters to the backhand and good on the kick serve by Swiatek. Lamens gets to her right and has it forehand cross court. Lamens, left foot in front of the right, extends. It's a beautiful ball up the line and missing, though, by Lamens. Well done by Swiatek, using the depth of the court. And she uses those angles so well. The mastery on display in this first game. It's a chance to hold for Iga at 40-15.
Well, Iga is coming with so much confidence. You can see it. She's added a lot of pop behind her serve. And, her forehand looks good. She looks in charge of the point when she's comfortable and then playing deeper. She's also comfortable flatten out her shots. That makes her, a great contestant coming in for the title, really. I see that happening.
I do, too. And you make a great point, as she just held her serve after a backhand return miss by Lamens. So it's 1-love for Swiatek. And I think it's not talked about enough, like I said, with some of the other players during our preview show, right, other than Sinner and Alcaraz, like Djokovic sometimes, and all the fitness struggles that he's having so far. But for Iga, coming off the Cincinnati win against Jasmine Paolini, coming off Wimbledon over Anisimova, I feel like it's all like Sabalenka, Coco Gauff. And yes, there are those that follow the game close that know Iga's there. But the way that we've been seeing her and documenting her play, she has been rolling out there. And I see a very confident Iga Swiatek, even though she hasn't won here since 22. I feel like this year she's going to give it a very, very good go to get back to a final.
I'm with you because, it starts with a serve. In past years, up until mid this year, she was just putting her serve in. But even technically, she's changed a bit, and now coming, her toss and the racket speed, and she's gotten stronger. That allows her to be able to swing that racket through the ball harder.
Yep, she does that. Patricia Lamens comes up to the net with a flat backhand, missing the forehand. Ankled high is Lamens, so passing enough Swiatek at love 15.
If you're going to come in, you're going to come in closer to the net. You're not going to do a whole lot getting caught in the service line like Lamens got caught in that last point.
Iga's breakout year in 22, of course. The U.S. Open title was her 7th title in 22, a season where she posted, remember, Patricia, a 37-match win streak. She misses the forehand there. From what you saw in 22 to winning Wimbledon this year and everything that's gone on in 25, what has that metamorphosis been like for Iga Swiatek from a couple years ago to this point in your eyes?
Well, I think when she first came on, well, not first time, but started exploding on the scene with the wins, her game was dictated by her ability to get a lot of balls back by placing the ball in the corner. But then she got into trouble because she really was challenged by the Sabalenkas, the hard hitters. And then she tried to step up herself. A lot of times when you are more of a defensive player, to switch from that into an offense player, you feel like you're taking a lot of risk. And it does take time. It does take time because you have to flatten out the shots, whereas, she's a great mover as we know it. And then to understand that you don't have to throw away your defense game. It's a mix and match. And I feel like she understands now that she doesn't have to give up her defense game, but she's mixing that really well, flatten it out, and then, have those loopy as well.
Yeah, and speaking of, looping the ball, she does there with the return. Lamens darts to her right, bustling to her right, up the line. Swiatek backhand slice defensive ball. Iga comes up with a swinging forehand volley, splitting the two service box very successfully, and a chance to break here for Iga Swiatek in the second game, and multiple opportunities to break at 5:40.
I watched Iga practice at the French Open, and and by just looking on the side, she wasn't doing anything spectacular. But what I noticed was the depth and where it landed, and how early she was practicing to take the ball, and that was on clay. And once she got comfortable with that, she was able to transition to grass and now onto hard court.
Yep, she's been very successful on hard courts this year with a backhand cross-court. Lamens up the line missing. It is a break for Swiatek. And to your point about Iga Swiatek on hard courts, 79% win percentage on hard courts. That's only behind, of course, on clay. She has an 87% win percentage in her young career. She just broke, and she's up 2-love over Lamens.
There's very little hold in her game when she is on. And, when she doubts herself, just like everybody else, when you doubt yourself, you're a step late. And a step late in the pro means the difference between rushing your opponent or letting them back in the point.
She's doing a beautiful job working with Wim Fissette, formerly coached a slew of players: Osaka, Kim Clijsters, Simona Halep, Azarenka, Kerber. And reading up on their partnership, Patricia, as it's right now, love 15. Lamens just got the point off of Iga serve, up 2-love if you're just joining us. Wim worked on changing the position a bit with fast forehand balls in particular. And that's a quote: changing the position with fast forehand balls.
Yeah, and we actually saw that a few times on the court, where she to change of direction with speed. In the past, she was happy to exchange cross courts, and then when she changed direction, it was too loopy. So now they're having her flatten it out and dictating, which we saw a few times what she's done so far. When she changed, she flattened it out. That allows her to move inside the court, if not to the net.
Yeah, really nice breakdown there, Patricia. 15 all. It is off the frame of the racket of Swiatek in the next exchange, off the blue frame of the Technifiber racket. Fan caught it to the crowd's delight inside ash. 9 minutes in, the point to Lamens at 15:30. This is game 3 inside ash. We'll get to some scores from around the grounds on this day 5 of the main draw in just a bit. 15:30, rocking back, tilting forward, colliding with the ball. Swiatek missing. Second serve here for Iga.
She changed her serve also, very compact.
She
just,
did.
Yeah, from the preparation in front, she takes it right up and keeping the elbows high, and then attack the ball from up in the air.
Yeah, chasing to her right shoulder instead of wheeling the ball around from her backside. Inside out forehand. Lamens backhand slice defensive shot. No, on her side. Iga using that depth beautifully off the service from that long, methodical take back. And I'm seeing this from a multitude of servers. Swiatek here, Musetti as well, with the service motion that quickly goes from the right shoulder up, then booming it down. To you, anyone better than another? What does it depend on when a server likes to shorten the take back?
Well, the short of the take back is just doing less. In past years, you have to up and down together, and then the bend of the knees, and and using that momentum up. But keeping it's a compact swing, if you will, like a forehand, for example. A big wind up that you need more time, or smaller compact forehand and returns. You see that in returns,
Sure.
right? More of a compact and then extension. So with the serve, it's a little easier on the shoulder with an abbreviated take back, and then the only thing that's left is throwing the racket at the ball.
Lamens trying to pass here to 30-all point. She gets back. It's 2 consecutive volleys by Swiatek and has it off the backhand side, about waist high to her left. And beautifully placed with her versatility of Swiatek to get to the net. And has a game point, Patricia, to go up 3-love.
I'm going to really keep an eye on Swiatek with her change of direction on the forehand, because her backhand has always been the solid side. The forehand was the side that could break down under pressure. But she's been looking really sharp with that forehand, not engaging too long of a cross-court rally, and change that direction to the down the line quickly.
40-30 point missed off the backhand wing. She was on her back left foot that time for Iga Swiatek to get it to deuce. Here against Lamens, against the top-ranked Dutch player on the women's tour. Her rise was started last year, Patricia. She won her first title in Osaka. She also reached the quarterfinals in Hong Kong and Budapest, as well as claiming a WTA 125 title in Portugal as well. She broke in the top 100 for the first time at the end of last year, around 86 in the world. So that's the player that Swiatek is going up against in her first main draw appearance at the U.S. Open. It's a deuce game. Swiatek sprays to her left but misses. Good deep shot by Lamens there, Patricia, and a chance to break for the Dutch player.
And Lamens in that point was taking the ball a little earlier, rushing Swiatek to not allow Swiatek to step in the court. And that's the risk that we said earlier, Dave, that she's going to have to take more of. Yeah. She can't just be on her heel and loop the ball all day long.
Prior to the Australian Open this year, Lamens tried and failed 8 times to reach a Grand Slam main draw. So I just want to congratulate Lamens getting here. She's in the second round right now against the world number 2. First one crashes to the left of Lamens with a backhand slice just to keep it in play. She cannot. It falls on her side. So another break point evaded by Swiatek to get it to deuce.
And that's why you want to increase the pace on your serve, that in situation where you're faced against break point, you're able to pop that ball and get a free point just like that.
Does with that service out wide on that ad side. Now back to the deuce side. Swiatek right back, brings both feet together, cradles behind the baseline, crashes into the ball, and it's a backhand miss return, a game point for Iga to go up 3-love.
Back-to-back, free points from your returns, and you have to feel confidence from that. You can get out of trouble easier, not easily.
Swiatek switches that kinetic energy from back, now forward Patricia, into the backhand, a flat one missed off the return by Lamens. So she did have a break chance, ultimately doesn't capitalize, and it's 3-love Iga Swiatek early on Ash. Let's step aside. More to come on Day 5 of U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Saripapat. We're live here, day 5 at the 2025 U.S. Open. And I am over here at Grandstand, where we've got Andrei Rublev, the 15th seed, taking on the American Tristan Boyer, the former standout at Stanford University. And Rublev is looking in pretty much control over here as he took the opening set 6-3 as he crushes a down the middle ace here. But guys, Dave Leno, Patricia He, I know you're comfortably sitting inside the U.S. Open Radio studios over by the East Gate. By the way, fans, if you're coming in, go greet Patricia and Dave over there. But when I was walking along this over across the grounds, just some little pro tips here. The La Roche-Posay activations and stands, they're handing out some free sunblock in case you come out here and you forget your sunblock, so do that. And over by the Faye stand, which is the Greek yogurt brand, they're actually handing out some free Greek yogurt. And I actually had to stop by the stand because I've never, of course, we all know the brand, Faye. I've never said it out loud, so I wanted to make sure my pronunciation was correct. And one of the attendants over there mentioned that Faye actually means to eat in Greek. So there we go. Just kind of exemplifies how global this experience is at the U.S. Open.
Well, Prim, I would love some of that. Maybe some honey deuces, the Paloma, everything. I know I caught you guys listening on the air. I know Patricia went more than a few honey deuces to start. I don't think we got any, but we're also your morning cup of coffee, our breakfast club with Patricia, Prim. I'm Dave Leno. Prim, thank you so much. We're going to continue our call inside Ash here, where Swiatek is up 3-love over Lamens. A forehand by Lamens in the midst of a 5:30 point miss by Swiatek. Left foot in front of the right, open stance. What I mean, Patricia, she misses. It's 30-all in the fourth game.
And that's okay because that is the side that breaks down under pressure as she goes deeper in the draw, and everybody knows that side. But so far, it looks pretty solid to me, Dave. Changing her direction very quickly. Yes, she misses down the line, but she needs to keep on doing that so she becomes comfortable.
Her coach, Malenkova, has done a beautiful job with Lamens, getting into her first U.S. Open main draw. However, she doubles here, Patricia, and it's a chance to break yet again for Iga. That's a situation where you're down the break already, second double. You cannot have that happen against the world number 2.
It's nerve-wracking to be playing at the stadium as it is and to not be on the board, Dave. You definitely don't want to be facing a bagel. And I'm sure, her game, she's not really showing up with her game yet. And largely due to the fact that Swiatek is not allowing her because she's taking the ball so early and flattening out her shots. And Lamens, the defensive player, is finding herself even more defensive.
Yeah. Well, she's hanging in. There's not been too many love games or 45 points. Right now, it's a deuce game. We've seen a bevy of them, Patricia, and we got to compliment Lamens, even though she's in this hole right now. If you're tuning in on Ash, she's down love 3. It's a deuce game, a very high toss. It is another double. Back-to-back doubles on this deuce side.
And you're right. A lot of these games, most of these games, were like deuces. However, those are the important points, the key points as we know it, is it makes you go ahead or keeps you on the deficit.
Yeah, for sure. Breakpoint number 2 for Swiatek to have a commanding 4-love lead over Lamens as a flat backhand return. Backs up Lamens' forehand over the high part of the net. Scaring to her right. Swiatek's there. Forehand deuce side. Good by Lamens. Forehand shanked wide by Swiatek. Deep into the deuce side. Went opposite way to the right of Lamens and missed poorly to get us to deuce.
A very ambitious forehand from Swiatek from the forehand corner. She wanted to crush that ball and hit a winner out of that. As a result, missed it way wide.
Yep. So it's another deuce game. Lamens serving at love 3. Quality toss, leans back with power, brings the both feet together, powers into the ball. Swiatek there off the return. Flat backhand, good by Lamens. Backhand inside, in by Swiatek. Lamens gets there in a hurry. She plunges to her left. Swiatek now on the opposite side. Flat backhand, cradles the outside service box. Lamens is there with a forehand on the run. Slice forehand detonates into the bottom of the net by Swiatek. That's using the whole court by Lamens, and she has a game point.
so much depth from both players, and what made the difference in that last point was Lamens did this little slicey cross court and just took Swiatek off the radar, because all her shots would usually go up or deeper in the court.
Chance here to hold for Lamens to make it 1-3. Took a little bit off. It's a forehand flailed wide, and the big come on you hear in our mics by Lamens. Finally gets on the board, still down the break. Back to Swiatek service at 3-1.
And the men's threw in a few double faults in that game, where now I can see the toss makes a difference. Dave, you hear me talk about the toss all the time when it comes to the serve. It is the point where it's going to help you to be more consistent with the toss, with your service, is that toss, whether you're lefty or righty, and also the height of it. And Lamens a few times where she double faulted, the toss was way high. It was so high. It's hard to time.
You're right. It was about, I would say about 2 feet in the air. Definitely a foot higher than Swiatek, who hits a serve +1 inside in forehand winner from the middle of the court at 15-love. Quickly, Patricia, Musetti right now is up 5-4. He actually takes the first set over Goffin, as I just look at that on Armstrong. Boyer lost the first set to Rublev, as Prim was documenting. They're in set number 2. Rublev on serve at 2-1. Noskova against Lis, the 21 seed, the Czech Noskova, made a run at Wimbledon. 6-4 over Eva Lis of Germany. More scores to come. Also doubles in action for the first time. So we encourage you, if you're listening to on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, to peruse the grounds. Patricia and I love doubles. It's a great part of our game. I encourage you, because most players, Patricia, when I play back at home and I travel around the country, every time you go to a public court, you're seeing more doubles than singles. And I encourage fans that are coming to the grounds, listen to us right now on the U.S. Open app or usopen.org, to head over to the outside courts and take in the doubles.
Oh, absolutely. And here are a few tips when you come and watch doubles. Don't just watch the players, be admirable of the players, what they can do, but watch the communications together. Watch what is the net person is doing, and when they're doing the eye or those fancy positions, and watch where the serve is going that allows the net person to go left or right. But really look at the net person, because I see a lot of club players, they depend so much on their partner, and they're standing still at the net, not posing any pressure on their opponent. That's your job at the net: when to move, how to move.
I love teams that poach, teams that do I formation, teams that play the traditional doubles alignment, those that opt to stay further back. I'm always curious, as an active player, what teams do, and I know it depends a lot on the scout. Swiatek, a chance here, Patricia, to go up 4-1 at 40-15. Goes to the left in the backhand side of Lamens. Her serve missing first and foremost from Iga. Iga about to go up 4-1. She's up 40-15. Fifth game, opening set, clean toss. Clock's back. Rams forward, kicks a tee serve into the backhand. Lamens is there for it, right down the middle by Swiatek. Lamens starts to right with a forehand, high part of the net. Swiatek with a backhand, goes to the outside. Lamens gets there in a hurry. Backhand, trying to go behind Lamens, but Lamens isn't fooled and gets there from Iga. Iga opts for a backhand to the left of Lamens, ad side of the court, trading backhand rallies here. Iga has time, but first a miss for Lamens. And Swiatek, the commanding 4-1 lead over Susan Lamens. More to come on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Just past noon Eastern in the United States, here in New York, wherever you're listening around the world, we welcome you. The U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Bienvenuti a tutti to my friends in Italy. Listening and following that Musetti match. Musetti up 6-4 over Goffin. And it took that first set. They're about to begin the second as well. Also checking up on the Skova match, up 6-4 over Lise, and you said there was a medical timeout on that matchup over on court number 5, Patricia.
Yeah, Lise actually asked for medical timeout that when she walked off the court, but, I'm not seeing any wrapping around her, so it must be in an area that they cannot take care of.
More of the outer courts. Walton lost in a first-set breaker to Coleman Wong, won 7-5 in the breaker to be exact. They're about to start the second on court 10. Next to that, near court 11, Alexandrova is one game away from moving on to the third round, the 13th seed over Wang Xingyu. She took the opening set 6-2, up 5-2 in the second. So she could be our first player today on day 5, Patricia, to go to the third round.
I tell you, it's just admirable, these players. And you know what? I have to say this. I don't think I've ever been to a tournament where 6 days in a row with great playing conditions.
Mm-hmm.
The humidity, it's under
great.
50. Yeah, it's like the 30s, 40s. But this is very pleasant. Other than that night that we had, talked about where Djokovic was playing and was very humid, that was a challenge physically for him, which is unusual.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking a lot about it on U.S. Open Radio yesterday. Unfortunate for Jack Draper having to pull out. We've seen a couple retirements in matches. Remember Parisas Diaz in the first day on the women's side. After that, Semi Korda right to Cam Norrie in that first round matchup.
Jack Draper.
And led off with Draper.
Yeah, but that's not weather related. Those
that's
are injuries.
No,
right.
Correct.
Those are injuries just really from a strenuous schedule.
Correct. The weather has been good. You're right on. We're not getting those 95, 100-degree days, and hopefully we avoid them at the U.S. Open. So chance for Swiatek to break at love, and she does successfully, Patricia, at 5-1, that commanding lead over Lamens, who held at 3-love to get on the board at 3-1. Another break for Swiatek, and as a result, Patricia, Iga Swiatek, the 2022 U.S. Open champ, will be serving for the opening set.
And you know what also, occurred to me? Last year, I remember Swiatek was trying to get more power in her shots and, of course, serve. And she hit the gym, and it was very noticeable on her legs, and she bulked up her legs. But I noticed, not that I know she's working, in training physically, she's in great physical shape, but her legs are very trimmed. Very trimmed. And oftentimes, that's what I'm saying, you don't always have to hit the gym to get strong. That extra muscles actually can slow you down. But, a lot of the players are working with medicine balls, resistance bands to get that power. Yeah. So the entire, not the evolution, just the evolution of tennis changed, also the way players are training to get fit.
Yeah, no, I love that. I think the flexibility only helps, right, with the resistance bands, putting on, some weight, strengthen that core as well. Footwork really adept from all these players we're seeing out there on day 5, Patricia. 30 love point. And the forehand is wailed long in the exchange by Iga. Taking on Lamens. If you're just tuning in, it's Dave Leno, Patricia He, Canadian Olympian, top player. Patricia, your deepest run at the U.S. Open, quarterfinals? Quarterfinals. Do you remember that like it was yesterday?
Like yesterday, just because I played an American and the whole stadium, you feel the whole stadium. You're playing against the whole country.
Yeah. 15 points. Forehand slice return missing from Lamens at 40-15. Well, we've documented, right, when Coco takes the court, Ben Shelton and your, player from another country. We saw that we touched on a lot about in the preview Breakfast Club show with Taylor Townsend on the outer courts against Yelena Ostapenko. This is a set point for Swiatek. First serve rams Patricia into the side of the net. Be a second serve for Iga, about to take the first set. She's up 5-1 and up 40-15 in the 7th game of the opening set. She cradles back. It's a good low toss over a black hat. Kicks into the backhand there of Lamens. Forehand inside out. Good by Iga. Lamens with a forehand deep. And scurrying to her right, Swiatek is there on a set point. Forehand slice by Swiatek. Inside forehand. Good by Lamens. Backhand here on the run by Swiatek. Good topspin right to the middle. Clips off the tape. Good for Lamens. Iga with a chance. Backs up with a backhand. Inside Lamens. Gets there on a defensive ball, but missing. And a terrific, confident first set for Iga Swiatek, taking it 6-1 over Lamens to get it started on Ash.
A comfortable set for Swiatek, continues to go out after her shots.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a beautiful day 5 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Sripapat. Picture perfect day. I am over at Grandstand, where we are watching the 15th seed Andrei Rublev take on the American, former standout at Stanford University, Tristan Boyer. Boyer is making his first appearance in the second round here at the U.S. Open. A bit of an outmatch here, as Rublev has a commanding 6-3, 5-2 lead, just 4 points away from jumping out to 2-0 lead. And Dave, Leno, Patricia, he in the studio, one thought that comes to mind, I mean, Rublev is obviously a veteran out on the ATP Tour versus Boyer, who's just trying to make his way on there and getting his feet wet. But, I mean, Rublev has really proven himself in big events and on the big stage. He's reached the quarterfinals at Grand Slams 10 times across his career. But the question becomes, will he ever make that next step and level up and be able to be in the Final Four? But right now, Rublev has a commanding 6-3, 5-2 lead. And if you look at the stats here, 9 aces were for Rublev so far, and winning 85% of the points on his first serve alongside 19 winners. And hopefully that stat sheet sums it up for you guys.
Thank you so much, Prim. Tristan Boyer, it's a familiar face to me on the Challenger Tour. And Prim, you nailed it. You know, to transition from the Challenger Tour, onto the ATP Tour, of course, the Grand Slam, it's a huge jump. And I believe Boyer came in as a wild card, and to take advantage of, with that first round win. I have to say, Tristan is one of the hardest workers I've ever witnessed. I was in Portugal, and he every day he's had 3 sessions on the court. If he had no match, it was 3 sessions. It was always with a trainer and a coach, and they're always doing a lot of movement on the court. And it was the clay court season. And if he had a match, for sure he was coming back out after the singles match. So it's good to see him taking advantage of the situation with a wild card. That will help him moving forward, perhaps ease into transition more onto the tour.
Patricia, he came in unranked in March of 2023, broke inside the top 500 that very year, cracked into the top 200 last year, and that's the rise of the Stanford product, to both you and Prim's point. I just want to quickly bring up a match that unfortunately is in the books. You mentioned the medical timeout to Eva Lise. She's out. She retired 3 games in. in the second set. So that means Noskova is moving on to the third round. That's unfortunate
That's
for
very
Lise.
unfortunate. Yes, and they still have many tournaments left this for the rest of this year. I hope it. Obviously it was serious enough for her to not to continue, but I wish her a speedy recovery for the rest of this year.
Yeah. So hate to see that. Let's pick up the play-by-play of this matchup on Grandstand that we're talking about in Boyer against Rublev. Here's the update on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Boyer is up. Boyer dropped the first set 3-6. It is Rublev up now 5-3 and serving for the second set. Boyer, we're seeing, just held against Rublev. So Andre up the set and the break here against Boyer over on Grandstand. There's a terrific crowd on hand in the third largest stadium here at our complex, the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. The first return is scuffed by Boyer opposite the chair. 15-love for Rublev.
The thing that goes into your mind when you're playing a top player like Rublev is, where do I stand? Can I stand toe to toe on the ground stroke rallies? Because Boyer has very hard ground strokes. He's got very good serve. This is his gauge to where his level is.
Missing off the backhand wing, Rublev on the ad side of the court, 15-all. Again, Rublev up a set and a break. And I agree with Prim's comment a moment ago. It's been the Achilles heel for Rublev, who's had a very long and stellar career, but to get over a quarterfinal at a major.
But you know what? He, as we've seen, right? He can go off the handle with his emotions.
Yes.
I think, and that's a big part of him not making that breakthrough, because he you got to have to calm. You want to be feisty on the court for sure, and you want to show some emotions, but he goes overboard and he's self-destruct.
At a 30-15 point, Boyer clasps that ball into the middle of the net. It's a set point here for Rublev to go up 2-0 over Boyer. Ball to the throat of the head racket, rocks back, cradles forward. First one rushes into the middle of the net. Again, a 40-15 point here for the 15 seed Rublev over Tristan Boyer. Rocks back, powers into the ball. Backhand good by Boyer at a set point for Rublev, and it's a backhand miss by Boyer. Rublev takes the opening 2 sets, 3-3, and is a set away from marching on to the third round.
I mean, you have to appreciate the spectacular timing from Rublev's racket. He hits a pretty flat ball, but he also can take it early, which is a combination of taking time away from your opponent plus pace and rushing your opponent, giving him no time to adjust to you.
Yeah, Rublev's last quarterfinal appearance at a major was 2024 Australian Open, going up against Boyer, who beat James Duckworth, who's always a tough out with his longevity on tour. That was in straight sets. Andre got past Prismic in straight sets 4-4-4. Remember, he did play in the mixed doubles championship as well. Made the quarterfinals. In the end, fell to the Italians. So we'll see. Rublev, who last made the quarterfinals, lost to Medvedev here in 2023. Last year made the round of 16, losing to Dimitrov in that one. And we wish Grigor all the best, who had to withdraw from the U.S. Open due to injury, from that pec injury from Wimbledon. Boy, what would that have been right if he got through to the final instead of Sinner?
Only if, right? But you know what, Dave? You mentioned the mixed doubles during the fan week. It was a bold move because, it's typically players, the top players anyways, they don't play mixed doubles. But also know this, the week before a slam, a lot of the top players don't play tournaments because they want to go to the site early to get used to the courts. And therefore, they play the mixed doubles. It was there, a little fun, a little competition, and practices and court time.
And I loved it. And I think the competition is only going to grow. Let's take the time out. We'll continue part of our exciting Day 5 coverage, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships with Patricia He, Dave Leno, Prim Saripapat, Jaime Colon, our engineer on the ones and twos. We are now cradled inside Stadium 17, one of my favorite, most intimate courts of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, where the fans are right on the action. Haddad Maia up 6-1. We see Golubic just take the game. Here 4-3 now, and that means Haddad Maia 2 games away, Patricia, and moving on to the third round at the U.S. Open, last year's quarterfinalist here.
She is such an aggressive player, always taking the offense, always dictating shots. And Dave, you're right, that's a very intimate court. And I love that mini stadium, the echo. Somehow that court provides more echo than any court I know of.
It's one of my favorites in that it reminds me of the old grandstand that is next, what we're looking at here, the new Louis Armstrong Stadium. And when I'm there, after a shift and I'm watching, you can just get the sense that you're right on the court with the players.
Yeah, and I think for the audience, the spectators, it's really, you have a better feel when you're closer to the courts. As I mentioned earlier yesterday, it's a rare time that I actually venture out to the courts just because there's so many people.
Yep.
But, I went to watch Mayuka Uchijima yesterday playing Krejcikova. And, of course, next to her was this court that Bonzi was playing. Not a seat available.
Wow.
Not a seat left or right.
I love that. And
but I don't. I know you do. It's a great atmosphere. I do agree with that.
Yep.
Yes.
These tennis fans, that they first get off the train to our right from the East Gate, from the 7 train or the Long Island Railroad or wherever they're coming from or driving in. And when the gates open at about 9:30 a.m. local time, everybody runs to their favorite side court, those that are not reserved seating. And I just love that. I used to do that as a fan here, so I appreciate that diligence to put that alarm early in the morning, right, wherever you're coming from. And we have fans coming also, not just from the New York metropolitan area, as you know, all around the world fans come. I meet so many people from all walks, and I think that's what tennis does in the U.S. Open. It brings everybody together, and it's really special.
Right. You're right. You know what? Wimbledon is known for this line that miles long before the gates open.
Yep.
And visually you see that. Now, you and I don't come in that early, and I just wondered, how long, because I have heard the line is very long to get
long,
in.
and today I was here early. It was out towards the boardwalk off the trains, adjacent to where the Mets play in baseball, for those that aren't familiar. You have the Met Stadium, the 7 train, then you have the Long Island Railroad going from west to east, and then you have the USTA site.
I was going to say, because
it's
we have many
entrances,
but we have many entrances, right?
Yep.
There's one by the Globe also.
Correct.
Yep. So it's just, but it's so fantastic to bring everyone in all over the world, to appreciate what these players are. It's entertainment. I call this entertainment. And I know when I was on the tour and we were told what we do was entertainment. And it took a while to understand that, because in our eyes, we're athletes.
That's why I think a lot of the mixed doubles was transformative, innovative, and altered a little bit. All right, let's pick up the play-by-play, Patricia, inside Stadium 17. Haddad Maia up the set and the break 4-3. Forehand is golfed a little bit wide here by Golubic. 30 love for Haddad Maia, making her 5th main draw appearance at the U.S. Open. I mentioned she was a quarterfinalist. She lost to, we called a lot of matches, you and I, of Karolina Muchova, still alive here at the Open, and Muchova did advance to the semis last year. Hard to believe. For those that aren't familiar with Haddad Maia, the Brazilian, 22nd Grand Slam appearance. Best result was a semifinal at 2023 Roland Garros. Lefty serve, crashes into the side of the net. Ball crew collects, goes into a crouched stance. Now opts to stand up to the right of the chair. Again, we're on 17. Haddad Maia up 6-1 in the first. Up 4-3 in the break. 30 love, 8th game. Second set, Golubic steps up, runs around the back, and it's the forehand return. Inside-in forehand, good from the lefty, Haddad Maia. Golubic, one-handed backhand, right in the middle, backs up Haddad Maia, who's there to his left. Haddad Maia with another forehand to the one-handed backhand, up the line by Golubic, successful. Backhand, good, Haddad Maia. Backhand goes to the backhand of Golubic, right into the middle of the court. Lengthy rally here. Backhand slice, the variety by Golubic. Haddad Maia fights it off to her right. She plunges to her left. Forehand slice, good by Golubic. Backs up Haddad Maia over the high part of the net. Backhand slice by Golubic at side of the court. It's open for Haddad Maia. If she goes off of the forehand wing, she does. Forehand slice, Haddad Maia. Over to the forehand, down the line by Golubic. Forehand slice, good Haddad Maia. Runs off Haddad Maia's Golubic. She steps up, lets the ball bounce in the outside service box. Forehand Haddad Maia up the line. Good for Haddad Maia. What a point there. That was beautiful all around and lengthy.
What an exciting point for all to witness. Haddad Maia was in all sorts of trouble, and she anticipated correctly, Dave. Right before Golubic hit that inside out, Haddad Maia already moved to her left and was able to hit to an open court winner.
And the Brazilian fans love that as she hooked it up the line over the high part of that, raised her right hand, her palm in the air. That was the longest shot. Longest rally at 33 shots. 33, Patricia.
They have got to be winded, but they only have 20 seconds to get back into the next point.
Beautiful points. Love I like to watch, not play in those type of rallies. And a love hold here for Haddad Maia. At least she's attempting to. First serve, wheels a little bit long. Be a second serve for Haddad Maia. Beat Sonia Cardle, who made a run at Wimbledon in round one. She won that one in three. Haddad Maia lost the second set in that first round matchup, but prevailed 6-1 in the third. Slow kick serve into the forehand of Golubic, who's there outside of the court. Inside out forehand long. It is that love hold, and that means, Patricia, Beatrice Haddad Maia is a game away from moving on to the third round at the U.S. Open.
And Haddad Maia got away with that weak serve, but she makes up with her ground strokes. And Golubic just did not look to me like she wanted another lengthy point.
So while we're waiting the serve of Golubic, I want to give an update on the Musetti Goffin match in Armstrong. Musetti captured the first at 6-4, up the double break for love over Goffin for the number 10 seed. Boyer and Rublev. Boyer is down 2 sets as we documented. Iga Swiatek up a set and a break over Lamens. That one on Ash. Back to that a little bit later. We're on Stadium 17. Dave Leno, Patricia He, and you. Prim Saripapat around the grounds. Haddad Maia misses a forehand. Golubic gets the point. 9th game, second set, and 15 love. Then you're listening to the server down the set and the break in the second. She's at the summit. Forehand caterpillars off the net. Answer with a backhand slice outside of the court. Haddad Maia, left foot in front of the right, has another backhand slice for the Brazilian. Into the forehand of Golubic, up the line. Haddad Maia plunges to her left, swooping one-handed backhand. Good by Golubic. She's camped down to the outside of the court. Haddad Maia darts to her right with a backhand. Plenty of pace. Just grazes that right over the service line on the deuce side. Golubic on the rise. Forehand. Haddad Maia as Golubic comes with a backhand slice. Haddad Maia trying to pass Golubic. Half volley. Good for Golubic. Well done, the transition to the net.
Another long rallies. Love the Golubic with her one-handed backhand. You don't see a lot in women's tennis, but she times it beautifully. Deep shots with a slice, hitting over, coming forward. Not a powerful player, but uses the court well.
Golubic lost in the first round last year at the U.S. Open to Badoza. Best round was in the quarterfinals at Wimbledon in 2021. Good serve +1 by Golubic. Forehand inside in, taking it on the rise. Left shoulder and arm were extended over right. She thrashed forward, and she's looking for the love hold.
Yeah, that forehand down the line is lethal when she times it. Not a lot of topspin on it. Actually, there's a bit of side spin veering off the court.
First serve wails a little bit long. Gets swooped out of play into the doubles alley. Golubic looking for the love hold to make it 4-5. Means Haddad Maia would serve for the match. But first, it's a forehand up the line and the return winner by Haddad Maia. And you heard it from the chair. Now 40-15.
Haddad Maia just punished that 67 miles an hour second serve down into the corner for a winner.
She defeated Basson in round 1 to get to the second round at the U.S. Open for the first time, by the way, Patricia, for Golubic. A second serve for her. An hour and 24 minutes have gone by on 17. Day 5 of the U.S. Open. Golubic against Haddad Maia runs her out of backhand, but she misses off the return. Golubic gets the hold, and we'll take the quick timeout when we return. Haddad Maia serving for the match on U.S. Open Radio, proudly presented by American Express. Just past 12:30 Eastern Time here in New York, nestled in the United States. You're listening to the voices of Dave Leto, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat around the grounds. Jaime Colon, our engineer this morning. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. On Stadium 17, Beatriz Haddad Maia is serving for the match to go into the third round. Before she gets there, Sakari won her match over Bondar 3-1. Nuskova won 4 in love because Ivelisse retired 3 games into the second set. Alexandrova won 2-2 over Wang Xingyu, and Kalinskaya won 1-5 over Putintseva. Kalinskaya will play the winner of Lamens and Swiatek. Haddad Maia serving for the match against Golubic. Into the forehand of Golubic for Haddad Maia, up 6-1, 5-4 the second, taking it on the rise. Haddad Maia off the top of the tape. It's fortuitous for Golubic. Falls on the side of the server at love 15 in a must-break situation, Patricia, for Victoria Golubic.
A very tight point from Haddad Maia. She just pushed that serve in the middle of the court at 70 miles, really hard on it, but she just slowed it down. I just wondered if the first tightness, closing out the match is always the hardest, as we know.
You know, I saw in the last service game, to your point, that Haddad Maia was just kicking in these serves, spinning them in. That one was at 84 from the mid-70s. In the midst of a love 15 point, Golubic with a good unit-turn forehand about belt high, thrashes it to the forehand of Haddad Maia, who backs up 5 steps. Patricia deep beyond the baseline, hits an inside-out forehand. Golubic on there with a forehand, cradles into the service box on the due side. Haddad Maia with the sprinter, forehand up the line. Too good from Golubic. How about this at love 30?
Yeah, Haddad Maia just playing very defensive tennis when you're about to close in a set, or you want to be more of the offensive, and that's how she broke Golubic in that last game, was being an aggressor of the two.
You can hear the Brazilians up and at him on 17. Again, their player, Haddad Maia, the 18 seed in a love 30 hold. However, she is the one, Patricia, serving for the match, up 6-1, 5-4. Inside-out forehand, good to the forehand of Golubic, who's playing with a lot of confidence right now. Takes it on the rise with a forehand, cross-court. Haddad Maia gets there, the lefty, with a forehand. The backhand slice of Golubic. Moves Haddad Maia with a flat backhand, and leads to a backhand slice. Golubic, outside of the court, opts for a traditional one-handed backhand into the Haddad Maia backhand now. It's a flat one from her. Forehand slice by Golubic, attesting to her variety. Haddad Maia gets her on the move. It's a backhand miss by Golubic. You can hear the jubilation and relief for the fans on 17 at 5:30 in the game.
And both players in that point was being very stubborn, just making another ball in, not taking any chances. It was up to Haddad Maia to step up to that shortest backhand that she went up the line for a winner.
Again, Haddad Maia took the opening set 6-1, 5-4. She is down 5-30 in the 10th game of the second set. She's won 78% of her first service points, but what Patricia and I are documenting to you, she's taking a lot off on the serve here to just spin them in. She does it here very late in this match at 68, Patricia there, and a 5:30 point has the half volley. No, she misses. It's a pass successful for Golubic and chances to break at 5:40 to get it to 5-all.
And that point was just a bit strange. Haddad Maia had a relatively deep shot. She wanted to be offensive, but that's not the time because by the time she transitioned to the net, Dave, she did not even reach to the service line.
These serves are getting slower and slower. She's muttering some words of encouragement. We're seeing Haddad Maia to her box, but it's double break point for Golubic to get it to 5-all. Remember, she fell 1-6 in the first set. Has the forehand return good to the pink shoes of Haddad Maia, who gets there anyhow with a forehand into the backhand. The one-handed backhand, good. Into the service box on the ad side for Golubic. Haddad Maia goes up the line. Golubic plunges to her right, clips off the line, but she gets it out anyhow. Inside forehand by Haddad Maia with the forehand slice volley, good. Golubic went outside, didn't fool Haddad Maia at 30-40. Another break chance for the Swiss Golubic.
So playing more from an offensive position, Haddad Maia, and she looks at her box for encouragement, and that's exactly what they're telling her. Be aggressive, to play to dictate, and that's when she does that, she's in a much better position.
30-40 here. Break chance for Golubic to make it 5-all. See where the serve comes in now from Haddad Maia, shrugs her shoulders. She bounces the ball 5 times, ball to the third of her racket. A big moment for the returner, Golubic, to get it to 5-all. The one-handed backhand, the serve came in at 63, 5 miles less than the previous time, Patricia. On a break chance for Golubic. Haddad Maia goes right at Golubic's forehand. Golubic answers right down the middle. So does Haddad Maia. Haddad Maia goes right at Golubic on a safety shot. Backhand good. Outside by Haddad Maia. Backhand slice Golubic into the net. Wow. 2 break points saved by Haddad Maia, and the crowd loves that. It's deuce.
Both players do not want to hit out on the ball. It was waiting to see who is just going to give it to them.
Listen to them on 17. They're encouraging the Brazilian Haddad Maia. Battling the nerves. The serves have gotten slower, lengthier here as this second set has waned. Deuce game now into the forehand. Golubic there emphatically steps up and rips another forehand at the forehand of the lefty. Haddad Maia runs around the back and hits the forehand long. Golubic and a big and that means it's match point for Haddad Maia.
Both players continue to not hit out on this shot, understandably at this later stage. But Haddad Maia, Dave, you're right with that serve. It just gets slower and slower. You know, she wants to get that first ball in, and that's fine, but maybe place it a little bit, making Golubic stretch a little bit.
Match point for the 18 seed Haddad Maia. Jousting with Golubic. She rocks back. She doesn't like something in the crowd. It might have been a bird going through 17, so she apologizes to Golubic. She'll go at it again. Match point for Haddad Maia, who cradles back, rocks forward, belts into the ball. The forehand in by Golubic off of her return. Haddad Maia there, forehand on the deuce side. Haddad Maia plunges to her right and gets there. Into the backhand of Golubic that sails well long. And Haddad Maia, last year's U.S. Open quarterfinalist, is into the third round at the U.S. Open, winning 6-1, 6-4 over Victoria Golubic.
She has to be very happy to be moving on to the next round for Haddad Maia. She stayed in the point, not the best way to end the shot, but got the match.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a fantastic day here, day 5 at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. And we have the crowd clapping here, well, for both players, really. I'm Prim Sripapat, and we're live over at Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm sitting courtside in the whisper section. And I'm sitting right next to the 10th seed, Lorenzo Musetti, who's really got a commanding lead in the second round match against the veteran 34-year-old Belgian player, David Goffin. After winning the opening set 6-4, Musetti bageled Goffin. Unfortunately for Goffin, he was able to get on the board and break early here in the third set. And with an ace, he's got a 30-15 lead here. So, but really the story of the headline, as I bring in Dave Leno and Patricia He, who are in studio over by the East Gate. And if you're over there, make sure you give them a warm hello and wave. But guys, I think the storyline with this one is Musetti is playing some of his best tennis of his life. The first time he's coming into the U.S. Open as a top 10 seed. If he does, in fact, win this match and stays course, that's going to be one of the questions that I pose to him is, what does it feel like? How is it different coming into the final slam of the year as a top 10 seed?
Well, we saw that first set early on, didn't we? That Musetti was 3-love, and then Goffin tied it to 3-all. But then since then, after losing that first set, it's all Musetti. Is that because Musetti's just picking up like his level, and then Goffin just cannot keep up?
Yeah, I think that's very much the case. I mean, Musetti is known kind of for his grinding ability, and as he's kind of dictating the court right now, and hits his one-handed backhand, tries to go for down the line, misses it in the net. Not exactly what he had hoped. But I think, you know, what we saw over the course of this season, he didn't have a great hard court swing, as we all saw. You know, suffered some early exits in the 3 consecutive hard court tournaments leading up to the U.S. Open. But during clay court season, he was playing some of his best tennis. Right, we saw him reach the finals at Monte Carlo, semifinals at Rome, and also Roland Garros. So Dave, yeah, it's just a matter of can he carry some of that momentum into this year's U.S. Open.
Prim, if you recall, though, Goffin had multiple break point opportunities early on in this match. What was it, Patricia? Like 5 in the beginning, couple of service games on Musetti.
Yes.
In that first set, he couldn't finish. And I know that's early and it's hindsight, but Prim and Patricia, that could have been a difference maker early on.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the first and the second service game of both on Musetti's.
You're right.
Yep.
I mean, wow. Prim, thank you so much for the update. And again, you got that honeydew paloma out there. Anything you see on the grounds, please come on by to the studio and share it with us. Maybe I know Patricia's ready for that lobster roll like we had last year. Remember that, Patricia?
Oh, absolutely. Has to be our annual thing.
All right, so let's go back inside our stadium now on this day 5 of our U.S. Open Tennis Championships. It's Dave Leno, Patricia He on the play-by-play with Prim Sripapat. And we've had a trade of breaks. And then Swiatek broke yet again as a swinging forehand volley that's successful here, stepping in between both service lines. So here's where we're at. Swiatek took the opening set 6-1. She's up the break 4-3. We're now in the 8th game, second set, and at a 30-all point with Swiatek, 2022 U.S. Open champ, 2 games away. Moving on to the third round here. Ball to the edge of the Technic fiber racket, to the left of the chair, rocks back, belts into the ball to forehand. Good by Lamens. It's first a forehand, missed by Swiatek on the next exchange after her service. And a chance again for Lamens to break for the second time in the set, Patricia.
And we've seen throughout the match that Swiatek is trying to really add more pace on all her strokes from the serve to the forehand, but that takes footwork. And then that last point after her serve, she didn't get out of the way quick enough and mishit it wide.
First serve wails into the bottom of the net from Swiatek. Again, another chance for Susan Lamens, top-ranked Dutch player on tour at 66. Chance to break to get it back on serve late in the second. Toss is good. Whips into the backhand of Lamens, who's there, getting it about ankle high. Swiatek in the middle of the court. Lamens darts toward left, plunges there, has the backhand of Iga. Backhand missed Lamens. So the break point wasted, and it's a deuce game.
And Lamens did such a great job with that return that took Swiatek had to bend her knee, crouching, scraping the ground in order to counter that hard forehand return. Did great to get out of it. The Lamens, she's got to capitalize with those returns that she is seeing better.
Lamens has had 15 unforced in the match, Patricia. It is a deuce point right down the middle. Lamens goes to the backhand. It's swooped in there. Good topspin. Now Lamens runs up to that. It's a backhand pass attempted. Lamens there has 2 consecutive backhand volleys. Lamens swinging forehand volley. Forehand slice by Swiatek. Then Lamens goes back behind the baseline. Iga thought about moving up. Then she goes back. Iga goes up the high part of the net. Lamens gets there to her right. Iga, short angle. Lamens off the court. Iga has the hold outside of the court. Lamens starts there somehow. Backhand slice does not fall in. Swiatek does it on all parts of the court and has a game point to go up 5-3.
And that point really belonged to Lamens, but got stolen by Swiatek because of her ability to defend when she's in trouble, using her angles, the higher part of the net, and flatten it out, taking the ball early.
Credit to both players on that lengthy rally, Patricia. 21-shot rally to be exact. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're on Ash. Swiatek jousting with Lamens. Swiatek captured the opening set 6-1. She's about to go up 5-3. Lamens has her left hand on top of her right, a couple steps beyond the baseline, outside of the court. First serve, crashes into the forehand. Lamens, sitter there for Swiatek. Lamens bats it back off the outside of the court. Forehand whipped and missed off that heavy Western grip by Swiatek and her on gear to deuce.
And remember, Dave, we said it, I've said it all along, that forehand side is the side that will make more errors when she feels the pressure. And we saw in this game from Swiatek that forehand, she's missing it and not stepping through the court like she was doing in that first set.
16 winners, to your point, for Iga, to 19 unforced. It is a deuce game. This one shatters into the backhand of Lamens. It's a forehand missed. You mentioned the forehand, another unforced, and another chance to break for Lamens to make it 4-all.
She did a good serve, got a ball in the middle of the court, did not move up and just stood still and just swung and rotated on the ball and making the ball dip in the bottom of the net.
Lamens jumping up in jubilation, rocking back side to side as a chance to break yet again. In fact, it's her second break point. Iga rocks back. It's a quick take back above her black head. Booms into the ball. First serve thrashes into the side of the net. Ball crew collects in the Ralph Lauren gear. The crew scurries to the baseline near the digital backdrop to the left of the chair. Again, a huge moment here. I can't say that enough for Lamens. Ranked 66 on tour in her first U.S. Open main draw, trying to break Iga. Oh my goodness, a double by Swiatek. It is a break. And it's 4-all in the second set.
And just right before Swiatek made that double fault, Dave, I was thinking to myself, there's really nothing wrong with her forehand or her serve. It's the situation in the match that makes you start doubting or believe. So this is because she is fixing her serve to have to hit it harder, and her forehand side, which is we've seen more vulnerable side, in her, she's just in her own way.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong because you don't lose a stroke or a skill during a match, or it's just a matter of what's going on in that head of yours. Can you still make that belief, put the results aside, and just keep doing what you need to do?
Well, I'm curious how that mental fitness, to your point, strengthens for Iga now. She misses the return. It's 15-love's second point of the game. Backhand good in a no-man's land. Lamens is there, and a backhand whipped up the line, missing from Swiatek, who had the whole deuce side of the court, missed poorly into the doubles alley. It's 30-love for Lamens, who just broke Iga at 4-all.
Very different body language from Iga right now. Just a tad of doubting her stroke instead of just hitting convincingly.
First serve is long for Lamens. Left hand's on top of the right on that white grip of the blue Technofiber racket here of Swiatek with a split step. Oh my goodness, and a forehand hits the stanchion of the chair umpire, and Iga apologizes to the chair, Arnaud Gados of France. He's okay, but how about that shank by Iga? My goodness.
But there's also a ball crew right there.
Yeah,
right
underneath, but it hit the stanchion.
That's right.
Yeah. That ball crew had to be ready for that. Did not hit anybody. Got a forehand return winner from Iga. Steps up beautifully on that 95-mile-per-hour serve. T-serve that she blasted up the line. Finally, Iga gets a point in the game at 40-15 to Lamens. 26 from the Netherlands. Only Dutch player ranked inside the top 100 on the women's side. Steps up with a backhand approach. Passing shot good. Due side service box for Iga off the short roll. It's 40-30.
Lamens did not do enough on that short ball approach shot. A little bit too shallow. Gave Swiatek all sorts of time to roll that winner cross-court passing shot.
Still a game point for Lamens to go up 5-4. She rocks back, brings both feet together, tilts over her pink hair. Blocked back by Swiatek off the backhand wing. Lamens darts to her right with a moon ball to get back in on the defensive shot. Time for Iga, who's on the deuce side, whips it into the forehand of Lamens. Iga inside out, brought back off the backhand of Lamens. Forehand good, clips it off the tape. Lamens. Iga with time. As a result, misses the forehand after it clipped the net. She apologizes. She consolidates the break, gets the hold. She's up 5-4 over the world number 2.
I don't know, cannot say enough times where Iga is in her own way with her ground strokes. You know,
Welcome back to the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Dave Leno, Patricia Heap, Prim Saripapat, our entire crew. U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. You can follow us if you're listening on the U.S. Open app. You go to the bottom right, click more, and then the radio icon in the middle, also usopen.org, where you can both listen and watch us behind the scenes from our studio next to the American Express fan experience. Also on Sirius XM channel 982 this afternoon, and the TuneIn app worldwide. And here's the deal. Lamens, who dropped the first set 1-6, is up with Swiatek serving to Lamens 4-5. If Lamens breaks her, we're going to a third on Ash in the second round women's singles matchup. And Lamens just hits a backhand return winner cross court, and Iga barely moved.
wow, what a surprise turn of event on this court with Lamens. We saw for a set and a half, Swiatek was in complete control. Forehand, backhand winners coming forward. Now it's Lamens that's in charge on the court.
Goes into the backhand there of Lamens, who misses off her return a couple steps beyond the baseline. 15 all, Swiatek trying to march into the third round. And by the way, the winner will face Kalinskaya, who beat Putintseva on one of the outer courts earlier today on this day 5. Second round action, bottom half of the women's draw, top half of the men's on your airwaves today. Doubles commencing as well. Forehand misses. Middle of the net from Iga. That was a sitter that time. The left foot was in front of the right. She thrashed with the Western grip, but it seemed like she wasn't getting the racket head around fast enough for my liking there.
Well, she wraps up because of that Western grip that Iga has, right? She has a tendency to wrap around her body, and when you wrap around the body, the racket head is close, and the ball will die on it. Well, when she was doing earlier, she was hitting through the shot more, right? Not just wrapping around her.
Yeah, no, love that depiction. Very good, Patricia. Very accurate to our audience around the world, and a backhand missed by Swiatek. How about this? Several set points for Susan Lamens. Wow. To take us to a third.
Who would have guessed? I mean, based on the way Swiatek was started the match.
Set points for Lamens at 15-40 to force a third set on Ash in this second round matchup. Swiatek takes the racket back quickly, thrashes forward into the backhand, shoulder high. Lamens there, forehand missed by Swiatek, and a big hand and a come on for Lamens in her first U.S. Open main draw appearance. She'll take the world number 2 Swiatek to the distance and a third set.
And Swiatek, who was looking sharp to begin with for a set and a half, it was towards that second set that Lamens started picking up that Swiatek is making errors. She got tight, and now the errors just came in, just unlimited errors that gave Lamens a chance.
Credit Lamens, again, more unforced over 20 in the match from Iga Swiatek. We'll return to this Ash matchup when we return on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
Althea was my very first shero, and I was about 12 or 13 when I got to see her play at the Los Angeles Tennis Club. She's the one that told me if you can see it, you can be it. She didn't tell me, she told me by her actions, because she was #1 in the world. She was just so great. And of course, then I'm a history buff, so I knew all about her. And a lot of people don't know, but she was the first person of color ever to play on the LPGA as well. I had the privilege of knowing her the rest of her life after I met her. And then I used to sleep with her book. I always wanted to be somebody. She wrote that in 1958. And she was a great person, great champion. Also went through a lot being the first. I always appreciated her, but I stayed in touch with her and knew her. I don't think Althea Gibson is appreciated enough. And the reason for that is they keep forgetting that without Althea, there wouldn't have been Arthur Ashe. Because the great thing about tennis is we have men and women in our sport. I really think people should think about what Althea did for us in 1950 by being the first black ever to play, in the U.S. Nationals, which is now the U.S. Open. And she also was the first black ever to win a major, the French in 1956. And also the Queen gave her the plate at Wimbledon, which doesn't happen very often. What she did for so many of us, and such a shero to me, a hero. I think I'm really one of the lucky ones because I actually knew her. She was in my life until she died.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to New York, the Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And speaking of BJK, those were the eloquent words in the voice of Billie Jean talking about Althea Gibson as we celebrate the 75th anniversary of Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier. In fact, a few days ago, it was her birthday. She would have been 98 years old. And although Gibson is not here with us physically today, nonetheless, her presence and her legacy is felt all throughout the grounds. We welcome you in to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Saripapat. We're live over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. My voice is low and whispering as I sit courtside as the 10th seed Lorenzo Musetti takes on David Goffin And Dave Leno and Patricia here in studio. Dave and Patricia, we saw Musetti jump out to 2 sets of love, commanding lead here. Goffin was able to come out strong in that third set, jumped out to a 2-0 lead. And Patricia, you asked last time what might be the problem for Goffin. He had a number of chances to break in the first set, and what I'm seeing right now is he certainly is able to step up, did a good job those first 2 games in the third set, dictating the point, moving Musetti, getting him out of position. But the problem has been, can he maintain that level of play and be consistent? In the next 3 games, he was unable to maintain that level of play, and so Musetti is up 3-2 here in the third.
Yeah, that's always the question, isn't it? Can you maintain? You can lead a bit, but then Goffin, I just feel like it's not believing his leads. You know, like just like that double fault in the last point. It's like just he's leading, but then he loses it right the next 2 points.
Prim, Patricia, thank you very much. We will be following that one on Armstrong. The sounds you're hearing are from Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat. You're on day 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. If you're just tuning into our coverage, surprising result on Ashe. Susan Lamens, ranked 66 on tour in her first U.S. Open main draw appearance, where she failed to qualify for multiple years right before the 2025 Australian Open. She took the second set. And that's where I want to start here at 15-all in the first game of the third set. What has gone wrong for our new listening audience for Iga Swiatek that hampered her in set number 2?
Well, you know, we saw that, we talked throughout the match, Dave, how Swiatek was adding more pace to her serve, flattening out her forehand to dictate more. And we saw just that, even with the time that she's taking volleys and swing volleys. But then when it was like 4-all, and as I had mentioned before, the forehand side is the vulnerable side, and that's where she makes a lot of errors, feeling under pressure. But she was in command in the entire match. And to switch out like that, it's a bit daunting to me, you know, because she was looking so great. That is where perhaps she has the switch to a flattened out stroke has not become natural in her game yet. But something that she wants to keep going. She wants to continue getting titles in the Grand Slams, because in the past she would just put her serve in. Yep. But we've seen that she's gotten some free points from it, and so has the forehand.
16 winners, Patricia, to 21 unforced that you're speaking of from Swiatek with a backhand slice, missing poorly, middle of the court. And I'm watching the footwork as I often look to depict late in matches, and it barely moved there as Lamens went inside out to the ad side of Swiatek. And as a result, Patricia, she was off balance, and opportunities to hold for Lamens, building off the momentum, a harbinger here of success, and she has an ace right on cue, out wide, deuce side, takes the opening game of the third over the 2022 U.S. Open champ Swiatek.
And it's funny because in that first set, when Iga was so locked in, her footwork was fantastic. Little adjustment steps, or when she was moved wide, she was in so much balance. But then, the lock came undone at 4-all, where all of a sudden she was feeling the pressure from the other side and not taking anything away from Lamens. She was grinding it out. She put another ball in the middle, and right off the bat, after the serve, she was getting 3 points. Now, her team knows that, and the team is getting Lamens to just stay strong mentally, put another ball in to the forehand side of Swiatek.
All right, Patricia, getting ready for this second game of the final set. Lamens against Swiatek. Swiatek serving first one at 96, clips the tape, misses poorly towards the Cadillac side opposite the chair. That would have went well wide if it cradled over the net. Let's see the second serve. She's towards the tee, kicks into the back of Lamens, who misses poor. That ball went ankle high into her front right shoulder in a hurry. The point to Swiatek, and muttering some words I see of disgust to her box and win the set.
Yeah, she's not happy.
No.
She's tight, and she's not happy. You know, just like we yesterday with Djokovic looking up to the box. What do you say to the number one? What can you say from the box? But as coaches, you know, when they get emotional, when they get negative, that's the first thing to address. Is just to calm down, you know, and just start with the serve, one thing at a time.
In the midst of a 15-love point backhand up the line, Swiatek thought about coming in, goes back. She whips the hands in the air in disgust, but it is an error from the men's forehand wing. It's 30-love for Swiatek. Again, this is second game, final set.
So unhappy right now. Swiatek, you know, you win a point, you don't have to celebrate, but she was all negative right now.
Very. You know, you and I often like to look at the body language out there, the players. We're seeing that from the world number 2. I mean, she's got to be very frustrated, obviously, dropping that second set to Lamens. We've got to credit the Dutch player. What a job to break Iga multiple times in that second set, if you didn't hear it on US Open radio. Lamens with a backhand. It's a short one. Iga tries to go inside in forehand, missing doubles Haley and side. I mean, she's going for these tough, thin margins of error. Misses. It's an error from Iga at 30-15.
And continue to go for her shots, and you know it's not the problem. The problem is the space that she gives herself to hit into is very small. You want to give a larger part, especially when you're putting that much pace on the ball.
30-15, Patricia. Swiatek, the quick take back, block back off the forehand, slice return by Lamens. Iga takes the half volley. Lamens scurries up to the service box, gets the pass, cross court, past Iga. Well played by Lamens, who darted to her right, service box, deuce side. Good thrashing approach for the winner to get us to 30 all.
I give credit to Lamens. She never went away in that match. You know, she was just happy to be there. She's dealing with the situation, and she's taking her time, enjoying those shots that is delivering to her with opportunities. And actually, Swiatek's the one that's looking lost on the court.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm right there with you. Slider serve. It's good from Iga that time. She took a little off Patricia at 93. Maybe just the serve she needed. Her fourth ace of the match at 40-30 right now.
And I would be curious if there was a stats like those free points that she was getting, what part of the match did it happen? And I can guarantee you it's a lot lower since 4-all. This is one of the few free points that we see.
And another free point. Good serve out wide by Iga. Gets on the board in the third at 1-all. I quickly want to shift inside Louis Armstrong Stadium because Patricia and Prim was here as well. Musetti took the opening sets 4-love and has match points against Goffin.
That went so quickly. It was 2-all not too long ago, and Musetti just was on a fast train getting the lead now to a match point.
Match points here for Musetti. Chances to break here at 15-40. First serve thrashes long from Goffin, former world number 7. Against the 10-seeded player, number 2 ranked Italian man in Musetti. Runs around the backhand, hits the forehand on match point. Backhand missed. Had side into the doubles alley by Goffin. And Musetti triumphs into the third round for the third time at the U.S. Open, winning 6-4, 6-love, 6-2 over David Goffin.
And Musetti has to be happy with his performance today. Solid play. You got a little slip in that first set, but then got himself back together. Serve looks good, looks stronger. And the forehand, which he has always had, but flattened his entire game out. The aggressive clay quarter on hard court. That's what I will term him.
Yep, congrats to Musetti. And he is on to the third round again, playing the winner of Brooksby and Cavalli, who have taken the court right now. Let's go back inside Ash, Patricia. Well done on that movement. We're getting our steps in across the grounds here. As Patricia often looks to improve my footwork and stamina out there on the courts outside of her broadcasting. 15-all into the one-handed backhand defensive shot by Swiatek. Swinging forehand volley by Lamens. Iga's there. Forehand chip. She's off the court. Easy one, splitting the two service boxes for Lamens. I like how she's coming in with confidence at 30-15 for Lamens.
Lamens is looking so good right now, Dave. She is not making the errors that we saw earlier, taking charge when she needed to.
Yeah, Lamens has won 4 of 7 net points. The Swiatek 60% at 6 of 10. 1-all final set. This is a second round women's singles match. on U.S. Open Radio, wherever you're listening from around the world and however you're listening. We thank you so much for tuning in to our coverage from first ball to last. Into the backhand about belt high. Swiatek handles it with ease. Starting to right with a forehand. Overextended left shoulder is Lamens, but she misses. A little bit long, due side. The point as a result, Swiatek, 30 all in the game. This is game 3, final set. And at 1-all, here in set number 3 on Ash, Jannik Sinner will take the court. Next against Alexei Popyrin, Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy. Stevie Johnson will have the call coming up past 2 p.m. Eastern Time here in the United States. 30 all game. Lamens backhand, flat backhand answered by Swiatek as the forehand long does Iga on the next exchange. From the middle of the court, she had time there and a chance to hold for Lamens at 1-all.
Yeah, really, she just rushed to that forehand. Stood straight up instead of like going through the shots that we keep her seeing her repeatedly making that error.
Yeah, getting towards lunchtime in Phoenix, nighttime in Abu Dhabi at 40-30, swinging for it. Volley, Iga trying to pass for a drop shot volley, missing Lamens. She had a chance, but that was ankle high. Her left foot was in front of her right. That was crouched down as if it's a first base coach talking to their runner at the first base bag. And it's a deuce game right now. Lamens and Swiatek 1-all, final set.
Lamens really had the opportunity there, Dave, at the net. She just isn't close enough. Hard to volley from the ankle.
Deuce game, forehand missed off the return by Iga. 93 mile per hour slider, deuce side. Iga misses off the return. And a game point again for Susan Lamens. First title, if you didn't hear early on, she earned it the latter stages of 24 in Osaka. Reached the quarters in Hong Kong and Budapest. Also won a 125 title in Portugal as well. Broke into the top 100 last year for the first time. Then cracked into the top 80 in the world. Off the top of the tape. And yeah, it's fortuitous for Iga. It is a double fault for Lamens. So that pressured moment that you really can't simulate in training, can you, Patricia, in this stage 1-all final set?
Well, it's pressure time, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's stressful time. You know, she knows that she probably didn't expect to win a set, to be honest. And when you're in that position, all of a sudden you can get tight. But she was doing beautifully. I'm so impressed with the way Lamens is handling those fast shots from Iga with her Western grip, because that's sometimes is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, but she doubles again. There's been multiple doubles in the latter stages of set 2 we saw. And in the third, it's a break chance for Swiatek. Wrong time for that. About an hour and 31 minutes in to this matchup on Ash. It's a second round women's singles match on the air. A break chance for Swiatek. Here in the third and final set, Iga won the first set 6-1. Lamens answered 6-4 in the second. There's that break chance. Left hand on top of the right for Iga. Unit turn. Thrashes the backhand. Lamens. Slice backhand. It is well long, and Iga gets the break. 2-1 Swiatek in the final set. We'll take the timeout. We'll continue this matchup on U.S. Open Radio, presented by our friends at American Express. Welcome back to Day 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Past 1:19 p.m. on the East. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat, our engineer, the talented, skillful Jaime Colon with our U.S. Open Radio Mastery production staff. Taking you from first ball to last, Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Stevie Johnson coming up a little bit later with Ravi Zubha, Gina Garrison, Mike Cation with Sophie Amyak, Russ Thaler, David McPherson. We have a talented team from first to last right here on U.S. Open Radio. What a privilege it is to work with everybody on air and behind the scenes with our USTA radio and World Feed TV teams. 2-1 Swiatek. She just broke Lamens. This is the fourth game of the final set. It's a second round women's singles match on Ash. It's starting out Ash play today, which commenced at 11:30 local time in the morning. 15-love Swiatek's second serve. Patricia kicks into the forehand of Lamens. To the left of Swiatek with a backhand slice defensive ball. Inside in forehand winner going right behind Iga. That's well done on an arduous shot, in my opinion, by Lamens at 15-all.
Very aggressive return on a 74 miles per hour second serve, punishing that and following into the net. You know, she can do that, taking the offense. And we had said that in the beginning, if she wants to have a chance in this match, that's what she's going to need to do.
And in a ball there where she had a lot of time as Iga musters an ace up the tee at 30-15, up 2-1. But a lot of time at those sitters or, you know, chances at the baseline on a moon ball coming back, you just have these thoughts that go to your mind, like, where do I need to hit? But that time, I like the confidence of Lamens when I'm getting back when she has time to hit.
You're exactly right, because with that Western grip, she needs time. And the time that she gets the most is on the second serve from Swiatek's serve.
In the midst of a 30-15 point, 2-1 Swiatek, scuffed back by Lamens. Swiatek goes right at Lamens, a couple steps beyond the baseline. Hastens to her right, darting to her right on the deuce side is Swiatek with the backhand. Lamens forehand right down the middle, backs up Iga, who fights it off with the backhand, and then a miss off the ground stroke of Lamens to her left.
She's
Swiatek
trying.
Chances to break.
You know, she's trying. Lamens trying in that point, you know, to stay toe-to-toe. The pace was very good. You know, that is something that she needs to do, and then step up and rush Swiatek a little bit at times.
Sorolillo about to take the first set over on court 5. And also 2-1 Brooksby over Caboli. Brooksby was our upset pick. And Leno's locks and he's hits. Swiatek just held. She consolidates the break. She's up 3-1. It means Iga is 3 games away from moving on to the third round. We knew that break was so costly for Lamens a game ago.
Oh, that was too bad. Threw in 2 double faults at that's not the time. You don't want to start the third set losing your serve that early, because now Swiatek, my guess is she's going to feel more confident now.
Yep. First serve detonates to the bottom of the net from Lamens. Prior to the Australian Open this year, she fell short 8 times to reach a Grand Slam main draw. We touched on during U.S. Open Fan Week how tough it is to qualify. And this second serve nearly hits the baseline. A poorly missed second serve, and you can see how tight and the nervy moments are racking for Lamens. That's her 7th double.
There was absolutely no racket speed on that second serve. She pushed it to the baseline.
She's down 1-3 in the final set to world number 2 in 2022 U.S. Open champ Iga Swiatek, who's dealing right now. Forehand on the run. Iga answers with a forehand slice to the deuce side. Backhand slice Lamens. Here comes Iga, misses it as it flutters into the side of the net. Okay, good variation on the slice there by Lamens at 15-all.
Ooh, I like that. Oh, she hit a couple of hard forehands, pinning Swiatek to that forehand corner, and threw in this little drop shot. Wasn't great, but it caught Swiatek by surprise, and she just couldn't adjust to that.
Yeah, not a bad idea there from Lamens at 15-all, 5th game final set. Swiatek up the break 3-1. Backhand good by Lamens down the middle. Swiatek forehand inside out. Lamens blocks it back with a forehand stab. Swiatek, big Western grip with the forehand, cross court. Lamens is there at side of the court. Do sides open for Iga. She goes there over the low part of the net. Lamens gets it to her right with the forehand, cross court. Iga, left foot in front of the right, thrashes into the ball, then whips it back into the backhand of Lamens, and another lengthy rally. Lamens on the run, forehand slice. She cannot hook in as it cradles close to the chair umpire. Dictating throughout, you just heard it, was Iga Swiatek at 15-30.
Dave, footwork is back. Swing path is back on Swiatek's racket. Not good news for Lamens.
It's troubling. I'm right there with you, Patricia. 24-shot rally for Iga Swiatek and Lamens there. Credit both players in the lengthy rallies. We've had a few of them in this matchup. This is a second round women's singles match. The winner will face Kalinskaya in the third round, who displaced Putintseva earlier today. Left hand's on top of the right of that grip. Iga in her on gear, swing side to side, split tip with a backhand. Adjacent to her left hip, she has it. It's a backhand missed after the service by Lamens. More opportunities to break for Swiatek to go up 4-1.
Shackles are off her wrists.
Yeah.
She is swinging out on the shots again.
Freely?
Yes, the footwork is there. The beautiful footwork I was admiring the first set is back, and she's swinging out on the shots.
15-40, double break point for Iga, who blocks it back with a forehand slice return. Lamens goes right up the line and good, close to the chair umpire in the service box of the deuce side. She gets the winner at 30-40, but another break chance for Iga.
Lamens did such a good job moving up to that short ball and have to go to the higher part of the net and found the corner for a winner.
Yeah, never an easy part going over the high part of the net inside the service box. Mentioned the good Western grip by both players. Backhand blocked back by Iga. Chance to break inside out forehand winner. Short angle by Lamens. Saves two break chances, down 1-3, but gets it to a deuce game.
What a feisty response with that serve. I mean, the serve was giving her a little bit of trouble, and then she comes off the huge serve out wide, and then, just went up to the shot and hit it with a very convincing forehand winner.
No doubt, Patricia. I like the pattern there. Out wide, ad side, opens up the court, and she went right behind Swiatek, who was scurrying centrally. Second serve for Lamens. It's another double again, which has been an Achilles heel late. And another break chance for Swiatek.
Oh, yeah, it seems like if she doesn't get the first serve in, that second serve, she has no racket speed, and it's just praying for it to go in.
And as a result, break point number 3 for Swiatek to go up 4-1 in the final set. And Patricia, it's another second serve.
I'm nervous for her.
On the horizon here for Lamens. Swiatek, left hand on top of her right, swing side to side. A confident stare. The serve is good. The back hit in as well. It's a forehand missed on the run by Lamens. All Swiatek, she breaks again up 4-1, and Iga is 2 games away from moving on to the third round. We'll step aside. We'll continue and have the conclusion of this matchup on US Open Radio presented by American Express. Oh, yes, we are rolling on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. You're listening to Dave Leno, Patricia He, former U.S. Open quarterfinalist, touring professional, and Olympian, Prim Saripapat, Dr. Prim, our Ph.D. in counseling psychology. Jaime Cologne's mastery on the ones and twos, our engineer, and our talented team behind the scenes that you don't get to see, but we're privileged to work with. Jim Knapp, Kenny Marion, Braxton Chris, Pat Marion, Ryan Fishwild, the entire crew. At the top of the hour, Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Stevie Johnson will take you through the Sinner Popyrin match and all the other exciting action across the grounds. We're going to have the conclusion of this one on ash, and it's troubling for Lamens. She does take the first point in the sixth game, Patricia, but it's all Swiatek up the double break, 4-1 here in the third. Iga dropped the second set 4-6 after winning the first 6-1. And it's been a more confident Iga Swiatek in the latter stages of this match. Second serve for Swiatek, rocks back, jolts forward, collides into the ball. Backhand, good Lamens. On the ad side, Swiatek's there. Forehand on the run with the approach. Lamens, Iga nearly falls, gets back up, flat backhand into the net. And she's looking at the court. She tumbled over her on pink running shoes there, Patricia. The point as a result to Lamens at love 30.
Lamens was super aggressive right off the return, took it to a corner of Swiatek and came in behind it with a volley that she could have put away, but opted to just put it straight down the middle. And Swiatek slipped in that point.
She did, but she did not fall. She stared at the court for a moment, for about 5 seconds. Takes an approach, forehand winner. She went with a serve out wide. Good pattern there from Iga, serve +1. Coming in, splitting the two service boxes beautifully at 15-30 for Swiatek. Again, she's serving at 4-1 in the final set, 15-30 in this sixth game of set number 3. Great crowd on hand inside Ash. Dave and Patricia, Prim with you. First serve. Burns into the bottom of the net. Ball crew collects on this 72-degree afternoon here in New York. A lot of our fans are waving to us across from Louis Armstrong Stadium next to the American Express fan experience. Don't forget to get your Amex radios if you're coming to the grounds later on, perhaps for the night session where Coco Gauff will play and Tommy Paul against Nuno Borges. Anisimova, Zverev also taking the court later on. And Swiatek going backwards on the ad side there, Patricia. She thought a ball went long as it clipped off the line. She was backpedaling, and a good deep hit, good by Lamens.
And she tumbled backwards with that against that return. And sometimes when the ball hits the line, it does speed it up a tad. And she's looking at that, perhaps thinking that was going out.
Yeah.
No out call.
How about this? Break chances for Lamens to get a break back, Patricia. Again, she's in a 1-4 hole here in the final set. First serve, gust long from Swiatek, but she's still bouncing side to side. The same with Lamens. Lamens with her left hand on top of her right of her head, white and black racket to be exact. Pink visor, white top for her, returning, split step backhand, booms in to the Swiatek forehand. Lamens scurries to her right, has it due side. Swiatek goes to the ad side, backhand over the short part of the net. Short angle by Swiatek, backhand slice, flutters long from Lamens. Iga hangs into the game at 30-40.
And I have to say, Lamens been very aggressive in this game, especially on Iga's second serve.
And I like that from Lamens, taking advantage of the slower pace serve, especially when it kicks, though. I like that she's coming in, picking a step or two inside the baseline. Right now, as I say that, Patricia, she's returning deep on the first serve that she does block back with a forehand chip block. Iga is there, takes it on the rise, swoops it over the low part of the net, hitting with pace is Lamens with her backhand to Swiatek forehand, darting to her right, Lamens, ad sides open for Iga, she pinpoints it there, Lamens gets it back, Iga tries to go behind her and misses. There's the break for Lamens, she gets a break back with a fist pump, however, she is down 2-4 to Swiatek, final set. Heard that from the box of Lamens from her coach.
Yeah, your best serve. You're serving good. That is the right thing to say. You want a lot of encouragement, and she was. When she went after her serve, she more often than not, she can dictate from the very next ball, and that's how you saw a little bit of how she, towards the end of the second set, how she won it.
So, Patricia, let's see how she serves here, because remember, the second serves have been tough. She does get it in on the first. It's a backhand miss by Lamens as Swiatek's return went up the line for love 15.
And we saw some double faults that came in.
We did.
Right. And, as a coach, you have to think very quickly. And we had this conversation with Zina the other day. When you're on the sideline, you have to think so quickly. Is it technical, tactical, or emotional?
Lamens holding at 61% on tour this year at 16-13 record. Second serve at love 15 to Swiatek up 2-4. Booms into the four to Lamens on the run. She misses because the return was adept from Swiatek, getting Lamens on the run to the deuce side baseline. Now love 30.
I love the way Swiatek, when she is not overthinking, set up her forehand with spectacular footwork and just drive through the shot. Looks so good.
Love 30 thrashes in on a tee serve by Lamens. Stretch backhand missing off the Technofiber rackets of Iga Swiatek at 15-30. Can Lamens drop the first at 1-6 if you're just tuning into our coverage? She won 6-4. A late break over Swiatek in the second. She's down the break 2-4. 5:30 in the seventh game. Final set. A big come on from Lamens because Iga missed a backhand return at 30-all. This is a pivotal moment, Patricia. As you well know, Lamens down 2-4. Here comes a 30-all point.
And this is the last service game. It was the deuce point that she threw in these double faults. We'll see how she handles her nerves in this game.
She rocks back, jolts forward. The serve is good. Swooped in by Iga. The forehand to the right of Iga, who has it on the deuce side. Backs up Lamens on the ad side of the court. Goes up the line. Iga's there to get it back. Backhand slice. A good one, Lamens. Here comes Iga trying to pass. Lamens with the stretch volley. Good! Lamens needed that. She stretches beautifully with a reflex volley and a much-needed one at the net. It's 40-30.
Spectacular footwork from Lamens to get out of those deep shots Swiatek gave her. And she ended with this nice finesse drop shot. That's what set up the winner volley for her. Nice pattern of play, deep and then short.
Good split step. She read that perfectly to her right, Patricia. The first one booms wide into the doubles alley ad side. Here's the deal. Lamens, if she gets a hold, she'll make it 3-4. It's 40-30. Game point into the back end of Iga. Has it shoulder high. It is long. There's a much-needed hold by Lamens. Makes it 3-4 to Swiatek, but Iga still up the break. Final set. We'll take the timeout. We'll conclude this matchup on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. All right, culminating the final set on ASH, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express with Patricia He. Prim Saripapat, I'm Dave Leno. We thank you so much for tuning in wherever you're listening from around the world. 4-3 Swiatek up the break. Again, final set on Ash. First point here of this 8th game. Backhand slice in the midst of the first point. Here by Swiatek, leads to a sitter forehand inside in by Lamens. With time and space, she deals Patricia at love 15.
And will you look at that? Lamens just woke up and start dictating. She is the aggressor so far in the last game and a half, and really largely due to the support, encouragement from her coach, even though she made through in a few double faults earlier.
Chance here for Lamens, up the high part of the net, missing. The point to Swiatek at 15 all. By the way, Patricia, Osaka Heli Baptiste has just gotten underway on a highly anticipated matchup on Armstrong.
Oh, so that will be the match. I feel that's the match for today.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes. Too bad it's not a night match. Because if it was a night match, you know the atmosphere is going to be crazy.
Lamens trying to pass no. And Swiatek was in. The point to Swiatek at 30-15, up 4-3 final set. I'm right there with you. I love the night sessions on Ash, but I also admire them on Armstrong. I think it's not talked about enough.
Right.
What takes place on Armstrong, because they go maybe a little bit later. Folks are centered more on Ash, but crowd's right on top of the action. Just a great atmosphere there. Ace ripped, T serve, Swiatek up 40-15 on the doorstep. Patricia to go up 5-3 in the final set.
Impressive truly from Swiatek, how she lost the momentum a little bit because the match really was on her hand. And to be able to just come back and be aggressive again on the things that she's working on.
First serve flutters into the side of the net. We've mentioned, if you didn't hear us earlier, there's been quite a few unforced errors off the forehand wing by Iga, but the footwork has increased. The racket head speed has also delivered late for Swiatek at 40-15. About to go up 5-3 final set. Forehand on the run, Lamens scurries into the middle of the net because Iga brought her deep on the deuce side, and that means Patricia, 2022 U.S. Open champ Iga Swiatek is 1 game away from advancing into the 3rd round.
The last point, the way that Swiatek controlled her movement so early and stay down using the weight on her leg to drive through that ball, Dave, I want you to study that, because I know we talk about footwork.
Yeah, please.
You know, when you get hot shots down the middle, it's one of the hardest shots in the game, because you basically, we call handcuff. But that's when you get your movement. You go around the ball, let the ball pass you a little bit, and impact point 90 degrees from your back foot. And that's your sweet spot where you can swing through. Time and time again, when Iga does that, she responds beautifully.
Because too many times, to your point, Patricia, I see players, and I will include myself in it on the recreational side, have an open stance from no angle inside the baseline. To your point, getting that tilt, right, that left shoulder in front of the right if you're a right-handed player. Well documented, Patricia. Here at 3-5, Swiatek backhand up the line, answered by Lamens on the deuce side. Iga goes ad side as a result of backhand slice missed on the run by Lamens. And Iga Swiatek is 3 points away now at love 15.
The depth of the balls, the directions of from Swiatek now, I just feel like Lamens is getting a little fatigue in her legs, not quite getting behind the ball in that last point anyways.
Served by Lamens, serving to hang in here with the forehand serve +1. Backhand slice good. It brings up Lamens into the service box. It rips out of Iga with a backhand slice lob. Lamens with an overhead scissors kick into the backhand of Iga. Up the line, good. Too easy for Swiatek because Lamens went right at her on the ad side. Now at love 30. Iga 2 points away.
And that's a shame Lamens lost that point because she was in total control coming to the net, but that lob was right in the sun. And as a result, Lamens couldn't really put the overhead away and left the entire court open.
Love 30 here for Swiatek returning. First serve wails and wallops out wide in the doubles alley. Be a second serve for Lamens, top-ranked Dutch player on the WTA Tour. Took that second set, falling here in the third. Iga misses the forehand poorly. Maybe was a little bit late getting the racket hit around. Right shoulder all the way up, extending above her black hat. And adjacent to her left ear, to be exact. The point to Lamens, 15-30.
Good observation, Dave. That was a second serve, very doable. Instead of stepping in like she was doing, Swiatek just did an open stance and completely mishit it.
Booms into the backhand of Swiatek here at 15:30. Iga 2 points away, but as I say, that Swiatek misses the forehand, and you mentioned it's right down the middle.
Here
right
comes
down
the
the middle.
forehand again.
And she had an open stance.
Yep, hard down the middle. You
All right,
couldn't
Coach
get
Patricia.
around. Open stance.
Yep. That's why I love these technical breakdowns on U.S. Open Radio by yourself and our great crew. It leads to a 30-all game right now. Pivotal moment for Lamens. She is serving down the break 3-5 at the pinnacle of this match. Forehand good by Swiatek. It's a backhand miss into the doubles alley. It will lead to a match point for Iga Swiatek.
That forehand was a little bit better, got her feet around it, and went after the winning return.
Match point for world number 2, Iga Swiatek returning at 30-40. Lamens cradles back, booms forward, goes to the backhand of Iga. Lamens backs up, goes inside, and Iga scurries to her right, has it due side. Lamens in the middle of the net. Iga blocks it back, but it falls on her side because it went adjacent to her belly button, and she shifted her racket from her left hip all the way centrally, missed it. The point to Lamens, gets it to deuce.
And I think Swiatek was expecting a wider backhand from Lamens, but he came straight to the middle, and that Swiatek actually overran it.
She did. She definitely overran that. That's the accurate description right there. She didn't expect it. Deuce game. This flutters off the top of the tape. Patricia goes out of play. Will be a second serve here to Swiatek, who just had a match point. Her left hand's on top of her right. She takes the split step here. She hops. Good unit turn with the Western grip. Good angle on the shot with a lot of depth there by Lamens. Backhand miss conversely. Swiatek middle of the court and a chance to hold for the Dutch player Lamens.
And actually you can see with Swiatek that backhand came straight to her backhand. She stood straight up with an open space on her racket and just sailed from there.
Big moment for her, for Lamens, to get the hold to make it to 4-3 and continue this match. Gets it into the forehand, blocks Swiatek missing with the forehand slice return. Lamens hanging in, and the crowd likes that because there's more tennis on ash. But when we return, Iga Swiatek serving for the match right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Iga Swiatek is now serving for the match. Took the first set 6-1, dropped the second set 4-6. She's serving at 5-4 to Susan Lamens in her U.S. Open main draw debut. Sitter forehand good for Iga, who's 3 points away. Now Patricia should have a match point early on several games ago, and now 3 points away again.
And this is where we will see if Lamens is going to put the pressure on Swiatek's forehand, the vulnerable side under pressure.
Iga has the ball to the edge of the Technifiber racket. She rocks back, wheels the racket around, didn't like her toss with the sun glistening in ash on the 73-degree afternoon here in New York. Quick take back here, booms into the ball, gets into the backhand of Lamens, into the outside service box, backhand up the line. Lamens with the stretch, he has it overhead here by Swiatek, good. Outside of the court with a lot of authority. at 30 love. She's 2 points away.
And Swiatek is on the side facing the sun. Very difficult task to hit an overhead as solidly as she did then.
Much more confident is Iga Swiatek. There was a little bit of a roller coaster in the second set where she dropped that. Up 30 love, 2 points away into the forehand of Lamens. Backhand Swiatek, cross-court Lamens. Backhand slice. Iga has time, dictating throw with the forehand into the forehand of Lamens. Iga tries to go behind her. Lamens isn't full on the deuce side. She's camped out there, tries to go up the line. She misses. Match points for Iga Swiatek at 40 love.
Did not leave herself enough room for that down the line.
Match point number 2 for the 2 seed, Iga Swiatek. Iga the ball to the edge of her Technifiber racket. She rocks back, pendulums forward, booms it a little bit long when the tee serve. Second serve around the bend. Match point number 2 for Iga Swiatek. Bounces the ball confidently 4 times, stares into her opponent. She tilts back, she jousts forward, she misses a double fault. Wow, match point number 3 upcoming.
15.
That's a bit of a tight second serve.
At 40-15, 5-4, final set. Swiatek stares into the sun, the open roof in ash. Match point number 3 for Iga Swiatek. She tilts back, she bursts forward, rams an ace out wide to end it. Iga prevails despite a hiccup in the second that didn't slow her down, and the 2022 U.S. Open champ is into the third round. She wins 6-1, 4-6, 6-4 over Susan Lamens.
Swiatek continued her confidence. Her performance from Wimbledon carried it to her first set today. Looked great, looked solid, great serving, power to the forehand. And that's when the dip came at 4 on that second set. Had a little bit of a hiccup, but finished strong in that third set.
All right, so congratulations to Iga Swiatek going to the third round. I mentioned on the call right there some of the hiccups and those arduous moments in that second set. But Patricia, as you know from the psychology of the game, that mental fortitude I often talk about with you, that was there from Iga because maybe she wasn't at her best at the end of the second set and allowed Lamens to take it. It was a wild ride and a thrilling finish, don't you think, for Iga in the third?
It is, but then on the other side of the coin is she is trying to add something to her game, and it's just not become a habit yet. You know, it's the thing with Swiatek is she's probably very hard on herself. As we saw during the match, she got negative in that second set, and as a result, she lost that second set and had to reset. And to her credit, she was able to reset, get back on the way that she wants to play. Not quite perfectly yet, but this is still the early rounds of the Open. She doesn't need to be at her best. Knowing how to win when you're not playing your best is the key to a lot of these champions.
And she will face Kalinskaya in the third round of the U.S. Open. Iga Swiatek, the 2022 U.S. Open champ, continues here in New York. She's standing by with ESPN's Chris Budden.
Iga, congratulations. What a match. Take me into the third set. How did you pull it out?
Sorry?
How did you pull it out in the third set?
Well, I started better than the previous sets, I would say, and then later on I just wanted to, be pretty confident with my serve and go for it, and I'm happy that I closed it pretty fast, even though I lost one break, but still, it was an easy match, and I did some mistakes, so I'm happy that at the end I could, again, be more proactive.
How challenging is that when you win the first set 6-1, she ups her game, and you had to find something else within you?
Well, yeah, for sure, I felt like it kind of depended on me and if I'm going to make mistakes or not, and sometimes I did. It probably got a little tight in the second set, and she for sure, used the opportunity and was using her chances. So, not easy, but obviously third set is a reset. You got to start from the beginning, and I knew I can, do a little bit more, play a little bit more precise, so I just tried to do that.
Well, congratulations. We will see you in the third round.
Thank
Iga
you.
Swiatek, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations.
Congrats to Iga Swiatek, who is into the third round against Kalinskaya, which is going to be a tough matchup in the next round for Iga.
And you know, and no doubt about that, Dave, but you know who is the toughest opponent for Iga?
Who?
Herself. Because as we saw in the match, everything was fine. She was serving, with authority, hitting her forehand with authority. And then, whoops, in that second set, all of a sudden, she went away for whatever reason. She lost her focus, got tight, like she said. But she reset and came back. And I'm sure, you know what, I'm 100% sure she's going to be heading it back out.
And when you take a look at the draw in the bottom half and you see Swiatek and you see some of the other players, she's going to face Kalinskaya in the third. I know Sakari advances well. You have Coco Gauff on this side, too. A couple other terrific players as well. Adasimova. How do you see the future? What can you forecast for Iga Swiatek moving forward, Patricia?
If she continues to hit with authority and just not so worried and overthink things, Dave, I like her chance to be all the way to the finals because you're looking at the biggest names on her side is Coco Gauff, Amanda Anisimova, and they're great players, but you talk, the nerves, the pressure. It's a package deal that is not just playing tennis. It is a package deal. You have to take the good and the bad, the upswing and the downfall.
And some of the players you referenced, like Coco Gauff, Anisimova, will be in action later on. And you're right. Who will play those pressured-filled moments better at the end? It's like who can string 4, 5, 6 championship points to win and prevail at the U.S. Open, which comes, as everybody knows listening, with a ton of pressure. Patricia, it was a delight to be back with you on U.S. Open Radio. I'm giving you a high five in the studio for those watching us on usopen.org. What a job today by you, as always, and Prim Siripipat. And can't wait to be back at it tomorrow with you.
Let's do it.
All right, so for Patricia He and Prim Siripipat, our engineer Jaime Colon, and our entire crew, this is the voice of Dave Leno. But please don't go anywhere. Coming up, the talented, skillful voices of Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Stevie Johnson having the call of Jannik Sinner against a guy who made a run last year at the U.S. Open, and Alexei Popyrin from Australia, and much more across the grounds. Around the Bend on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Match point number 3 for Iga Swiatek. She tilts back. She bursts forward, rams an ace out wide to end it. Iga prevails despite a hiccup in the second that didn't slow her down, and the 2022 U.S. Open champ is into the third round. She wins 6-1, 4-6, 6-4 over Susan Lamens.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible. Played when they told her she couldn't. Won where they said she wouldn't. She showed us first. Was only the beginning. First black athlete to play the US Open, win the US Open, to win a Grand Slam, to play at Wimbledon, to win at Wimbledon. First to be ranked #1. First. She didn't just break barriers, she shattered them and inspired us all so we could rise, so we could win, so we could be ourselves. Singer, entertainer, golfer, trailblazer. We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
Welcome to the U.S. Open.
The dream never fades.
Back in the rhythm, back in the flow.
When the fans, they scream and yell my name, that definitely sparks me.
The energy that I get here, I don't get it anywhere else.
Energy from the crowd is really unmatched.
The last Grand Slam of the season. Super excited to finally play in New York. Having a Grand Slam under your belt definitely takes a little bit of the pressure off.
With a brilliant shot.
I think it was an amazing run for me last year. It definitely gave me so much confidence.
I played with a lot of passion, played with a lot of energy, and kind of in your face, and hope you guys enjoy it.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Thursday afternoon from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, Day 5 of the 2025 U.S. Open in the singles competition. I'm Brian Clark. It's great to be back with you, and it is great to be back with my partners, Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson, a couple of former professionals who know a thing or two about this U.S. Open. And what we know so far on this Thursday wasn't always straightforward at times for Iga Swiatek, but she survived that test over Susan Lamens of the Netherlands. Lorenzo Musetti, much more straightforward fashion. That was the first match of the day on Armstrong. Swiatek just finished on Ash. We're going to head back into Ash in a moment for Jannik Sinner, the defending champion, against Alexei Popyrin in an intriguing matchup. But right now we are at Louis Armstrong Stadium for Naomi Osaka, the two-time champion, and Hailey Baptiste, the Washington, D.C. native. We are right now in Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm Brian Clark. Megan Moulton-Levy, how are you today?
I'm so happy to be back with my boys today.
Yeah, but Steve, was not with us yesterday, but we forgive you, Steve, and we welcomed you back.
I appreciate it. I'm glad to be back, ready to call some great tennis.
Yeah, so great tennis happening all over the place here. We have not seen the massive upsets yet that we saw yesterday, but that said, Tristan Boyer is trying to push Andrei Rublev into a fifth set. That is out on the grandstand. First match of the day there. They are in a fourth set tiebreak. Rublev won the first two sets, 6-3, 6-3. Boyer, the third set, 7-5. And they are at 3-4 in that fourth set tiebreak. And right now in Louis Armstrong Stadium, it's Naomi Osaka one game away from taking the opening set against Hailey Baptiste. And Megan, I'll start with you just because the way this has gone for Osaka since she left the tour, maternity leave a few years ago, she struggled to regain her footing. Of course, part of that is just balancing these new demands and life priorities. There were injuries, but she seems to be in the best place coming into the U.S. Open this year compared to the last several.
She's moving extremely well, which allows her to strike the ball the way that she can. When you have a child, a lot of things happen, right? There's the chemical, there's the physical, so it may take longer for her to get back in form, but it seems like she's doing a great job doing that right now.
And of course, Hailey Baptiste, somebody you know well from her experience growing up at the JTCC, where you work in the Washington, D.C. area. And she's had a fantastic summer as well. Of course, that third-round run at Wimbledon. She got to play doubles with her idol, Venus Williams, at her hometown tournament. She said she learned a lot from that experience. And now here she is in the second round of the U.S. Open.
Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that Hailey is going to continue to get better as her career evolves. She is a fantastic player. She has a lot of skills, and for coaches, it's really, I think, important that you allow a player's personality to shine through. And Haley's been given the liberty to be able to do that. So when you watch her play, this is who she is.
And here is Haley Baptiste serving to try to extend this opening set at 2-5. Louis Armstrong Stadium. She comes inside the baseline, keeps on attacking with a deep backhand volley. Set up a pass, but Osaka missed the pass. Went down the line with a backhand and flew it into the net. 15-love.
That's one thing you're going to see a lot from Baptiste. She can come forward, and throughout the days I talk about traditional approach shots, in my opinion, being dead. I think you need to stretch your opponent and then find opportunities. But Haley can use her slice to come forward, making it awkward and difficult for her opponent to hit passing shots.
Short backhand from Osaka. She's moving Baptiste around the baseline. Of course, Osaka's going to play from the baseline, and that's where she tried to angle that forehand, but found the net instead. It's 30-love for Baptiste.
Yeah, I think it's really important as well to remember, Haley Baptiste is still 23 years old. She's really coming into her own, and you've seen that this year. She's had good results at the French Open, at Wimbledon, in some of these bigger events. It's just hard sometimes when people have a lot of hype around them as a kid. You feel like you could kind of give up on them easy as a fan or as a spectator, but she's still 23. She has a long way to go in this sport, and she's really coming into her own. So it's really impressive to see her bounce back, play really well, and now especially doing big things here in New York.
I think the comparison is you got some players who really rise early, for example, Coco, and then everyone else is measured against those anomalies. But players are playing longer. We know, we talk about that a lot. So Baptiste has a long runway ahead of her.
She's here with a career-high ranking of 47 in the world, and after the ace, has a chance to hold, but double faults. And it's interesting to talk about that progression because somebody in her team knows something about that. That's Franklin Tiafoe. Francis's brother is part of the setup. And obviously Franklin, who played himself and was a very good junior player, he saw his brother in the top 3 in the world in juniors, so he knows about that passage and that ascension and all that can come with it. Talk about that after this point as Osaka plays a forehand. Baptiste with a forehand pulls Osaka towards the left sideline. Forehand short ball, now a backhand Osaka. Baptiste picks up the low half volley and left it wide. It's 40-30.
Sometimes with Baptiste, she has a laissez-faire kind of attitude. She's a cool cat, right? But she needs to turn up the intensity sometimes and didn't quite accelerate out of her approach shot and got caught hitting a low volley that she couldn't handle.
Baptiste with the serve clock now at 8 seconds to go. Looked like she had this game wrapped up and extending this set, but now she's in some trouble here. She goes with a body serve, a high short return. Osaka backhand drop slice. A good one from Baptiste to hold for 5-3, but that will put Osaka to the service line and a chance to serve for the set.
I think it's very important for Haley Baptiste as well to not lose her creativity on the tennis court. She is very good with her hands. She can use the drop shot. She comes forward really well. It's just a different dynamic you don't see every day on the women's tour. But I think that's important for her to continue on that, but do it in a very, appropriate way. Do it, within the means of being aggressive, but not trying to be flashy every single point.
Yeah, she has to be disciplined with her shot selection and choose at the right time the right shot.
Here's Osaka serving for the opening set after 33 minutes and starting off with a powerful backhand winner from the center of the baseline, 15-love.
One thing I really like about that point is after Osaka hit a pretty good serve, but she recognized very quickly that Baptiste's return was going to be weak, and she found herself inside taking that backhand really early.
Stretched out forehand, a short one, Baptiste. Osaka comes in on it, but nets the backhand.
It's really important. Osaka is so good at controlling the middle of the court. When she does have the ball in her strike zone, she is a tough out. And that's something she has done so well over her career, and she's finally getting back to that with some good results this summer.
First serve into net from Osaka, who's got the purple dress on. This is her daytime outfit. She's got a sequin bib to that purple dress. Purple visor, second serve, a let.
To that point, Stevie, a lot of women wait for the ball to come to them and just wail on that ball. But what I like about what Osaka's doing is that she's going to the ball. So she's crunching not only her opponent's court and time with her swing, but also by meeting the ball early. They don't have as much time.
Osaka looks across the net. She's 2 points away from the opening set. These two, of course, very familiar in 2025. This is their third meeting. Osaka won both, but by no means were they easy. A 3-set win in Auckland, the quarterfinal round, and then Miami, a nearly 3-hour 3-set win for Osaka. Here, 40-15, a much more straightforward opening set for the two-time U.S. Open champion. She's got a couple of set points, and now the 23rd seed, Naomi Osaka, from the far baseline down the center. A short backhand from Baptiste. Down the line goes Osaka with the backhand. Baptiste throws up a defensive lob long, and Osaka wraps up that opening set. 6-3, straightforward stuff for Naomi Osaka as she takes the opening set with some ease.
Gave Haley just no time. She's hitting that serve. She's inside her baseline. She's able to really compact her backhand and redirect it in either way, either cross court or down the line. She can hit that ball wherever she wants.
I want to get you up to speed on some scores. We've got the world number 1, the defending champion, on court in Arthur Ashe Stadium for his warm-up. That is Jannik Sinner. Will head in there shortly. Intriguing match against Alexei Popyrin, the world number 36 from Australia. But a couple of matches have just gone final almost simultaneously. Yesterday, we had a qualifier. Jerome Kim reached the third round. Now we've got 2 qualifiers into the third round after Coleman Wong of Hong Kong beat Australia's Adam Walton in 5. So that's a cool result and a cool opportunity for Wong, who will play Andrei Rublev, who just beat the American wildcard Tristan Boyer in 4 sets. We'll talk about Rublev in a bit. But, Stevie, I do want to focus on Boyer because everybody became familiar with his incredible run at the Australian Open. Incredible in the sense that what was going on at home. He's from Altadena, California, which was essentially destroyed by those extreme fires back in January. So here you have somebody with this career-defining breakout moment, while on the other side of the world, literally everything is burning down. And just the emotional weight that must carry. Incredible just to see the way he's persevered this year.
Absolutely. Tristan is a great kid. He's a Southern California kid, like you mentioned. And with all that went on in Southern California early this year, in Pacific Palisades, in Altadena, a lot of people's lives were turned upside down. And it is sometimes, it's tricky to focus on what's the task at hand. And, for Tristan, he's an athlete. He needs to go out there and perform. And sometimes that has that negative effect on you because you're always thinking about what's going on back home. But I think for him, and I think Madison Keys was another player, who spent a lot of time in California. They raised their level because they wanted to bring awareness, bring, light to what was happening in their communities and have some, when you're in a moment of darkness like that, it's great to rally around somebody like Tristan Boyer, who's from that area. And he did really well, in the Australian Open, showing that Altadena is a proud, county here in Southern California. And really an amazing stretch, but I'm very happy to see him playing well. He has all the talent in the world, and just like Haley Baptiste, it takes a while for people to find their rhythm, find their runway in this sport, and it's never too late.
Yeah, second round in Australia as a qualifier, and here into the second round as a wild card. He goes out to Andrei Rublev, but he fought well. 4 tough sets, lost a 4th set tiebreak out on the grandstand against Rublev. They are just beginning the second set back here in Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Haley Baptiste will serve first. But we're actually going to jump right next door for Arthur Ashe Stadium, and that is where he hopes to be 2-time U.S. Open champion. We leave a 2-time U.S. Open champion in Naomi Osaka, and the defending U.S. Open champion, Jannik Sinner, is taking the court against Alexei Popyrin for their second round matchup. Normally, Stevie, this would be an upset alert because Popyrin has game. He's got power, he's got pop, that's his nickname, and not that creative based on his name, but it's also true. Last year, he won a Masters. He won that title in Montreal, beat Djokovic here a year ago. But there's a big caveat. He's playing 2025 Jannik Sinner, who's been almost unbeatable at majors and certainly on hard courts.
Yeah, this is going to be a tall task for Alexei Popyrin, but good thing for Alexei, he has some experience with big upsets on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Beat Novak Djokovic last year in the third round. So at least that will give him something to draw back on in these experiences when if he does get a chance to close out a match or he gets to the end, he knows that he's beat arguably the greatest of all time on this court just a year ago, so he can draw back on those experiences.
It's Sinner who's serving first and missing that forehand wide from the far baseline. Brian Clark here with Stevie Johnson, Megan Moulton-Levy. And Megan, I wonder for a player like Popyrin, when he takes the court just knowing that he's got that kind of easy power, in those clutch moments where you get nervous and you get tight, just how much of an advantage is that to have that weapon that you can turn to and rely on at those important moments?
Well, I mean, he's playing the best player in the world right now, so he may feel like he has to overuse that easy power. So I hope that Popyrin is able to be disciplined and pull it out when he needs to. Because if he has too many unforced errors, that's going to give Sinner just too much room to do what Sinner does best.
Sinner in his clay-colored outfit. We called it that the other day when he was playing during the day. It looks like the Terre Battue from Roland Garros, capped off with a white hat. His entire team courtside in their coordinated outfits. White hats, black shirts. Of course, the sponsors have something to say about that. Forehand inside out from Sinner, and then a deeply mishit backhand from Popyrin, who looks to check that mark. Maybe that Sinner ground stroke just skidded a bit off the baseline. Whatever it was, Popyrin was not able to adjust. It's 30-15.
I think it's really important for Popyrin here early on is to get a couple holds, get on the board. We all know, Sinner's runs at the French and Wimbledon, he came out to screaming leads, 4-0, 5-0, 6-0 in a set. And that is hard enough to beat a guy like Jannik Sinner. And then when you give him the first 20 or 30 minutes of a match when you don't win a game, that makes it your belief, just kind of evaporate that much quicker.
Another day of pretty much ideal conditions, a little bit breezier than it's been the last few days. We saw Andrei Rublev's hair blowing in the breeze in his win over Tristan Boyer on the grandstand. Here's Sinner into net on his first serve. Iga Swiatek was a winner here in Ash in 3 over Susan Lamens, the Dutch #1. Good tee serve from Sinner. Popyrin couldn't get it back over. Straightforward hold for Jannik Sinner to begin this match.
Sinner on that service game did a really excellent job of picking his spots, but I'll talk throughout the day. I have been talking about it's not just enough to hit the ball on the spot in the court where you want. The ball has to compromise your opponent on your serve. So pay attention. For those of you who play at home, when you're out serving, playing a match, pay attention to how you make your opponent receive the ball. That gives you an indication of the quality of your serve.
Alexei Popyrin to the line now, the Australian who spent much of his childhood growing up in Spain. He's lived pretty much in Spain since he moved there when he was a young teenager. 26 years old now, got to the 4th round here last year with that big scalp of Novak Djokovic en route. Popyrin's ranking fell, understandable so, to 36 in the world after those Montreal points fell off. Billowing white t-shirt with light blue colored shorts, and that serve, it's out wide. Stretch forehand from Sinner. Popyrin trying to pull him off the court, but Sinner tracks it down. Half volley Popyrin, that's wide, and that's the foot speed and the reaction time of Sinner on full display.
There might be no one better on the move deep into a court in a compromised position than Jannik Sinner. He's able to, on the dead run, stretch out completely with his left foot, sliding into a backhand. Still gets enough pace, spin, and speed on it to get it to the feet of Popyrin, who is coming forward. It's really remarkable how much he can get out of those shots.
15-all. Popyrin goes tee with an ace, first of the match for 15-all.
And to that, Popyrin then is going to have to work that much harder to compromise Sinner and create opportunities to come forward.
For all of Sinner's success and titles and world #1 ranking, Popyrin actually owns the lone win in the head-to-head here, but there's a bit of an asterisk there. That was 2021 on clay in Spain. Sinner was 19 years old, so I'm not sure that's very relevant here today, given on what's transpired over the last 3 or 4 years. 30-15 for Popyrin, flatten out wide. Missed it wide. Wayne Ferreira on the bag for Alexei Popyrin. Of course, he had big success a few years back, working for a while with Francis Tiafoe. Body serve into the backhand return for Sinner, who plays a forehand middle. Now a forehand Popyrin into the Sinner backhand, cross court. Slice backhand Popyrin. Sinner backs up. Middle forehand. Popyrin does the same. Flatten it out a bit. Sinner stretched on the backhand. Inside in forehand Popyrin. Short forehand Sinner. Here comes Popyrin. He nets the backhand as he wanted to go down the line. It's 30-all.
Yeah, I like the point construction from Popyrin on that point, just moving Jannik side to side, kind of controlling the middle of the court. What I would like to see in that last miss would be, Alexei to kind of move his feet aggressively, get around it, try and hit a forehand, which is arguably his best shot. Because when you play a guy like Sinner, you need to give him your best every single point. Even if he would have made that backhand approach down the line, Sinner is standing right there, able to hit a forehand pass. So I'd like to see Alexei take a little bit more risk, get around that, try and hit a forehand.
30 all. He goes deep into the box, and Sinner bunts back a backhand, and then Popyrin flies an error. The forehand long. That was about the Sinner return, giving Popyrin problems, and Sinner's got an early break chance.
Even though Popyrin has an amazing serve against Sinner, that point, that 30-15 point where he had that backhand approach that he missed, he needs to really lock in on those points, because every little inch that he has, he's going to have to take, because if he doesn't, Sinner's going to be right there prepared to take an advantage of the point.
Second serve coming. Down a break point is Alexei Popyrin. It goes into the Sinner backhand. He returns, angled on the ad side. Now runs into a short forehand. Popyrin with a backhand. Center of the baseline. Lifted forehand Sinner. Backhand flattened out cross from Popyrin. Now Popyrin goes inside out with a forehand. Backhand cross Sinner. Ad side. And Popyrin missed that backhand into the bottom of the net. And it's an opening break for Jannik Sinner. And exactly what we said Alexei Popyrin could not have afford to happen has happened. It's an early lead for Jannik Sinner.
Sinner, because of how he moves, that's sustained pressure. So he gets to every ball. Not only does he get it and just make it, he gets there, he's balanced, and he can do so much with the ball in any position. Popyrin's going to have to be creative to find ways to compromise Sinner. What I mean by compromise, get him stretched, get him going to that continental grip, and just put him in a position where he's off balance.
Serve comes right down the center. It's blocked with the backhand by Popyrin, who now rolls a backhand slice into net. 15 love for Sinner.
Yeah, this is the tricky part if you're Alexei Popyrin. You're only 5-7 minutes into this match, but you've got to find a way to feel comfortable, get a hold, get something on the board. Because we all know that Sinner is such an incredible front runner that once he gets that lead, it is really hard to get it away from him.
15 love for Sinner. Flatten out wide. Popyrin can't get it back.
30 love.
30 love.
But how do you do that with someone who moves so well? How do you take those advantages? Because he's at every ball. So what do you do?
That is a good question. I am somebody who is career 0-3 against Sinner. His first ATP win is over me, so
really?
I'll always be a footnote in the history of Jannik Sinner's career. That was probably when he was like 14, unfortunately. So that was a long time ago when he got his first win.
Where was that?
That was in Rome.
Oh, okay.
He was probably 17 at the time, so it doesn't make me feel as bad.
It was his turf, too.
He's turned out to be all right in his career.
Hold on. Did you lose to a wild card?
I did.
Was it like a 17-year-old? We got this Italian who's great on the dirt. Were you nervous?
I personally wasn't nervous until I started losing. I served for the match, and then, had match points, and then all those things kind of start crawling into your head. You're like, I can't believe I lost to the 17-year-old, wild card. You got a great draw in this Rome Master Series. Little did I know, within the next 24 hours or so, when I calmed down after a tough loss, my coaches, some of the agents, everybody on tour kind of put me at ease. Like, he is going to be very good. Just give it time. He's just starting, right? And you're like, no, you don't see very clearly. And, a year later, he's top 100. The next year he's top 20, and now he's number 1 in the world. So it's all worked out just because he beat me. His whole career has changed since he took me down in 2019 or 2021. I don't even remember.
He basically had to say at that point, wow, I guess if I beat Steve Johnson, that means I can I belong here.
That's it. I'm glad I'm a stepping stone for these guys. It's good.
Well, a lot of people have been for Jannik Sinner in 2025 because he has raced out to a 3-love lead over Alexei Popyrin here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Let's head back to Louis Armstrong Stadium and check in with Prim early in the second set of the Osaka-Baptiste match. Hey, Prim.
The second set is moving pretty quickly. Good afternoon to you. Yes, we're over here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. A fan favorite, Naomi Osaka, two-time U.S. Open champion, has a commanding 6-3, 2-love lead here against the American Hailey Baptiste. Baptiste, this is a big stage for her. She comes into the net and goes for the overhead, right over. The crowd cheers for her. She's entering the U.S. Open for the first time ever in her career, ranked top 50 in the world. And Brian, Megan, and Steve, I spoke with one of her coaches. She's got Franklin Tiafoe, of course, Francis Tiafoe's brother, and Eric Heckman. I spoke with Eric just briefly before today's match, and I asked him, what are some of the things that you're focusing on? And he mentioned that just her overall belief that she can be the best, and she has all the tools, but helping her use a slice and spin to set up the power to finish.
Thank you, Prim. We'll be checking back in with you in a bit. Earlier on Armstrong, it was a very straightforward win for one Italian player, Lorenzo Musetti. We said before, this is the first time in the Open era 2 Italian men are seeded in the top 10 at the U.S. Open. Musetti seeded 10th. He beat David Goffin in straight sets. And now Jannik Sinner is quickly out to a 3-love lead over Alexei Popyrin, who just missed that first serve. And now Popyrin serves right into the Sinner strike zone, and that forehand return was a good one. It caught the baseline. Popyrin could not create off of it, and it's love 15.
Popyrin has only won 50% of the points that he's put a first serve in. What does that tell me? That Sinner is returning lights out.
Serve off the tape and long. So, yeah, this is the 8th service point for Popyrin. He's won 2. Which is why the score is what it is at the moment. Now the toss from Popyrin comes up right into the body. Sinner flicks back a forehand, short backhand from Popyrin. And Sinner there, a rare miss, one of his first of the match as he tried to hit that forehand a little too fine. It's 15-all.
Especially in today's game on the men's side, power doesn't really mean a whole lot. You know, just because Popyrin can hit it 130, 135 on the serve, you've got to have good angle, good target, good spots on the court. If you just don't hit your spots, it's in Sinner's strike zone, and once he gets a hold of it, he's able to get on the offensive when he is returning quicker than anybody else on tour right now.
Another first serve miss from Popyrin. Now here comes the second. He's off the near baseline, deep into the tee. A backhand return Sinner. Forehand injection of pace. Popyrin, who moves to his left. Cross-court backhand. Sinner does the same. They trade until Popyrin misses his backhand wide. It's 15-30.
Okay, Stevie, let's talk tactically, okay? In a perfect world, if I were Popyrin and I'm playing this match, and I could do it, I'd try and open up opportunities to get Sinner moving forward on my territory. Not when he wants, but I want to bring him in. So what would I have to do that?
You'd want to absolutely get him off the baseline. He is so good when he's moving linearly along the baseline. He dominates it so well. And there is a big difference on coming forward on your terms and then on your opponent's terms. So, if I was talking to Popyrin, I would try and break the sidelines as much as I possibly could. Forehand angles out wide, backhands, cross court, short slices. Just get Jannik moving up, back, sideways. When he is moving on the baseline, he is absolutely so dangerous, and he controls that so well. And he does that just about every point. We're going to watch, as we watch today, it's something that he does better than anybody else. Is he doesn't give up ground. When he does go backwards or forwards, he goes right back to his comfort level near the baseline and tries to take advantage.
He's got 2 break points here, and Sinner has a look at a second serve as well. Returns with a middle forehand. Now Popyrin comes in behind that, and Sinner's backhand was into the net. 1 break point save for Popyrin.
But I think you've got to be willing to do that if you're Alexei Popyrin, is to come forward. That's the ball. You see it. Sometimes there's a big, giant green light on the ball that says come forward. That one, was a 50-50 shot, but I like his position in the court. He had zero hesitancy. He went right after that forehand, came in, and you've got to be able to be willing to put that pressure on Sinner. It may not work out every time, but you've got to know that he's got to know that you're coming forward.
Tee serve from Popyrin. Sinner chips it back with the forehand. Now Popyrin swings around to the backhand. He sends it towards the sideline. Sinner flattens it out. Slice backhand Popyrin. Forehand cross Sinner, pushing Popyrin into the backhand corner. Inside in forehand. Sinner's dictating from the baseline. Strikes another big forehand. Popyrin's there, though, with the slice backhand. Now Sinner goes backhand cross from the sideline. Up the line, Popyrin. To his right goes Popyrin with a forehand. Forehand down the line into net. Sinner. That's the first time today we've seen Popyrin come out on top in one of those longer rallies.
He did a great job of moving Sinner around, but without exposing himself to too much risk. What I would like to see Popyrin do is try and get Sinner outside of the court, make his feet in the alley, using some of those angles that Stevie was talking about, then unlocking an opportunity for him to come forward if that's the right choice.
At deuce, Popyrin having saved 2 break points. He's just trying to get on the board in this opening set against the world #1 Jannik Sinner, who's taken the first 3 games of this matchup. Winner of this will play either Denis Shapovalov or the French wild card, Valentin Royer. They split the first 2 sets, and Shapovalov won a 14-point tiebreak in the first set. Here, Popyrin finds a way to give himself a point for 1-3.
And anytime for Alexei Popyrin in this match, if you are hitting second serve and you get a mistake out of Jannik Sinner, just calmly, quietly move to the next point, because you're not going to get that too often. So just enjoy that for a brief moment, then get right back to work.
But hold on, Popyrin's second serve, you know, when you're receiving a second serve, you normally are anticipating a kick that's traveling up that forces you to your left if you are a righty, up above your shoulder. But what Popyrin did with that serve, second serve, is he made Sinner move out of the way. It was almost like a body kick. So maybe that might work.
Sinner misses long. Oh no, that ball just caught the baseline. Again, Popyrin takes a long look at it. It caught the back of the baseline barely, and then Popyrin missed his backhand, so Sinner's gotten this game to deuce.
Yeah, much to your point there, Megan, it's important to kind of go at the Sinner body, but you've got to be accurate with that one, because if you don't hit the body serve well, it's right in his strike zone. We all know Jannik is so good kind of out of his wings when he's in the corners and he's stretched, so that body serve is a huge play, especially when he decides to take it early on second serve rather than kind of go back and hit a heavy one.
Popyrin living dangerously with the serve clock. He nets that first serve. Clock came close to running all the way down. Mahova and Kirstea are underway on the grandstand. Mahova, the 11th seed, serving for the first time. Kirstea held to begin that match. Backhand from Sinner, pulling Popyrin left at deuce, and then Popyrin missed, and it's another break chance for Sinner.
Point earlier in the game, Brian, you mentioned that was the only point that Popyrin was able to win, having a longer point. So Popyrin has to be able to continue to hold a rally cross court, but not go for the lines and wait for one. Stevie, you know it. Sometimes you're aiming somewhere and you happen to hit it a little bit better, and then you just got to quickly react to whatever came off of your racket.
Good serve from Popyrin in the ad court, flat and wide. 129 miles an hour, too much for Sinner to handle.
Yeah, really important, though, for Popyrin to just go about his game. You know, early in this match, you know, even though he's down 1 break, it's to still go about what your A plan is. You know, there's no time to hit the panic button quite yet. There's still a lot of time left in this match.
First serve long from Popyrin. 18 minutes into this match, and more than half of that, it feels like, has been in this service game. It's been a long run for Popyrin trying to hold serve. He's saved 3 break points, and now is another chance to escape this game after Sinner, well, he mishit that return. It fluttered wide.
Mishit because Popyrin did another body serve, jammed him. Sinner was falling off to his left side to try and return that ball in the court.
19-minute mark, advantage Popyrin. He serves out wide, and Sinner steers the return into net. Popyrin on the board, and that took some doing.
I like the emotion out of Popyrin, though. I mean, he's being, you know, he's still positive. He knows that he can win this match. He has, you know, even though it was a few years ago, he's had success against Sinner. We all know what's happened, you know, since 2021 when they last played. But he's had wins on this court. He's beaten Novak Djokovic on this court. He believes that he can do it. It's just going to take a good effort from start to finish. Go about your business and execute when the moment presents itself, which is the most important thing.
Now it's Sinner serving up 3-1, 19 minutes into this second round match. Alexei Popyrin about 2 meters behind the near baseline in Arthur Ashe Stadium as Sinner misses that first serve. Sinner's lost just 2 of 10 points on serve through 2 service games. Popyrin's backhand reflex return was wide. It's 15-love for Sinner.
And Popyrin will go through these stretches where he doesn't look comfortable on return. And I think that actually plays well into, you know, his dynamic as a tennis player. He will go 2 or 3 games, maybe not make too many returns or be aggressive, make a lot of errors. But then there's going to be one game in there where it's love 30 and he pops a great second serve return. And you just never know what kind of volatility he brings on that side of the net. So I actually think that plays well into his hands if he can kind of keep it within striking distance, one break or on serve.
So if you're having trouble making your returns, one thing that I would look at doing is changing my court positioning. See if I need to take the ball earlier, taking 2 steps in, or if I need more time, dropping back, split stepping, moving back, waiting for the ball to get away from me a little bit to give me space to swing out. So there are options when you're not able to make your return.
Second serve here for Sinner at 30 love. He goes out wide. Inside the court was Popyrin. Deep forehand return. Now Popyrin goes backhand. He's pushing the pace. Sinner tried to pass. Popyrin got there with a stretch volley. A second volley. Sinner tries to pass. Third volley, good. Popyrin. How about a fourth? That's the winner. Beautiful net coverage by Alexei Popyrin.
That is great coverage from Popyrin at the net. Good hands, good vision. Yeah, Sinner wishes he had a couple of these short forehands and short backhands back, shorten the court. Both guys give each other a quick little smile. No, those points are kind of fun as players. You cat and mouse. You get one over on your opponent. That was a great job by Popyrin not to panic, just keep his hands up and just hit solid volleys.
And another long rally going Popyrin's way, and it says something about this match that all the long rallies that Popyrin has won stand out. There was that 17-shot exchange earlier, and then the 12-shot rally going his way. Sinner tried to make that a 1-shot exchange, but missed the flat serve out wide. And he double faults Sinner. First of the match for either player.
30 all. A little moment here, if Popyrin is lucky, he'll get a look at a second serve. Maybe that's that little chance, but these are the moments when you're playing somebody of Sinner's caliber. It's not a break point quite yet, but this could be the only opportunity where you get to this point in a set like this. So you really have to buckle down. These are the moments where you got to try and play your best tennis, and with a little help that Sinner doesn't hit an ace or hit a first ball winner.
Flat serve into net by Sinner, and now Popyrin will get a look at a second serve at 30 all. Sinner's in front 3-1. Second serve. Popyrin read it well and slid left towards the tee. They settle at the baseline. Backhand Sinner. Popyrin to his left with a slice backhand. Now forehand inside in Sinner. That's great. Stretching Popyrin out. Here comes Sinner. Service line. Puts away the forehand winner. Big ball striking.
But it's amazing given the situation there. Second serve, 30 all. Popyrin does the right thing. Runs around. Hits a huge forehand.
30.
Big part of the court through the center. And no more than 2 swings later, Sinner is on the attack. He goes from defense to offense so quickly in 2 balls. All when, just as we thought that Popyrin was going to kind of keep control of that point, he's on the dead run 2 shots later. That's the magic of Jannik Sinner.
He's just able to take the ball so early. Whenever he wants to take a step in and take time away, he can adapt his stroke well enough to be able to do that.
First serve from Sinner wound up in the net. He struggled with the first serve in this game, but has a chance for 4-1 here. And he let that toss go over his head. Popyrin was creeping inside of the baseline. Popyrin's gotten a little bit more aggressive on some of these second serves. He has really come in to attack them. This one, he read it going out wide. He's getting good reads on these serves, but Sinner, right place, right time, and the reflexes were there as he just redirected that forehand flick across the court. Too good from the world number 1, who leads 4-1 in Ash when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Welcome back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Brian Clark back here with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson. That Jannik Sinner shot off a much more aggressive return game from Alexei Popyrin. Just that redirection shows why Sinner is so dangerous.
Yeah, it's amazing. That was such a good pickup. In a brief moment of, light for Popyrin, he gets 2 second serve looks at 30 all, does the right thing, runs around both, hits great returns. Unfortunately, he's just on the losing side of both those points from the great athleticism from Jannik Sinner.
Popyrin missed the first serve. Second, Alette. Another first serve coming. Naomi Osaka, by the way, serving up 4-1 in the second set to Haley Baptiste on Armstrong. Osaka took the first 6-3, and Popyrin's second serve into the bottom of the net.
It's impossible for any one human to play perfectly, but Popyrin has to be really disciplined on every shot he plays. He can't be giving Sinner any free errors, no double faults. He's got to put his first serve in, like he just did on that ace.
He went tee with that ace, twisting away from Sinner in the ad court. It's 15 all. Peyton Stearns of the United States won a first set tiebreak 8-6 over Magdalena Frech, the 28th seed from Poland. Denis Shapovalov, Valentin Royer are in the third set, even on sets. That's on court 7. First serve missed there. Second serve down the center, a backhand from Sinner, who pulls his racket down as Popyrin misses long. 15-30.
Sinner does that extremely well. He does change up his return position quite a bit. He will go, stand on the baseline there, really attack a second serve. He will go back and play that heavy one. And he is so good at changing the vision of the server. That really helps him on return as well.
And it gives his opponent different looks. The ball's coming faster, it's coming slower, it's coming at a higher trajectory. That's disruptive to someone's ability to receive that ball.
And there he went right at Sinner from atop the net. Sinner was still at the baseline. Popyrin crushed the forehand right at him. Sinner mishit it. It wound up in the seats to the left of the court.
Yeah, and sometimes it sounds silly to say that middle ball when you have something high, short, inside the service line is a good play, because generally as an opponent you guess one way or the other. Got a little fortunate with that one because Sinner stayed home, had a good look at the forehand, just mishit it. But that is a play that doesn't get used too often, but it's a good one.
Second serve for Popyrin here at 30 all. Out wide, and Sinner shortens up on the return, finds the net with it. It's 40-30.
This to me is a critical point because Sinner is not giving Popyrin very many loose errors. That was a return miss. I want to see a first serve, maybe out wide, open court, start the pattern.
Popyrin right down the center, backhand blocked back, inside in forehand, a winner for Popyrin for 2-4. Looks to have found his footing in this match. He looks like he made some adjustments. The problem is the man on the other side of the net, but for the Popyrin game itself, it's definitely improved over the last 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, he looks comfortable out there. I mean, those first games are always tricky on Ashe. When you get into these big moments against Jannik Sinner, you better be ready to go from first ball. He seems like he's calmed down, played a great couple service games, even had a look in that last service game. So for him, you got to take the little victories out there. He's still down a break in this first set, but you got to just take the little victories, the small things. You're playing well, you're playing the right way, and you just got to believe that over the course of a 2-3 hour match, it's going to pay off.
Sinner serve dots the center line. It's an ace, 15 love. His first ace of the afternoon comes 29 minutes in. It's 15 love.
Something I think about for Popyrin is Sinner's an unbelievable mover. So what are some tactics that players can use when they're playing great movers? You go middle. You try and keep them in the corner because they want to be on the run. What Popyrin did on the last point of his service game is he served T, got Sinner moving, and then went back behind him. That, again, is another great play, going behind the player who moves really well.
Popyrin from the far baseline, slices a backhand. Sinner runs around to hit a forehand. Down the line comes Popyrin with the backhand, sliding forehand Sinner. Popyrin lifts the backhand. And Sinner was ready to crush it, but it missed wide anyway. It's 30 love for Sinner.
Yeah, that's a pattern that if you're Alexei Popyrin, you have got to try and find your way out of as quickly as possible. You do not want to be stuck hitting backhands 5 to 7 feet behind the baseline consistently against Sinner. On that's Popyrin's weaker side on the backhand, so you just want to find a way out of it. He's got to go down the line, hit something with some heavy spin, some height, just change the trajectory of his shot. Try and find some forehands, use a slice, just change up the rhythm.
Backhand middle from Popyrin. Now forehand from Sinner, inside out. Forehand Popyrin, who comes into net and crushes home the overhead. Just dunked it over. It's 30-15.
I think had Sinner decided to run for that ball, he probably could have gotten it back and wreaked some havoc. But good for Popyrin. Sinner chose not to run.
Popyrin twirls that racket in his right hand as Sinner blows on his own right hand. Sinner's wearing that white compression sleeve on his right arm. As Sinner's toss goes up, he missed that first serve long. Quickly, let's actually jump right next door, Louis Armstrong Stadium. Hailey Baptiste is serving, but it is a match point for Naomi Osaka, the two-time U.S. Open champion. And she's got a chance to move to the third round here for the first time in 4 years. Flat serve from Baptiste, misses wide. 70 minutes on court. Osaka took the first set 6-3. Baptiste has gotten just one game here in the second. Second serve, a double fault. Unfortunate ending, but Naomi Osaka pumps the left fist. The two-time champion here in New York City is back to the third round of the U.S. Open. First time in 4 years, brings in Hailey Baptiste for a hug. Businesslike for Naomi Osaka. Tough loss for Hailey Baptiste, but this is a player, Megan, in Naomi Osaka sending notice that she's back in fighting form heading in towards the middle weekend at the U.S. Open.
Yeah, she was just so clean with her footwork, her shot selection, not getting disturbed at all when points didn't go her way, and just was just so professional out there. She is a professional, but she just looked even, not really getting too upset about anything that happened out there.
That first serve missed from Sinner. We're back here in Ash. We promise you we didn't miss much. It's 40-30 now for Sinner. He's up 4-2 here in this opening set against Alexei Popyrin. A deep backhand return from the Australian player. Sinner couldn't handle it, and it's deuce.
And I love what Popyrin is doing on that ad side. He's being aggressive. He doesn't need to run around all the time because that's kind of, brings in too much, volatility if he doesn't hit it well. But staying home there, hit a great backhand, takes it early, short, compact swing down the line. You just got to find a way to be uncomfortable yourself to make Sinner uncomfortable.
Here's Sinner at deuce from the near baseline. Body serve, chipped with the backhand from Popyrin. Now backhand, slice back Popyrin, backs up to Sinner with a forehand middle, lifted backhand Popyrin. Sinner waits, flattens out a forehand cross on the ad side. Popyrin misses long, advantage Sinner.
Advantage Sinner.
I don't think that's a bad error. Unfortunately, he was backed up. Sinner made him back up all the way off the baseline. Popyrin missed that ball long, which is the right type of error in that. You need height over the ball. You need to try and reset the point. So that's not a terrible error, but he just has to manage his error count much better. Popyrin does.
Sinner taking his time, and now at 4-2, he missed that first serve wide. Sinner first serve percentage has dropped. It's below 50% right now, 11 of 23. And Popyrin's found some joy on these second serves. Here he meets that second serve with a backhand middle, a forehand from the far baseline for Popyrin, who goes at a tighter angle with a forehand. He gambled a bit, but he missed it. And Sinner holds for 5-2 here in the opening set. We'll try to close out the set when we return on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jannik Sinner just missed his backhand. He tried to rip it down the right sideline, but he ripped it into the net. It's 15-love. Brian Clark back here with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson. We are curious if a match will be moved into Louis Armstrong Stadium after 2 quick matches, wins for Lorenzo Musetti and just now Naomi Osaka. So the day session in Armstrong is done, and it's 10 minutes before 3 o'clock. So perhaps they pop a women's match in there. Not sure which one that could be, but that's something we'll keep you posted on here on this Thursday afternoon as Alexei Popyrin double faults, missing that serve down the center. He left it well wide. That's his second double fault of the match.
It's such a thin rope that Popyrin has to thread because he can't hit balls where he's going to allow Sinner to just attack him game point after point, but he also can't go for too much, then he makes all these unforced errors. But I like that he went for a different type of first serve, second serve, slice, trying to get Sinner out of the way. He ended with a double fault, but that's okay.
15:30 here, and Popyrin's got to be careful. I actually wonder, I see them changing the net in Armstrong, if they might move the doubles match with Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez into Armstrong. That is scheduled next on the grandstand, but the Mahova-Kirstea match is still in the early goings after that long win for Andrei Rublev. So that would certainly make sense and give more fans an opportunity to see that match. Venus Williams, Leylah Fernandez, they took a wild card into the women's doubles against last year's champion, Ludmila Kichenok, who's playing this year with Ellen Perez. They're seeded 6th. 15:30 here for Popyrin. Sinner just scalded a forehand and follows it up with a ripped backhand, but that one's a little too wide. It's 30-all.
So that was actually a really brilliant point from Popyrin if he intended to do it. Sinner had control. His feet were inside the baseline. Drove a forehand cross court to Popyrin's forehand on that deuce side. Popyrin was able to drive one down the line, making Sinner go from inside the court to outside of the court. So he's playing with the up and back dimensions the way Stevie said. That's a great tactic for Popyrin to use.
Ace for Popyrin. He went out wide, and then he put his hands up in the air, almost encouraging the crowd to stand up, make some noise, get behind him. 40-30 for Popyrin, and he can at least make Sinner serve out this opening set. Remember, Sinner won the first 3 games of this match, and then he had break points for Popyrin, and that really would have been doom for the 26th seed if he got broken there. Second serve up the center, forehand reply short from Sinner, who now goes inside in with a forehand. Popyrin at full stretch, pulled off a forehand pass. He tightened the angle. It was his only place to put that ball, but he kept it in play, and he holds, but now it's Sinner to serve for the opening set.
That's a really good, hold of serve there for Popyrin. Just like you said, it was 3-0. It was break points. This could have got out of hand, very quickly. He's still down 5-3, still needs a break to get back in this first set. But again, you've got to take the little victories. You had one bad service game. That's it. He's held the other 3 times. He's had good chances on return games. Hasn't had any break points yet, but he's been close in these games. He's having good looks. Sinner's not serving his best today at below 50% on first serves, which is just helpful if you're Popyrin.
5-3 for Sinner here as he serves, and I misspoke a moment ago saying Popyrin was the 26th seed. He'd be seeded if that were the case. He's 26 years old. He's the 36th ranked player in the world, so he just missed a seed. Big topspin forehand from Sinner. That is a crushing strike from the service line. 15-love.
15-love.
Sinner made contact with that ball above his shoulder, almost at height, but he just was able to drive that ball straight through the court, not hitting up. That's not a ball where you need to swing up. That was a straight down trajectory, flying like landing a plane.
15-love down the center. He goes to his left, goes Popyrin. He somehow made that backhand land on the sideline, but it just sat there for Sinner to crush another forehand strike. And Sinner is 2 points from this opening set.
This has been a very good set from Sinner. I thought he's had chance to kind of blow the set wide open, go up double break, kind of make a run for it. But he's still being aggressive. He has had some errors in the set, but it's all been on his terms. He's the one being aggressive. He's the one kind of going at controlling the pace of play.
Toss right down the center. The backhand into the forehand from Sinner. Backhand cross court from Popyrin. He maintains some depth. Now a short forehand from Popyrin. Backhand Sinner's long. And it's 30-15.
30-15. That's where some of his errors have come in on that backhand side. Sometimes when Sinner's on the run making backhand errors, but that body backhand driving right at his left hip, forcing him to decide is it a forehand or backhand with speed, Popyrin's been able to see some success.
Sinner wipes his brow on that right sleeve. Sweat dripping off the world number one here on Ash. Flat serve out wide, and Popyrin can't get it back in play. 120. And it was deep in the box as well. We're also seeing the physio just in the hallway, ready to come onto the court after this set ends. We've seen Sinner dealing with some, I don't know if it was a blister or something the other day. He had something cut off. But don't know if it's Sinner or Popyrin who had asked for the trainer to come out. If it's Sinner, he'll do it after taking this opening set because he just puts away that forehand cross court from the ad service line. And Sinner in 43 minutes, 6-3 over Alexei Popyrin, who played much better as that set went on. And yeah, here comes the physio for Jannik Sinner, who is quickly taking off that right shoe. We'll see what the deal is and have more when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. First set goes to Jannik Sinner here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. We've been saying throughout this tournament that Sinner is part of the duo of the first ever Italian men seeded in the top 10 here at the same time. Sinner is one half of that duo. The other is Lorenzo Musetti, who's already through to the third round after beating David Goffin of Belgium earlier today. And Armstrong, after his straight sets win, he spoke with Prim Siripipat.
Prim Siripipat here on US Open Radio alongside Lorenzo Musetti. Congrats on your win. On paper, looks easy, but there were pockets where it really could have gone a different direction. How did you see those moments?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I feel like, especially the first set, I was up in a break, and then he started to play really, really well. I dropped a little bit with the intensity, but then at the end, I got the break back, and the set, I think it was a really nice first set that gave me that confidence, especially on the second. And on the third, I think I played probably the best tennis so far in the last 3-4 games. And I think it's a really, really important win for me for, bringing me the tennis that I used to have in the last couple of months. So really, really happy about this performance.
Here at the US Open for the first time as a top 10 seed, how does it feel different, and how are you experiencing the expectation?
Yeah, definitely different. 2 times on Louis Armstrong for me, never happened. And it's such an honor to be playing on this beautiful court. So I have to thank, first of all, the organization that trusts me, to put me every time there, and hopefully even the next one, and hopefully even more. And of course, there are more expectations this year, more, but even more motivation, to do better, to show that I really got this ranking, and I think I can go higher.
Final question. I was going to ask how your experience as a tennis player has changed since you've become a father, but then I realized I missed the social media post. I'm showing Lorenzo his social media post, and it looks like you're going to be a family of 4.
Yeah, in end of November is coming the second one. yeah, very soon. I mean, especially with this life, you know, you play every week, so every week in a row, and it's really, you know, going fast. But we really appreciate that, you know, we are raising a family. You know, we are really young, but we really love, you know, the first one, so we wanted immediately, you know, to get, you know, another one, and you know, I try to extend the family, and they're really my key, my anchor for every day, and they're here with me. So this win, it's also for them.
It's beautiful. Sometimes kids and having a family can actually help your game. So we hope we can see that for you. Lorenzo Musetti, thank you so much for your time, and congrats and best of luck in the next round.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
As Lorenzo Musetti a little while ago, speaking with Prim Siripipat after his straight sets win over David Goffin. And he could play another Italian player in the third round of the U.S. Open. That's Flavio Cobolli, seeded 24th. Cobolli in action right now, the 24th seed, in an intriguing one on Stadium 17 against the American Jenson Brooksby. They split the first two sets, and Brooksby, it's been a very difficult road back. He had that suspension for the missed doping tests, and then he had to deal with injuries. He revealed in April that he's lived his entire life. He was diagnosed with autism as a child, and he made that announcement shortly before he won Houston in dramatic fashion. We've got a former Houston champion here in Steve Johnson. Did you win once or twice?
Twice.
Which one of them was like one of the most compelling finals ever? You were cramping. Was that the first time or second?
That was the first year, yeah. 2017, if I'm not mistaken,
Gotcha,
against
yes.
Lefty Bellucci Thomas Bellucci
Yes.
from Brazil. That was a tough one. I was cramping. I don't know how I squeaked out of the game at 5-all. Then I pretty much just gave him the game at 5-6. I said, we'll just try and win this in a tiebreaker, and got lucky and hit a couple winners. But that was a fun one. Houston's a great event. You know, as we know, all Americans, we're all clay court specialists. You know, we do well, at least on American clay courts.
Yeah, I remember Jimmy Arias has always said how big of a deal it was when he played to win the U.S. Clays, and that you won the U.S. Clays
it was
now. And
very cool, because I didn't realize the fact that you actually get a gold ball. You know, if you're a junior tennis player, or you know, you play the U.S. Nationals, even as an adult, you get a gold ball. It's what you always want to get as a kid. You always try and get gold balls. And you know, I remember got one sent to the house, and I was like, oh, that was kind of cool, because I'd had one since I was 16 or 17. So it was a fun little treat that I didn't expect.
now, what was it like? You know, when you're a kid, you get a gold ball. I'm assuming that's the biggest sports achievements of your life up to that. But here you get the gold ball as a professional tennis player. It's very nice, but you also get that prize money check. So it's maybe a little different.
It's a little different. You know, it's our job. You know, this is what we have to do. This is what we get to do, I should say. You know, you go out there and try and win those titles, but had a blast. Was able to win it back-to-back years over a Tennis Sangren the following year, which was another fun final. But it's a special place, that Houston ATP event. I would suggest anyone to go to if they are in the area. It's a great venue to watch tennis. Very intimate, very small. You get up close and personal with the players, and I really think it's a great event.
River Oaks,
yes.
Right? River Oaks Country Club. Anyway, that's Jenson Brooksby had his big coming out party there. He won his first ATP title. He got a wild card into qualifying. Qualified, beat Francis Tiafoe. I think he faced match points in 3 different matches on his road to the final. And now here he is back at the U.S. Open. And he is somebody who is very, very dangerous. Just his game style, you know, there's always been those comparisons to just those players that really get under an opponent's skin. And that's been Jenson Brooksby, and he's had success doing that.
And, you know, shout out to all of you listening who have learning differences or learning intellectual disabilities. Hey, maybe this contributes to how he plays, because his brain processes things differently, and it may allow him to show up and play that creative style that he does that drives opponents crazy. So if you're at home, if you're listening around the world, and your brain works differently than the rest of ours, come on out to our sport and see what you think about it.
And Brooksby said after that win, you're absolutely right, just how much it meant to him to hear from people. Like right after he win, he was introduced to a little girl whose parents said, oh, she's on the autism spectrum as well. And just the emotional weight that carries with it, and how much that meant to him.
And we talk a lot about inclusion, right? That's diversity of all race, gender, age, socioeconomic status, intellectual abilities. We want this sport to be welcome to all.
Yeah, the other great example of that, Steve, I don't think you were here the other day because of what I'm going to say in a moment. Fran Jones, the British player who was born with that condition where she has 8 fingers and 7 toes. And there was a documentary produced over the summer, the great University of Southern California baseball player Jim Abbott, who was born with a limb difference where his arm essentially ended at his elbow. And he pitched for your California Angels, the New York Yankees here, and he threw a no-hitter for the Yankees. ESPN did this documentary over the summer, and you get goosebumps just thinking about it because he was saying how when he was playing in the late 80s, early 90s, the number of kids that everywhere he went as a Major League Baseball player, there'd be kids wanting to meet him after the game because they had a limb difference or some other physical challenge in their lives. And just to see somebody succeeding in Major League Baseball, what that meant to him. And at the end of this documentary, they have these kids who are now adults basically recording messages to Jim Abbott saying, you know, I'm a teacher and I'm married, I have a family, and just you get goosebumps thinking about it. So just the power of sport is exactly what you were saying, Megan. And it's great to see Jensen Brooks be, you know, going public with what he lives with on a daily basis and how that has made him who he is as a person and a tennis player. It's cool stuff here in tennis. Let's get back to the tennis. And again, we were correct in our prediction that doubles match has been moved into the Louis Armstrong Stadium. The 6th seeds, Ludmila Kichenok and Ellen Perez, against Leylah Fernandez and Venus Williams. The wild cards. Venus Williams, of course, a huge draw here back at the U.S. Open, 45 years old, and she handled herself quite well the other night against Karolina Muchova in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Muchova right now is playing her second-round match, and she's playing another older player, not 45 years old, of course, but that's Sorana Cirstea 4-all. They're in the opening set on the grandstand. We're back in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Alexei Popyrin is trying to continue the build-up from the back half of that first set, where he played much better against Jannik Sinner, but now he's down love 30 in the third game. It's 1-1. It doesn't seem like there's been any letdown so far.
Yeah, this is an important game here for Popyrin to just kind of close the gap. This is going to be a tough hole, down love 30, but he's got to find a way to stay ahead early in sets. You know, if you can put some scoreboard pressure on Jannik Sinner, that can only help as the set goes on.
Here's Popyrin with the toss. Now wide, stretched out, forehand return from Sinner. Short backhand Popyrin. Sinner flicks a forehand, backhand driven Popyrin. Now forehand, Popyrin waits. He adjusts and hit the net cord and goes. Now forehand cross from Sinner. Cross court forehand Popyrin. Big forehand Sinner. He goes right at Popyrin, who's able to reset the point. Jump backhand Sinner. Backhand lob from Popyrin. Overhead for a winner from Sinner, who just seemed to have all the answers throughout that point.
Yeah, it's a tough one as an opponent when Jannik Sinner is on his front foot. He is dominating this rally. I mean, he moves up to these balls so well. He jumps, uses his legs, gets the ball into his strike zone, even if it is short and high. But he finds a way forward. He's being aggressive. And this is a good sign for Sinner that he's coming forward, because when he is coming forward, that means he is comfortable from the baseline. He feels that he is able to be aggressive against his opponents.
Popyrin down triple break point. He's already down a set to the world number 1. It's Sinner trying to break here early in the second set. Sinner to his right, inside out forehand. Popyrin missed the backhand. Sinner just asking too much of Alexei Popyrin, and the world number 1 moves in front here in this second set. He leads 2-1 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back in Arthur Ashe Stadium where Jannik Sinner has gotten out to a lead in this second set over Alexei Popyrin. We're 3 minutes shy of an hour. We're 11 minutes past 3 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon in New York. Brian Clark here with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson as Sinner misses that first serve. Francisco Cerundolo up 2-1 on the Swiss qualifier, Leandro Reedy. Cerundolo won the first 2 sets. Reedy forced a fourth. That match is right now on court 5. As Popyrin just missed that backhand. We've already got a second qualifier into the third round after Jerome Kim did it yesterday. Coleman Wong joins him today on the other side of the draw. Coleman Wong will play Andrei Rublev, who beat the American wild card Tristan Boyer in 4 sets. Lorenzo Musetti, a straight set winner over David Goffin. Second serve coming here for Sinner, who missed that first out wide. He's in the near baseline, serving in the ad court. He won the first set 6-3. Goes up the center, stretched out to the right, blocked back. Here comes Sinner, and he crushes the forehand away for a winner. It's 30-love.
If you're Alexei Popyrin, this is a tricky situation to be in because Sinner is not serving well at all. I mean, in this set alone, he is 1 of 8 first serves made, but he is winning. He's won 6 of 7 of the second serve points he's had to play. So you're down a set, you're down a break. Sinner is not serving well, and you find yourself in this situation. That's got to be a tough spot to be in for right now if you're Alexei Popyrin.
Sinner came out of the block serving so well. And the biggest difference in this match that's allowed Popyrin to keep it close, that first serve percentage really dropped off. And Popyrin, give him credit, though. He's played those serves a little bit more aggressively in his returns. But that's allowed Popyrin just to stay within striking distance. But 40-love here for Sinner. Missed that first serve into net. Magdalena Freck is on the verge of bringing Peyton Stearns to a third set. That's on court 6 after the American won the first set in a tiebreak. 8-6. Sweeping cross-court forehand for Popyrin to get on the board.
Sinner hasn't been serving well, but his second serve, I think the reason why it's been so effective is because he's able to change his spots. He's not serving the serve to the same kick out wide, body backhand. On one of these points in his service game, he hit a slice tee on the ad side. How do you know if you've mastered a skill or not? Particularly on the serve, if you're at home practicing, if you can hit that spot 70% of the time, 7 out of 10, that means that in pressure moments, hopefully you're able to rely on that when you need it.
Sinner's toss at 40-15 down the center, blocked with the backhand from Popyrin. Middle forehand Sinner, backhand lifted Popyrin. Now a short forehand into net Sinner. 40-30.
40-30.
Yeah, for Sinner here, if you have been struggling with your serve today, this has been maybe the one point of contention that he hasn't done well over the course of the last few months. We saw him in Cincinnati a couple weeks ago after matches, going out to the practice court, hitting serves with his team, trying to figure out what is off. Is it his rhythm, his tempo, his toss? There's just one little piece to this serve that he's close to figuring out, and that's a dangerous thing for the rest of the guys on tour.
40-30 for Sinner. He goes out wide, follows it in, but Popyrin's block back was wide. Sinner holds, consolidates the break. He's up 3-1 in the second.
Sinner just displayed a great ability. When I've been talking about compromise, what does that mean? Sinner on the ad side hit a flat out wide serve, drawing Popyrin out of the alley. Popyrin's feet were even out of the court. And that is when you know you've put your opponent in trouble. Popyrin wasn't able to make it, but had he, Sinner would have been in a great position to finish the point anyway.
Running around to play a forehand is Popyrin. Looked like he was going to go cross-court. He disguised his intent well because at the last minute he curled it inside in for 15-love.
Just like in the first set, big moments here for Popyrin to just settle down, get a hold. You've got to like your chances to maybe get another look in one of these games. He's got a lot of second serve opportunities so far in this match, so he's just got to find a way, get a hold, steady the ship.
Good serve deep into the box on the ad side. Sinner couldn't get it back. It's 30-love.
That's when we seen some loose errors out of Sinner. Just on that backhand side, not able to connect with the ball perfectly.
Serve out wide. Sinner deep. Forehand return. So deep that Popyrin couldn't do anything with it. It's 30-15.
His ability, Sinner's ability to maintain his posture, his balance, particularly when he's stretched on that forehand side. He's able to keep his balance, which means he can use his core to help him create so much power when he goes to strike that ball.
Serve out wide into the backhand of Sinner, who now plays a forehand inside in. A looped forehand, looped long. Popyrin, it's 30-all.
30-all.
If you're Popyrin, I like the way that he's trying to change up the height of his shot, you know, the speed of his shot. You're trying to disrupt Jannik Sinner any way you possibly can. He's just got to find a way to kind of bring in those margins just a little bit. He's missing a little too many of just ordinary routine rally balls right at this moment.
Sinner twirls the racket as Popyrin from the far baseline. This is that serve into net. They're warming up on Armstrong for that doubles match that was moved into Armstrong. That was the match moved from the grandstand. It's Ludmila Kitchenok, Ellen Perez taking on the wild card team, Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez. Now sitting at net, Popyrin able to smash home the overhead for 40-30. That ball wound up deep into the seats, and a young fan was able to pick up the ball. He lost his hat in the process, but now he's got his hat, and he's got a new souvenir from the U.S. Open.
Smart from Popyrin here to just take any possibility of Jannik Sinner to get this one out of play. Hit it up to the upper deck, spike it out of the court. Give the fans a souvenir to take home with you.
Popyrin from the far baseline. Down the center, and Sinner stretched out, couldn't get it back. Popyrin scowls as he heads to the chair. It's Sinner up a set and a break. He's at 3-2 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back here on this Thursday afternoon at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. We're in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Jannik Sinner is up a break over Alexei Popyrin. He's also up a set. Sinner took the first 6-3 and is now serving at 3-2. 15 all here in the sixth game of this second set. Just a few more scores from around the grounds to keep you updated on. We told you about that Stadium 17 match. Jensen Brooksby and Flavio Cobolli of Italy. They split the first 2 sets and are on serve in the third. Court 11. Karin Khachanov was up 2 sets to love on Kamil Majchak, but Majchak won the third set 6-4. They're at 2-all in the fourth. A couple of women's matches in progress on court 12. Laura Zigemund took the first set 6-4 from Anastasia Zakharova. Magdalena Freck and Peyton Stearns about to begin the third set. That's on court 6. On the grandstand, Karolina Mahova trying to bring Sorana Cirstea into a first set tiebreak at 5-6. On the men's side, Leandro Riti, the Swiss qualifier, looks to be on his way to bringing Francisco Cerundolo into a fifth set. This is a match Cerundolo led 2 sets to love. Riti won the third set 6-4 and is up 4-1 in the fourth. Other men's match right now that we have not mentioned, Denis Shapovalov and Valentin Royer. And Shapovalov, by virtue of winning tie breaks in the first and third sets, leads 2-1 on Royer. Here in Ash, it's Jannik Sinner up 15, down 15-30, as Alexei Popyrin has a chance here, the sliver of a chance, to get himself back on level terms. He trails a set 2-3, and Popyrin looks very upset with himself after he missed that backhand return into net.
Yeah, that backhand return is just a bit of a bummer because Sinner has struggled with his serve in this set especially. He didn't hit a good target. It was right in the strike zone of Alexei Popyrin, and at 15-30, you get a good look at a serve. You've got to find a way to make that one. He knows it. He's frustrated, but still he's got 30-all. Sinner's not serving great from a first serve percentage standpoint, so he still has an opening of the door here.
Serve comes down the center. The backhand from Popyrin catches the baseline. Another deep backhand Popyrin. He's keeping Sinner on his back foot. Popyrin generating all sorts of power, and it's the forehand that comes through as Sinner missed, and now Popyrin has his first break chance of the match.
Brian, you called it spot on. I mean, that's the first time where I've seen Popyrin able to deliver 3 balls deep within feet of the baseline, pushing Sinner back, and Sinner wasn't able to, that wasn't a right shot selection. He really should have lifted it, gotten his legs underneath the ball, and tried to lift the ball to reset. But I'm curious to see what's going to happen if Popyrin can continue to find that depth.
Big forehand from Sinner. Now a backhand from Popyrin. Forehand cross Sinner. Popyrin tracks it down. He throws up a lob because he was out of time to do anything else. It missed long. Sinner saves the break point.
That's a great point from Sinner there. He hasn't been playing great, up to his standards by any means. He plays a good point. Good first serve. Good first ball to the ad side. Open court with the forehand. Just making it difficult for Popyrin to really get any footing when he did have his only break look there.
Flavio Cobolli just got a medical timeout, so after about 7 minutes, they're finally back on court on 17. Cobolli and Jensen Brooksby even on sets. Here in Ash, Sinner nets the first serve. Leylah Fernandez, Venus Williams, an opening break in that women's doubles match that was moved into Louis Armstrong Stadium. Sinner double faults. Second break chance for Popyrin.
Second double fault of this set as well.
Sinner double faulted once in the opening set. As we said, if there's a nit to pick in the Sinner game today, it's the serve. It just has not been as clean as you would like. But it hasn't hurt him so far. He's up a set, still leads by a break, but he's down a break point. In danger of giving back that lead. That serve flattened out into the backhand. Now a forehand inside in from Sinner. He's got Popyrin on the run, but Popyrin gets there with a forehand, but that forehand so good from Sinner. He curls it inside in to save the second break point.
Yeah, extremely well done from Sinner there on those forehands. He's behind the baseline. Wasn't planning on hitting a winner on that forehand, but just where he was by virtue of how good his forehand is, with a good margin near the baseline, and the way he's able to break the sideline with a forehand is really impressive. And if you're Popyrin there, you played a good point. You did all the right things. Sometimes you just have to say too good. Try and get yourself another look and see if you can change the outcome.
First serve into net from Sinner as he looks for 4-2 in the second set. He saved 2 break points in this game. Second serve. Popyrin slides left. He knew where it was coming. Stayed on that forehand wing. Now he goes cross court with a forehand. Sinner backhand. Forehand. Short ball from Popyrin, who now swings around into the backhand. Sinner runs around to hit a forehand. Keeps it deep into the ad corner. Now he goes forehand middle. The middle balls, they've been Sinner's specialty. There's another one. Popyrin replies with a middle backhand. Now it's a forehand from Sinner. Short backhand Popyrin. Forehand from Sinner. A slice backhand. Floats over Popyrin. Forehand into the left side. Now cross-court backhand. Backhand down the right sideline. Sinner. Popyrin's in this. Popyrin has done well in these longer rallies. Sinner hasn't given him many, though. They've got one here, though. It's a forehand from Sinner. Now a backhand from Popyrin. He turned it up. Sinner's there with a cross-court backhand. Backhand slice Popyrin. Sinner down the line, but into the net. Popyrin comes through again, and Sinner ends that point with his left hand on his knee. Doesn't look very comfortable.
Well, that
30
was
shots.
A magnificent point. Earlier on in the match, I talked about a strategy. When you're playing a person who moves lights out, you want to pin them in a corner, not give them very many opportunities to run side to side the way they like. I think Sinner's at his best when he's stretched on that forehand side. Popyrin only gave him one opportunity to do that shot that he's been building his game off of, but was so disciplined by just being steady in that backhand, ad side to ad side, cross-court rally.
Third break chance for Popyrin here, and that serve missed. I'm curious if there's any ill effect from Sinner after that 30-shot exchange, because he just looked got up a little gingerly. He was slow to move to the towel. Oh, he wrong-footed Popyrin. Popyrin had read those second serves so well, and he thought that one was going out wide, but Sinner went tee. It's a second serve ace to save the break point.
Yeah. Generally, I would say I like the aggressive play there from Popyrin to kind of run around it, but you've got to take the moment and the situation at hand. He just had a 30-shot rally. Sinner was tired, kind of, doubled over, hands on the knees. Don't give him an easy out with a second serve ace. If I was Popyrin on that point, especially after the long one, to stay home, try and out-rally him. He didn't look like he was feeling that well after the point. But, if you're Sinner, good execution of a tough second serve ace down break point.
That first serves into the net from Sinner. Here comes the second. Popyrin wanted to run around that forehand, and he mistimed the forehand strike. It's into net, and Sinner has a chance to escape this game. He saved 3 break points.
For Popyrin, receiving a high body serve to the deuce side, he shifted to his left to try and hit a forehand, which he missed it, but that's a right shot selection, because if he makes that ball, Popyrin sitting in a much better court positioning in the middle of the court.
And Sinner holds, and Sinner escapes for 4-2 in the second set. Some real chances there for Alexei Popyrin. And he's got to get over the fact that he couldn't convert any of them. And you can hear Wayne Ferreira saying, make him play longer points. And that is the sensible advice to Alexei Popyrin.
Yeah, generally that is not the strategy against Jannik Sinner, but given, you don't know how he's feeling from Cincinnati, maybe he's still not feeling great. After that long point, you got to look over there, see what Sinner is feeling like. Took extra time, almost got a time violation on the serve. So you always have to play the opponent on that day, not just what the scouting report says.
Serve out wide into the flick forehand from Sinner, and Popyrin's forehand is wide. It's 15, or love 15 rather. It was a good return from Sinner.
Delicate balance between playing a long point out, taking your shots when you have it, going for too little, going for too much.
Toss from Popyrin, right down the tee of Let. Mahova pitched a first set tiebreak shutout. Apparently one of those points was dazzling in her first set tiebreak over Sorana Cirstea on the grandstand. So Mahova won that first set. That Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez doubles match against Kichenok and Perez. That was supposed to follow on the grandstand, but it's now underway in Armstrong. We had a long start to the day on the grandstand with that four-set win for Andrei Rublev over Tristan Boyer. Second serve here for Popyrin, deep into the Sinner backhand corner. Now forehand up the left side, Popyrin. Popyrin with the backhand middle. Now Sinner flattens out a forehand. He took it cross court from the deuce side of the center line. And he's got a chance here at love 30.
Really important here for Popyrin to get out of this game. He just had chances in the last game, 3 break points to get back on serve. Just, he's just trying to inch his way back into this match. Sinner also recognized the opportunity that if he can get this extra break, that'll kind of lift his spirits as well. So it's really important for both these guys to try and get on the board this game.
Interesting coaching dynamic here. Popyrin coached by Wayne Ferrer, but we've also gotten plenty of shots of Leighton Hewitt, who, of course, is the Australian Davis Cup captain, has an interest in Popyrin. But Hewitt, when he won this tournament, he was coached by Darren Cahill, who's in the other coaching box for Jannik Sinner. That's been a great partnership. Short backhand from Popyrin. Sinner takes that with a sweeping forehand. Defensive lob from Popyrin's long. And Sinner has 3 break points.
Lob 14.
He's done a good job of getting his first serves in this game. He's struggled with that throughout the match, but when it counts, he's able to draw upon, he can access his good stuff when he needs to, even when things aren't going his way.
3 break points for Sinner, and what a turn this would be after Popyrin could not convert those 3 break points he had. He's now down triple break point. Sinner twirls the racket. He wants to pounce here, and that serve goes right into the middle of the court. Forehand return. Popyrin misses the forehand. Sinner pumps that right fist. He's up 5-2 in the second set. Already leads by a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, where Jannik Sinner is serving for the second set against Alexei Popyrin here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's Sinner up 5-2. He's got another first serve coming. That first serve percentage from Sinner, it's not been great in this match. It's below 50%, and it's below 40% here in this second set. Missed that serve out wide. Looked to be in real trouble in his last service game when he had to save break points on 3 different occasions, but he held in about a 7-minute game. Then he promptly broke Alexei Popyrin, and he's quickly got 15 love.
I think it's really important for Sinner and these guys who are so good at the top of their game is they recognize those little moments. He gets out of a jam, saves break points, and boom, right away, next game, breaks it love. And he just keeps the gas going, keeps the momentum. And as an opponent of his, that is extremely difficult when he can just turn those little negatives quickly away and only really focus on the positive and grow a lead.
Forehand, a good one from a kind of defensive position, but Sinner created some offense from just inside the baseline. He went inside in towards the far corner. His 9th forehand winner, and he's 2 points from a 2-sets-to-love lead.
A few games ago, Popyrin was able to find more depth than he's been able, depth meaning closer to the baseline than he's been able to the rest of the match. Sinner dumped a forehand in the net, but since then, if he's pushed back, he has made an immediate change to that error. So what you're saying, Stevie, the best players don't do the same thing twice in a row. They are going to make an adjustment, which is why I find the fact that he's not making any first serves a little strange. He should be able to problem solve and figure out what he needs to do to make an adjustment on the serve.
30-15 as Sinner missed into net.
30-15.
Yeah, maybe it's possible that he feels as if, he's been very successful on his second serve as well. He doesn't feel any pressure, but that is strange because somebody of his caliber, it's odd to see them miss 3, 4, 5 first serves in a row without changing something up, taking some pace off. So somebody of his caliber, they problem solve better than everyone else.
Sinner's been better than everyone else this year on hard courts.
40-15.
Ace for Sinner to bring up double set point right down the center for 40-15. 82 minutes. 43-minute opening set, and now 39 minutes so far in the second set, which could end right here. Sinner looks across the net. There's the toss, and serve goes up. Body serve, backhand short, now forehand. A little chop drop from Jannik Sinner, and he chops his way through that second set. 83 minutes, and Jannik Sinner's in front 2-0 over Alexei Popyrin here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. We'll be back for more on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Jannik Sinner's been so dominant, you look for clues about anything that could be wrong. And after the Cincinnati retirement in the final where he had that virus, you were wondering, okay, how is he health-wise? Well, the only clue that something could be wrong, he's got a box of tissues out next to him on the changeover. Not a sign that something's wrong, but it's the only thing out of the ordinary. And that's the way it is for Sinner right now. He's that good that you're looking for anything that could stop what feels to be a runaway train.
Yeah, he's been playing well. I mean, we did see the fact that the trainer came out, just kind of cut something off of some taping that he had on his foot. So just some discomfort out there. So if you are a Sinner fan, doesn't seem like anything is bothering him from that Cincinnati final. He's moving great. He's playing good. He's not playing great, but, given where we are at today in the second round, he's playing, just good enough to be up 2 sets right now.
Against Alexei Popyrin, who knocks a backhand down the right side for a winner. First point of this third set. And yeah, Sinner had a test in that second set in that one game where he had to save 3 break points. He did, and then he promptly broke Popyrin at love. So he answered that test. Passed it with flying colors. 15 love here for Popyrin. Goes out to the Sinner backhand and misses the return. It's 30 love.
But that's how quickly the moment can shift when you are playing somebody of Jannik Sinner's caliber. He's 3-2 up, down break points. Popyrin, you feel as if he's going to get some momentum, get back on serve in this set, and all of a sudden, a couple minutes later, he's up 2 breaks, sets over 6-2. So I think it's imperative for Alexei Popyrin in this third set to get a hold in this first game. You've got to find a way to get a lead and make Sinner play from behind if possible.
Sinner goes up the line with a forehand winner. It's 30-15. Could be the second day in a row that a qualifier from Switzerland takes a seeded player into a fifth set. And yesterday, Jerome Kim beat Brandon Nakashima. And right now, as we are just keeping an eye on the match that's going on court number 5, Leandro Reedy is trying to do the same, except he was down 2-0 to the 19th seed Francisco Cerundolo. He's got a couple of points to bring that into a fifth set. Back here in Ash, it's 40-15 on court 17. Flavio Caboli has gotten a break on Jensen Brooksby. And he'll serve for a 2-1 lead over the American. That's on Stadium 17. 40-15 for Popyrin down the center. The backhand return. Oh, that was something else from Sinner.
40-30.
Just landed in.
What do you do with that? Popyrin hit an unbelievable first serve. Ball landed on the tee, deuce side, traveling. Great trajectory after the bounce. Sinner just pops on it and drives a backhand return right at Popyrin's feet. Doesn't have time. Catches the ball late, misses it wide. You said it earlier, Stevie. It has to be demoralizing to serve your best and have that, to receive that kind of return.
That backhand from Sinner missed wide, so Popyrin holds to begin this third set. Sorana Kirstea up a break in the second set over Karolina Mahova, who won the first set 7-0 in the tiebreak. That's on grandstand. Magdalena Freck, the 28th seed, she lost the first set to American Peyton Stearns in a 14-point tiebreak. But Freck won the second set 6-3 and is up 4-love and has a break point for 5-love in the third. Valentine Royer has a break point for 3-1 on Denis Shapovalov in the fourth set on court 7. Shapovalov leads 2-1. Those 2 sets won in tiebreaks. Lara Zigemund is up a set and a break on Anastasia Zakharova. That's on court 10. Kamil Majchak is trying to get Karen Khachanov, the 9th seed, into a fifth set. They're at 4-all in the fourth. Khachanov led that match 2-0. So a lot of tight matches as we head towards evening here in New York City. Sinner goes forehand drop shot. Here comes Popyrin. That ball went deep, so now Sinner has to try to pass. Popyrin there with one volley, and that was good because Sinner's backhand into the bottom of the net. Good recovery from Popyrin. Love 15.
One of the things that makes our sport so challenging is that you have to make decisions every time you hit a ball, and you don't have much time to do so. So Popyrin's decision to drive that backhand back to Sinner's backhand instead of going to the open court, which would have been his forehand, that was a very great strategical choice that he made, because that's where Sinner's been making most of his errors, on that backhand side.
Popyrin sets up a cross-court forehand, follows it in with a forehand. Sinner able to get there with a pass attempt. Stab volley from Popyrin, and then he's at net to dunk that forehand home. Sinner made him play about 2 extra balls, though. It's Popyrin in this game now. It's love 30.
This is the moment for him, for Alexei Popyrin right now, is you've got to find a way to get a break in this game. You've got to find a way to get a lead. Any type of belief that you can have in yourself is huge. So to find himself in a love 30 game here, has another look at potentially breaking the Sinner serve for the first time today.
Leandro Reedy did win that fourth set 6-4 over Francisco Cerundolo on court 5, so they are heading to a fifth there. Sinner serve into net. And it is Flavio Caboli who held serve, or served out that third set for a 2-1 lead over Jensen Brooksby on Stadium 17. Toss and serve comes down the center, inside out backhand. That was the play from the attacking Popyrin, but it was wide, and it's 15-30.
But those are the little moments. Love 30, second serve. You've got to find a way to put that into play and put some pressure on your opponent. It's just such a stress relief when you hit a second serve and your opponent gives you just a free error, especially in this moment. You may not get too many of those against Jannik Sinner, so you've got to find a way to make him pay. Even if you lose the point, you've got to play it tough, play it the way you need to play it.
Serve comes down the center. Got some good matches to follow as well. These matches all going long. We'll see Daria Kazatkina and the birthday girl, Kamila Rakimova, who turns 24 today. They're in action after Brooksby and Caboli on 17. Forehand cross court, and that forehand netted by Sinner.
One thing Sinner likes to do in that forehand corner is from various points along from the center hash to the sideline on the deuce side, he likes to hit angles. That one, he was a little bit further behind the court, but still trying to get that ball, break the sideline, and get Popyrin moving, but wasn't able to finesse the ball enough to execute.
Break point here for Popyrin. He had 3 of them in one game. Now he's got 2 back-to-back. Sinner was able to save all 3 of them in the second set rather. Now here we are with Popyrin, a chance to get out to a lead in this third set. They'll get a look at a second serve, and Sinner comes down the center. That time Popyrin stayed at home. They trade from the baseline. Popyrin trying to break for the first time today. Slices a backhand. Sinner backs up with an inside-in forehand. Popyrin on the run. Deep forehand. Forehand middle from Sinner. Backhand middle from Popyrin. Sinner loops a forehand. Popyrin's there with a cross-court forehand. Forehand chipped over from Sinner. Now a backhand cross Popyrin. Big backhand flattened out Sinner. Slice backhand Popyrin. Forehand down the line. Now a deep forehand that's netted by Popyrin. And when you're thinking these are the rallies that Popyrin wants to get into the way this match has gone, he found one, but ultimately it was Sinner who was able to persevere.
Look, that was a pretty great point from both of these young men. Now Popyrin was, there's so much that happens before the last ball is hit, but on that last ball, Popyrin was so deep in that back forehand deuce corner, almost at the back by the scorecard, and he was trying to drive that flat. Either way, had that ball gone in, Sinner would have pounced on it. I would have liked to see Popyrin try and reset, neutralize, and stay in the point.
Serve goes deep into the box. Now here comes Sinner, and he saves a second break point with a great serve +1. It was a deep body serve that Popyrin was unable to get anything on in terms of a return. Yes. And now Sinner has saved all 5 break points he's faced today.
And all 4 of them on the ad side. Sinner has gone wide with his first serve. So that is something to look forward. If you're Alexei Popyrin, if you can't notice that yourself, maybe your coaching box can kind of give you that hint. If you get another one, sit backhand, look there, and if he goes T, kind of react, but have that backhand ready to go because you need to try and get ahead on that first strike. That's just something to look forward to look to if we get another break point on the ad side.
Toss and serve, it misses wide. Popyrin backs up for this second serve, and that allows him to stripe a forehand from the center of the baseline. Now a cross-court forehand from Popyrin. He steps into the court, goes big again with the forehand, that time a bit too big. It's long, advantage Sinner.
He was coming forward. Popyrin's feet, his energy, his weight, his momentum, everything was moving forward, which changes the geometry of the court. He didn't have quite the same runway length that he wanted, so he had to cover that ball faster, making it dive into the court to keep the ball in, but he wasn't able to execute that shot.
Advantage Sinner, a game where he saved 2 break points. The toss and that serve, it's flat and out wide, and the backhand returns long. Sinner holds, he saves 2 more break points, and he keeps this third set on serve. 1 game all, with Sinner leading 2 sets to love.
Really important for these first point in this game for Alexei Popyrin. He's just had break points once again, didn't execute, so it's an important time here for him to buckle down, good first serves, play some good tennis. We saw how quickly that second set got away from him after having break points to get back on serve. So this is an important moment in the match for Popyrin to just buckle down, have the belief that he's had break looks, but he's got to find a way to hold serve and keep his nose out in front.
Yeah, that second set game you're talking about, after he had those break points that he couldn't convert, he was promptly broken at love. Serves down the center, Sinner blocks with the backhand, and then Popyrin going big, a little bit maybe too fine with a forehand up the left side. It's wide and long, and it's love 15.
I think Popyrin's over-pressing, so he's making too many errors. I mean, he has won only 50% of the points. Sorry, he's only won 50 points, and Sinner has won 72. Which means he's, to me, and he's made 15 unforced errors and only 16 winners. He's at a neutral at this point, but he's going too big. He's trying to paint the lines, and it's not working out for him right now.
Second serve, it's a forehand from Sinner up the line. The backhand's wide, Popyrin, and it's love 30.
And adding more to what you just said, he doesn't need to give Sinner any more free points. Sinner is good enough on his own to win matches, but when you are missing these short forehands and just routine backhand balls like there, he doesn't need to be gifted a love 30 game to go out and break. He is plenty good enough to go out and win points on his own when Popyrin is playing his best tennis.
But also, I mean, look, Popyrin has had 16 winners, 15 unforced errors for this match. Sinner's had 17 winners, 17 unforced errors. So I hope he can see that actually it's not, this match is a little bit closer than I'm even acknowledging. Looking at these numbers, it's not that far off. So if he could just settle in, realize that he's right there with him, and just play a few more long points, make Sinner hit a few more balls.
Well, he's down triple break point here as history's in danger of repeating itself. Popyrin down the center. Sinner slides into the forehand, blocks it back. Popyrin can't get it back. And just like in the second set, Alexei Popyrin's unable to break Jannik Sinner and then promptly gets broken at love. It's Sinner up 2-0 and 2-1 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a breezy Thursday here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. We've had sun for most of the day, but right now it is cloudy. It's just kind of gray. You know, it doesn't feel like there's the threat of rain. Had great weather here at this U.S. Open, but it was another stormy patch for Alexei Popyrin here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm Brian Clark, back with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson. Just like in the second set, Popyrin had break points, couldn't convert them against Jannik Sinner. And then the world number one, after saving those breaks, was ruthless. Second straight set where he broke Popyrin at love, and now it's Sinner up 2-0, serving it 2-1 here in the third.
And it's very deflating for Popyrin to have those break points and then to get broken so quickly right away after those games. And now he's facing a really tall task, down 2 sets, down a break. This is where the belief starts to waver if you can come back and win these matches.
Do you think it's a result of being distracted by the fact that he didn't break?
Yeah, it's definitely a frustration break, we'll call it that, and if Sinner came out and hit 4 great return winners and you came out, okay, you can live with that. But in that game, when we saw 4 errors or 4 mistakes off of the racket of Popyrin, short points, first, second ball misses, that's just such a stress-free game for Sinner to break where he didn't have to put too much effort and energy into it. But that is more frustrating, especially after the fact that when you don't break serve in the previous game, that just kind of snowballs. It goes quickly, and just like it did in the second set, you can't let this one now get out of hand. He's kind of let it bleed here. He's lost 7 points in a row the last 2 games. Sinner's is finding his form, finding his best tennis.
Missed that long, and if you extend it even back further through that game, it's 11 points in total after that service winner, because unlike in the second set where it was a break point here, then deuce, he was at 15-40 when he had those break points. Sinner got it back from there, and Sinner hasn't lost a point since he went down 15-40. With that said, he loses a point, 40-15 for Sinner.
So there's just another level of awareness, these top players, that they would sense that 11 points, I can't imagine Sinner ever losing 11 points. It just wouldn't happen. So I think along from aside from just like hitting great shots, you also, as a tennis player, have to be supremely aware of everything that's happening on the court.
Now forehand cross court into the forehand middle from Sinner. Forehand from Popyrin, and Sinner yanked that forehand wide. 40-30.
Again, Sinner deep in the court, looking to break the sideline, get Popyrin off of the court with not really the right angle to do so, but he has great hands, great feel, a live arm on that forehand, and he's able to do a lot of things. Wasn't able to catch that one in, but it's certainly something he looks to do.
40-30 here for Sinner. He goes out wide, stretching out Popyrin, who can't get it back in play. Sinner holds for 3-1, and he is in total control right now.
Sinner leads 3 games.
Up 2 sets to love, and now 3-1. Just a few more score updates. It looked like it was out of hand on court 6, and the scoreline still says it was. Peyton Stearns was getting bageled in the 3rd set, but she took a medical timeout against Magdalena Freck. Promptly won 2 games, but it is Freck 2 points from the finish line at 5-2 in the 3rd and serving for it. Francisco Cerundolo is up a break in the 5th set over the Swiss qualifier, Leandro Riti, 2-1. Karolina Muchova is down a break in the 2nd set to the veteran Sorana Cirstea on the grandstand. That's after Muchova won the 1st set in a tiebreak. Cirstea has a point for 4-2 in the 2nd. Also, Denis Shapovalov is trying to keep the 4th set on serve with Valentin Royer at 2-1 lead for Shapovalov at 2-3. They're in the 4th on court 7. Court 10, Lara Zigemund is approaching the 3rd round of the U.S. Open against Anastasia Zakharova. She's up 5-1. And Kamil Majchak looks like he could be pushing Karen Khachanov, the 9th seed, into a 5th set. Khachanov won the first 2 sets, but Majchak won the second 6-4 and has a set point at 6-5 in the 4th. That is on court 11 right now. Stadium 17, Jensen Brooksby is 2-1 down against Flavio Caboli. 2-1 for Brooksby. They're in the 4th. Back here in Ash, could be over soon the way Jannik Sinner's playing right now. He hits a backhand lob over the head of Alexei Popyrin. All he could do is hold his racket up and applaud because Sinner was pushing all the right buttons on that point.
That's an impressive point from Sinner. He uses the geometry of the court really well. Good drop shot. This was a great get from Popyrin, pushing it deep, high to the baseline. But as Popyrin just did there, it gives a clap to the racket. There's just something too good about Sinner when he hits that lob deep in the court. Really impressive.
In that point, Sinner was able to hit 3 out of the 4 boxes. So to your point, he was really using the geometry of the court, getting Popyrin moving to all angles and seeing the openings really well and able to perfectly execute.
Popyrin at 15-all. He plays a serve and volley. There's a backhand. Sinner tries to pass. Cut off with a forehand volley from Popyrin. His second volley's a good one. He had to react quickly as Sinner ripped a backhand cross court from the deuce side. Popyrin was there. It's 30-15.
Popyrin came in, hit 1 volley, was expecting Sinner to go to his backhand. His body weight was moving to the left, but at the last moment had to shift his upper body to slam that volley, that forehand volley, down the line for a winner.
30-15 here for Popyrin. Right down the center he goes, stretched out. Popyrin plays a serve and volley. Sinner trying to pass, and does. That lateral movement on full display from Jannik Sinner. Popyrin gave him that left sideline. Sinner said, sure, and took it for a backhand winner.
Yeah, I'm not sure even if Popyrin covered that base or that down the line back and then he was going to get that. That is absolutely perfectly executed. He slides with his left foot so well on the backhand, uses that left hand outside of the racket, hits it just a screamer down the line. That is a beautiful pass. There's just nothing you can do even if you are covering that line.
30-all. Serve down the center. Magdalena Freck has beaten Peyton Stearns of the United States 6-2 in the 3rd. Freck moves through to the 3rd round. And a double fault for Popyrin, and he's down a break point and in danger of being broken for the 2nd straight game.
Yeah, for Popyrin here, this is the moments. You can't give Sinner a double break lead. That will, be all the end. potentially in this match. You've got to find a way to just get out of this game, find a hold, give yourself one more opportunity to get a break back.
Down a break point. Here's Popyrin down the center and a let. Sinner wipes away from some sweat from his face as he waits to receive this second first serve. Uses that white compression sleeve on his right arm to do it. Got another look at the Popyrin serve here. It comes down the center. Now the backhand middle from Popyrin. Backhand middle Sinner. Forehand Popyrin. Backhand here's Popyrin in at net. Drops off a forehand volley. Sinner somehow got there, but not in time. Beautiful shot from Popyrin to save the break point.
So that's the combo where Popyrin has been pretty successful when he comes in and he hits a drop volley. What I mean by drop volley is that ball lands, has a lot of backspin, and lands inside the service box. Sometimes a really good one could bounce twice. If it's a winner, it would be able to bounce twice. That's a good thing for you guys to go home and work on. See if you can make the ball bounce twice in the service box by hitting a drop shot.
Here's Popyrin at deuce. Tossing that serve. He stretches Sinner out wide, who hangs it back. Popyrin comes in to take it and sweeps away a forehand from the ad service line. Advantage Popyrin. 5-all in that women's doubles match on Armstrong. We'll check in with Prim in a moment.
Good little recovery here from Popyrin to be down break points, still coming forward, being aggressive, still going about his game plan. Just because the scoreboard isn't going your way, there's no time to panic. Go about your business. Try and get it back if you can.
And Popyrin holds. That's an important hold just to stay one break down against Jannik Sinner. As the world number one's up 2-0 and a break at 3-2 here in the third. Let's head next door to Armstrong. Prim Suripapat is there for the doubles match. It's Ludmila Kichenok, Ellen Perez against the wild cards, Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez. Prim.
Hey guys, we've got a packed house over at Louis Armstrong Stadium, and many fans were delighted to know that Venus and her partner Leylah Fernandez were going to be moving over from grandstand, and they moved up the schedule just a little bit because the Osaka match ended quite early. So we've got a packed house over here. But listen, Williams and Fernandez were down 5-2, and they mustered an unbelievable comeback. And all the American fans are incredibly excited here. They just held on Williams' serve. She hit this unbelievable slice serve, ripped a forehand passing shot down the line. I mean, and it's tied up 5-all right now, guys.
Thank you, Prim. Prim will keep us posted. So Magdalena Freck is into the third round of the U.S. Open for the first time after she beat Peyton Stearns. She'll play the winner of what should be an interesting match tonight on Ash, Coco Gauff and Donna Vekic. Vekic, the veteran from Croatia, against the 2023 U.S. Open champion, Coco Gauff. Back here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the 2024 U.S. Open champion on the men's side, Jannik Sinner, looks to be closing in on the third round. He's up 2-0 and one break on Alexei Popyrin. Had his chances for a second break in that last game, but Popyrin was able to escape the trouble. First serve missed wide from Sinner. Laura Zigemund is trying to get to the U.S. Open third round for the first time since 2016. She had a match point, at least one, against Zakharova on court 10. They are still battling. It's Zigemund with the comfortable 5-1 lead in the second set. And Sinner just played an overhead from the service line, and he put it away for a winner in 15-love.
Sinner can't be feeling any stress right now. He's actually doing much better with his first serves in this set than he has in previous set. He's bumped that percentage up. He's made 8 of 15 at 53%, 48% overall. He's making those adjustments, some of the ones that we were talking about, trying to figure out, problem solve, how to keep the ball in the court.
Backhands wide from Sinner. Stevie, when you watch Sinner now and you think about when he notched his first ATP win and you were on the other side of the net, what's just quickly the biggest area of improvement that you've noticed in his game? Is it just Maturity?
It's definitely maturity, but it's also just he's gotten better every season. He's getting better. His forehand, his backhand, his movement, his confidence level, his comfortability playing these big matches. You know, when you are playing on this stadium in Arthur Ashe time and time again, you get more comfortable in these environments. But he is somebody that is just continuing to raise his level. As you can see that in the ranking systems as well. He's been #1 for a long time. He's just been better than everybody else. And that's not easy to do, to kind of reinvent yourself every year, to come up with something new, to get a little bit better each and every year.
Played that beautiful inside-in forehand down the right side, 30-15.
In your opinion, what's his biggest strength?
I mean, he, outside of Novak Djokovic in his prime, he might be the best guy moving on the court, and the amount of pace and power that he can create from an unfavorable position behind the baseline, sliding right and left foot, forehand and backhand. It's really remarkable how much pace he can get on the ball from a defensive position. We all know that he is incredible on offense when he does get inside the baseline, but when he's on defense, you never know what you're going to get as an opponent of his. He could find himself with one swing of the racket being go from defense to offense, and that is a daunting task for anybody playing him.
As coaches, I think we think about quick straight tennis. You want to teach your player how to end the point quickly, but when needed, you do have to be able to play defense, to give yourself an opportunity to attack.
Game, Sinner.
Sinner holds for 4-2 in the third.
And the one thing that he could work on, if we're splitting hairs, he's worked on coming forward a lot with Darren. They've worked on that part of his aspect of his game, is coming forward, being comfortable on the approach, being comfortable at net, because that's the one piece of his game that might not quite be as up to the standards as the rest of his game. But still, if that is the only piece that's kind of missing, he's still done extremely well. And once he kind of figures out the rest, all the pieces, and that puzzle finally gets put together, that's a scary sign for everybody else, because he's already #1 in the world.
A couple years ago, I don't know if this is crazy, and if you think so, just let me know. But I stopped really working on only the skill of volleys, because it's always connected to something else. So it's really, for me, about the point construction. Sinner does such a great job at constructing the points because of his great movement and his shot-making capabilities. He can put his opponent in a terrible position, and that's when I think he should just practice, go in. Don't let the ball bounce. Take that out of the air, continue to charge, and take time away.
Absolutely, because that is what is needed to beat Carlos Alcaraz. That is his rival at the moment. That is who he is competing with for slams. You can't give, just like Carlos against him, you can't give these guys too many chances to go from defense to offense. When you have them on defense, you've got to be able to take time away, take balls out of the air. Even if it might be slightly uncomfortable, that's what it takes to beat those guys on a consistent basis.
Backhand middle from Popyrin, who moves to his right for a cross-court forehand. Forehand beat down the line by Sinner, now hanging backhand Popyrin. Sinner backs up for a middle forehand. Popyrin's there with a deep backhand. It flies long. 15-30.
15-30.
Jensen Brooksby is up a break on Flavio Cobolli, 4-2 in the fourth. A must-win fourth set for the American Brooksby on Stadium 17. Brooksby won the first set 7-5, Cobolli the second 6-3, and the third 6-4. Here's Popyrin at 15-30. Sinner from the far baseline waits to receive serve. It goes out wide, in at net now, and trying to pass was Sinner, but right there to cut it off with a forehand volley. A confident volley was Popyrin.
Traditionally, when people come in, you want to tell them to follow the ball, but Popyrin was on the deuce side, traveling, traversing across the court. He split step. No, he wasn't traversing across the court. He hit that an inside in. He did exactly what he was supposed to do, but he covered the cross court, because that is Sinner's favorite shot, that cross court forehand on the run.
Ace from Popyrin for 40-30.
You've always got to try and take away, the easier of the two passes. When you do cover that cross court, or you stay in that middle, the down the line over the higher part of the net, that more dangerous shot, as an opponent, that's important. Just cover the high percentage. You can live and die with those results.
Serve off the tape and drops wide.
I
Second
played
serve
at
on the way.
a time where the traditional approach, trot, and volley was applicable. And I was taught that you want to position yourself after your volley to cover 75% of the court, because you can't cover the whole thing. So you have to hedge your bets and pay attention to what is possible.
Here's Popyrin again at deuce. About to hit the 2-hour mark. Sinner took the first 6-3 in 43 minutes. He needed 40 minutes to win the second set, 6-2. And Sinner's up a break through 33 minutes here in the third. Gets a look at a second serve. Popyrin getting these first serves in, rather, as he double faults, but serving it about a 60% clip on first serve. The second serves have been the problem for the match. He's won just 10 of 30. 4 double faults are included in that number, but that is a pretty rough percentage.
That's what Jannik Sinner does to you. He just kind of squeezes you. He makes you overplay these second serves, go for bigger, something more uncomfortable. And he is such a good returner on that second. He gets on the offense so quickly. This is a tough situation, being down 2 sets, down break point. Second serve to Jannik Sinner.
Now second serve, Sinner gets another look at it, tees off with a forehand, runs around to hit another forehand at a sweeping angle. There's another break for Sinner, and he's got the third round in his sights. Sinner will serve for the match after his second break of this third set. We'll be back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And the crowd erupts as Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez have jumped out to a 2-0 lead here in this first set tiebreak. And we welcome you back to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Sripapat in the Whisper section courtside on Louis Armstrong Stadium. Williams and Fernandez are taking on the 6th seed Ludmila Kechenok and Ellen Perez. We'll keep you updated, but right now, after coming back from a 5-2 deficit, guys, they are in the tiebreak here in the first set.
Thanks, Prim. You've got to go back to this tournament 2 years ago for the last time Jannik Sinner lost a hard court match at a major. That was in the 4th round to Sasha Zverev. He is on the verge of his 23rd straight hard court match win at a major, as he is serving for the matchup 5-2 against Alexei Popyrin. And he begins by serving out wide as the clock strikes 2 hours on this match.
And that may have been the ticket to him, Sinner, making that adjustment. He has been using those wide serves to get the point started. Right there, he missed a first serve going flat out wide on the ad side, the left side of the court. And he's done a much better job with his first serve percentage in this set.
Great serve up the center from Sinner, framed away by Popyrin. That was all he could do to it. It's 30-love. If Sinner can close this out, he'll play Denis Shapovalov, who has closed out Valentin Royer, the French wildcard, in 4.
But the storyline for me for this match is Sinner's ability to change it up on his second serve. I mean, that has kept him just cruising through this match, and that's a tough thing to do.
And he has done really well on that second serve. I mean, as we approach match point here, I would guess that if he can get this done here, Sinner and team will be out on the practice court shortly, working on the first serve, getting some kinks worked out. Because that's the only thing that's really, not been above average today.
Not much is average this year for Jannik Sinner, and that's an ace to close it out and to return to the third round of the U.S. Open. 6-3, 6-2, 6-2, 2 hours, 1 minute, as Sinner closes it out by thumping his 6th ace of the match. The serve numbers much better in that third set, and some resilient numbers as well for Sinner. Just how he was able to break avoid being broken with those 5 break points saved, 3 of them in that second set, 2 of them in the third set. And those moments just really seem to deflate Alexei Popyrin, because on both occasions, Sinner in the ensuing game broke Popyrin at love. So it's that defending, it's that tenacity that just makes Sinner so tough to beat. And now he's into the 3rd round of the U.S. Open, as he will take on Denis Shapovalov in what should be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough matchup. I mean, Shapovalov has a lot of power. He has the ability. He's got 2 titles under his belt this season. He's not somebody that's scared of a big moment. I mean, he's got great wins over Nadal in his career. So he's going to be comfortable out there playing. And if you're Sinner, you know, the only thing that really wasn't up to par was your serve today. And he still never got broken, which is an amazing sign. If you don't serve well and you still don't get broken in a very comfortable 3-2-2 victory, that's impressive.
But also, if his serve doesn't improve before the next match, he's built so much confidence in his ability to win those second serve points. In this match, Sinner was at 60% .1 off of his second serve against Popyrin's 32.
Going to jump right next door to Louis Armstrong Stadium court. It's the first set tiebreak here in this women's doubles match, first round matchup. It's the wild card, Venus Williams and Leylah Fernandez, against the 6th seeds, Ellen Perez and Ludmila Kichenok. We heard about this earlier from Prim Siripapat. We'll hear more from Prim in a bit. But it's 4-all on the Kichenok serve to Venus Williams, who meets it with a backhand cut off at net by Perez. Now a backhand Fernandez. She plays a couple of lefty volleys, and then Kichenok had the opening, had Fernandez going the wrong way, but netted her forehand. And it's 5-4 for Williams Fernandez.
But Fernandez did a great job with her court positioning. Even sometimes moving casts a seed of doubt and hesitation as someone has to go and strike, and out of the corner of their eye, their peripheral view, they see you moving. That's why she drew the error.
As Williams catches the toss. Serve goes into the body, and into the net was the miss from Ellen Perez. Fernandez was ready to play it, but now it is set point after a dramatic opening set here in this doubles match.
Fernandez so far doing a great job at squeezing the court from her opponents. After Venus served, Fernandez crashed the net again, making her opponent hit the ball in the net.
Toss, and that serve, it's out wide. The return into net from Kichenok, and a pump of the left fist from the ageless Venus Williams. Williams and Leylah Fernandez take the opening set in a tiebreak over the 6th-seeded team of Kichenok and Ellen Perez. Awesome stuff here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Some signs saying it's Venus's house. We'll take a break, and we'll come back for more on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.